with me. Not saying a word, he grabbed the soap and went to work lathering my body, caressing and massaging every inch of me. He took the handheld shower head and rinsed me off, pausing briefly as he aimed it between my legs. The sensation made my body jerk. He moved it away, flashing me his wicked smile. Shaking my head at his mischievousness, I reached for the soap and worked the suds over his body. No matter how many times I saw him naked, I remained in awe of his body and its flawless beauty. "You're perfect." It was just a thought, but it slipped out of my mouth as I stood behind him washing his back. He turned around, capturing my gaze. "I'm not." Cupping my face, he inched lower, ever so slowly, until his mouth covered mine. I wrapped my arms around his neck as he lifted me up. His naked erection filled me again as our bodies melded. He released my mouth and moved his lips to my ear. "This, my beautiful, this is perfect." Mother Nature left a thick layer of snow over New York City, but I was able to get a flight booked for Monday afternoon. We left the ski resort Monday morning, making it back to Quinn's by noon. He had a business meeting scheduled for that afternoon, but considered rescheduling it until I insisted he go. It would have only given us an extra hour together before I had to leave for the airport. I agreed to come back to New York between Christmas and New Year's. He and his sister were leaving for Spain the week before Christmas to be with his brother and mother. Then they planned on returning the day after. On the way to the airport, in the back of Quinn's Bentley, I received a text from him. "Quinn, can't concentrate. Thinking of you in some naughty Santa lingerie. It's going to be a long 2 weeks." In any other life, I would have thought meeting Quinn was the equivalent of winning the dating lottery. In this life, it felt like a cruel joke. It seemed like the chances of us working through all our baggage and finding some semblance of happiness were virtually impossible. Cutting my losses early and just getting out would have been the smart thing to do. But I couldn't. He had become my addiction. Me. Not sure I own anything to that effect. Quinn. Elves, babe. My wish is their command. Me. Kinky, spoiled little rich boy. Winky face. Quinn. Little boy. Was that a little boy who fucked you at the front door before going to work this afternoon? Our never-goodbye kiss earlier took a small detour. Quinn wore a gray three-piece suit, white shirt, and dark purple striped tie. He had a day's worth of dark stubble on his beautiful face. My outfit was less formal, a fitted charcoal recycled wool dress that fell above my knees with 3/4-length sleeves. What sent Quinn over the edge were my soft pink lace cable-knit boot socks peeking out above my black knee-high boots. I had expected the tease to be my hair, divided into my signature pigtails. When I walked down the stairs, he was donning his wool overcoat, but slipped it back off the moment he caught sight of me. Spewing a string of dirty expletives about my naughty little schoolgirl look, he had his pants dropped to his feet, my panties ripped off, and me pinned against the front door in no time flat. He took me quick and hard, with my dress pulled up to my waist, my legs wrapped around his, and boot heels digging into his butt. I was quite certain he would have a reminder of me on his ass for a few days. Me. Ah, I stand corrected. It was definitely all man who violated that innocent little schoolgirl. Quinn. She deserved it. Fucking tease. Me. Have your mom clean up that potty mouth of yours while you're gone. Winky face. Gotta go, I'm at the airport. Bye. Quinn. Safe trip, beautiful. But never goodbye. Chapter 12. The worst kind of pain is when you're smiling just to stop the tears from falling. Unknown. Mac picked me up from the airport and grilled me for every detail before I even retrieved my luggage. I put her off, not wanting to start with all the details until I was home. As soon as I walked in the door, my phone chimed with a text from Quinn. Quinn. Home safe? Me. Yes. Thanks. Quinn. You should send me a picture of yourself. It hit me at that moment that we had never taken photos of each other together or separate. It warmed me to think that maybe he wanted a picture of me to show his family when he went to visit. I decided the best picture I had of myself was the one from my website, so I copied it to a text and sent it. "Are you sexting hot pants already?" Mac asked, while she threw off her boots and coat, getting comfy for all the details of my trip. No, he just wanted me to send a picture of myself, so I sent him the one from the cafe's website. She laughed. "What? You don't think that's a good one?" "No, Addie, it's great. I just doubt that's the kind of picture he was thinking about." She suggestively raised her eyebrows. "Shut up. That's not what he meant. Leave it to your filthy mind to go there." Before I finished, my phone chimed again. Quinn. Cute, babe, but that's not quite what I had in mind. My jaw dropped. "What'd he say?" Nothing really." "Bullshit. Let me see." She lunged toward me as I tried to hide my phone in my pocket. "It's nothing. Stop," I squealed as she pinned me against my kitchen counter. "If it's nothing, then let me see." She peeled my fingers off it and yanked it out of my pocket, quickly turning her back to me so she could read it before I took it back. "Ha! Told you. He wants a nudie, Addie. God, I love how innocent you are." She cackled. Mac tossed my phone at me. I caught it and sent back a quick text. "Yeah, well, it's not happening. Me. You first." After pressing send, I shut off my phone before he could respond, fearing he might in fact do it, and that would not be shared with Mac. "I could take the picture for you before I leave. Wouldn't want the poor guy jerking off to an empty pillow." "Nice, Mac. Forgot to put in your filter today, I see." I have a hard time believing any woman who's been with that man could possibly be offended by my mouth. "Tell me about your trip, skipping all the yada-yada about the Culinary Institute. Get straight to the good stuff." Fair point. I blushed just thinking of my intimate and erotic moments with Quinn. I spent the next hour filling Mac in on most of the details, skipping the R, or maybe X-rated specifics. It was almost midnight before she left, and I was exhausted from my day of travel, not to mention the 1-hour time difference. I threw on an old t-shirt, washed my face, and brushed and flossed my teeth before collapsing into bed. My alarm brought the morning too quickly. I was surprised how much I missed waking with the comfort that came with being wrapped in Quinn. It would be 2 weeks before I would see him again, so I made the most of my time at home and jumped right back into my routine. I put in a full hour of yoga, but skipped the run, since Milwaukee was also covered in snow, and the icy paths could be pretty treacherous. After my shower, I went down to the cafe for the world's best smoothie and wheatgrass shot. As I cleaned up, Jake arrived for work. "Morning, Eddie." He gave me a big hug. "Hey, Jake. How'd everything go while I was gone?" "If I say great, you'll think you're not needed. If I say terrible, you'll feel guilty and never leave again. So, what do you want to hear?" I smiled and kissed him on the cheek before heading back to the kitchen. Maybe you should tell me things went okay, but you sure are glad to have me back because it eases the pressure of you having to take the credit for all of my fabulous culinary creations." He started washing kale and lettuce. "I wish. Unfortunately, the popular response was, 'Tell Addie everything is amazing, as usual.'" You could have changed up the menu and added some of your own recipes. I wouldn't mind. I trust you. "Really?" His eyes widened. My time at the Culinary Institute reminded me just how great aspiring chefs can be if given the right guidance and opportunity. I wanted the same for Jake. He was very talented and no longer required much guidance. It was the opportunity he was waiting for, and it was time I gave it to him. "Absolutely. In fact, I'll be gone again around Christmas, and you can have free reign over the menu." He narrowed his eyes for a brief moment, as if it was a joke. Then he grinned as he turned back around and continued prepping. I needed to text Mac and have her stop to pick up some more limes, and that's when I remembered I left my phone upstairs. Finding it on my kitchen counter, I turned it on. An alert buzzed for 2 missed calls and 3 texts. One call was from Mac with a message saying she would stop and pick up limes on her way in. Great minds think alike. The other call was from Quinn, and his message was a hostile one, demanding I respond to his texts or calls. Bossy much? I immediately checked my texts. Quinn, for your ogling pleasure. Attached was a photo of Quinn, but something was off about it. He looked younger. Not that he showed any signs of aging. It was more about his build. He stood in a pair of white briefs with a black waistband, his back to the camera. His head was turned, looking over his left shoulder with a sexy and I know it look. His left hand was pushing the back of his briefs down just halfway over his left buttocks, exposing part of his tight, tan ass. He was fit and trim in the photo, but having recently inspected every inch of his beautiful body, I knew his muscles were a bit larger and even more defined than they were in the picture. The photo also looked professionally taken. I moved on to his next text. Quinn. Waiting. I'm wearing my shirt that smells like you and sex. Where's my photo? Quinn. A little pissed you haven't responded. Guess I'll have to resort to other means. All 3 texts were sent within a 2-hour time frame from the previous night. What the hell was other means supposed to mean? Olivia? Me. Shut my phone off to talk to Mac and forgot to turn it back on. What other means? I waited a few minutes, but no response, so I went back downstairs and started filling lunch orders with Jake and the girls. About 10 minutes later, my phone chimed. Quinn. No time. In a meeting. I immersed myself in work to keep my mind off the short, cold-sounding message from Quinn. It was hard not to read into it, but I tried to avoid overthinking it. By the end of the day, I was in better spirits. Not because I'd heard back from Quinn, but simply because I loved being back at my cafe, working with fun, like-minded people, and serving such grateful customers. Later that evening, around 7, I returned to my loft, ready to chill out on my couch with a good book. Around 8 o'clock, my phone rang. Hello? Hey, baby. Good to hear your voice. Quinn sounded tired. Yours too. Bad day? Just long. I spend most of the day dealing with unfinished business my father left behind. Want to talk about it? Not so much. I'm wishing you were here to take my mind off everything. 2 weeks. 2 weeks too long. Well, 1 week before you leave for Spain, and there's nothing like family to provide a good distraction. Not in my case. It will simply be more talk about everything that went on today. I sensed it was time to lighten the mood and change the subject. Nice picture, by the way, but it's not recent. When, where, and why was it taken? The tone of his voice immediately lightened. Ah, very observant of you. It was taken about 10 years ago. I did some part-time modeling in college. Of course he did. And what precisely were you modeling in that picture? Cologne. Cologne? Are you joking? Where exactly was the bottle? He chuckled. The picture I sent you was from the photo shoot, not the actual ad. The message being what? If your man wears this brand of cologne, he will turn into a Latin sex god with a perfect ass? Worked for you. How do you know? You've never seen my man. Watch it, or I'm going to violate your smart mouth in more ways than one. His voice carried an edge to it. What the? Hello, Dominant Quinn. Well, I'd love to chat all night, but I have a pulsating showerhead and a new romance novel calling my name. He sucked in a sharp breath. If that's how we're playing it, then you'd better be ready for a 4-poster bed and handcuffs in 2 weeks. We'll just see about that. Good night, sex god. Good night, beautiful. I filled my soaker tub with hot water. It was one of my less than eco-friendly indulgences. I lit several candles and shut off the lights. While adding some lavender soap to create bubbles, an idea came to me. Throwing my robe on, I grabbed my camera. After several minutes of adjusting its placement on my vanity and testing the timer, I pulled my hair up into a loose pile on my head, leaving some wispy strands hanging down and giving me a sexy look. Then I dug out my makeup, that hardly ever got used, and smoked out my eyes, adding a little mascara and lip gloss. Setting the camera remote on the table by the tub, I eased into the bubbly water. I bent one leg so part of it was exposed, and draped the other over the side of the tub. I arched my back, which brought just the top swell of my breasts out of the water, the small bubbles exposing a hint of my nipples below the surface. 15 or more shots later, I prayed there was at least one good shot with a sexy look on my face instead of the giddy little grin I had trouble hiding. After 45 minutes of soaking and reading, I removed my makeup and climbed out of the tub. I slipped on my laceboy shorts and pulled an old t-shirt over my head. Sitting down at my desk, I looked through the pictures and found the perfect one. As soon as I downloaded it to my phone, I sent it off to Quinn in a text. Me. Wishing you were here to scrub my back. I expected an instant response, but it was a good 10 or so minutes before my phone chimed. Quinn. Fuck me. Me. You like? Quinn. No words, baby. No words. Me. What took you so long to respond? Quinn. Too difficult to text one-handed. Me. Huh? Oh, you didn't. Quinn. Sure as hell did. Twice. Hence the 10 minutes. Me. Now I have no words. Good night. Quinn. Very, very good. The rest of my week fell into the comfortable routine category. The cafe was slower on the colder days when the snow was in the air. We took advantage of our downtime and messed around in the kitchen creating new menu items. We had an informal staff meeting to discuss work scheduling during the time I was to be in New York between Christmas and New Year's. It was bittersweet to realize my cafe ran just fine without me. Mac was still involved with the business part, but I suspected that would change whenever she and Evan decided to start a family. Jake, on the other hand, made the bulk of his living underground fighting, but his passion was my cafe. He had become my apprentice of sorts, but whether or not he chose to believe it, my guidance was no longer necessary. Mac and Evan talked about moving back to Chicago someday if a spot at Richard's firm ever became available to Evan. They wanted me to move back too, when or if that day ever came. Closing the cafe wasn't an option for me. First, we had too many loyal customers, and second, the cafe stood for a change in the way we needed to think about our health and the environment. However, over the past year, Jake's interest in everything about the business gave me hope that if I moved, the cafe would survive in very capable hands. Quinn texted me every day, mostly in the evenings when we were both done with work. It usually started out with small talk that evolved into some very inappropriate sexting. I was desperate to see him. It was 1 week away, but when Quinn left for Spain the week before Christmas, I missed him even more. It was silly. It shouldn't have mattered if I was not seeing him in New York or not seeing him in Spain, but for some reason it did. At the cafe, we spent the week before Christmas filling special holiday orders, pies, pastries, and appetizers. I planned on spending Christmas with Mac, Evan, Richard, and Gwen, but in a sudden last-minute change of plans, Mac and Evan went to see his parents on Christmas instead. They insisted I go with them, while Richard and Gwen insisted I keep my plans with them. It wasn't going to be an easy decision, so I decided to decline both offers. Quinn had given me a key to his condo and the security information to get in case I arrived before him on the 26th. So I decided to leave a day early for New York and spend Christmas at his place. I knew I would be alone, but a quiet, uninterrupted day to myself was a good thing. Mac and her parents weren't too pleased about me skipping out on Christmas in Chicago, but they didn't have a choice. I had already purchased my plane ticket before I told them, so it was presented as a done deal. It was frigid when I arrived in New York City on Christmas, and there was still a thick layer of glistening snow on the ground. The sun beamed in the clear sky, making sunglasses mandatory to see anything against the piercing reflection off the snow. Traffic was light, so it didn't take much time at all to get to Quinn's. I didn't mention my early arrival, since he wasn't going to be home anyway, and I knew it would make for a better surprise when he did show up the next day. My plan was to have his whole condo filled with the smell of sweet holiday treats that I would bake early in the morning. When I arrived, I didn't have any trouble with the code to the elevator, but I had to dig through my bag to find the key he gave me. As I started to push the door open, I expected to hear the beeping sound of his security alarm, but I didn't. Everything from that moment on played out in horrific slow motion. Numerous pairs of shoes on the floor lined the entry, and the coat tree was covered in winter wear. I heard voices. Leaving my suitcase in the hall, I stepped in, and the door shut behind me. The room became silent. A group of people were seated at Quinn's dining room table, having Christmas dinner. I recognized Quinn's sister and her 2 kids from the yacht. There was a man who shared Quinn's features that I assumed was his brother, and another man with medium-length blonde hair that hung close to his blue eyes, maybe his brother-in-law. Quinn sat at the end of the table opposite his brother. An older woman with chin-length black hair sat to his right, and Olivia sat in the chair to his left. "Addie," Quinn spoke, shoving back in his chair to stand. I could never have imagined Quinn looking pale with his dark complexion, but the face that stared at me was drained of all color. Olivia's face morphed into an ugly bitch smirk, but the rest of his family, with the exception of the 2 young children, pinballed their eyes back and forth between me and Quinn in complete confusion. Quinn wasted no time making his way to me. He tried to grab my arm, but I jerked away. "Don't you dare touch me." My jaw was rigid as my heart attempted to burst out of my chest. He took a step back, like distancing himself from a rabid animal. "What are you doing here?" His voice was low, just above a whisper. "I could ask you the same thing." My fists clenched, nails digging into my hands. "It's not what—" "Stop! So help me, if you use some stupid, it's not what it looks like bullshit cliché, I will unleash on your intimate little dinner party with such fury that you'll pray for the earth to open up and swallow your pathetic, lying ass. Do I make myself clear?" Quinn mirrored my tense, frustrated stance. With his hands fisted, attempting to hold it together, he nodded carefully, tracking my every move. What move? I wasn't sure. Turn and run? Make a scene? Test the waters? Yes, test the waters, because I have nothing to lose at this point, and it's time to make Quinn squirm. Taking my sweet time, I removed my shoes and hung up my coat. "What are you doing?" he whispered. Deep breath. I am peaceful. I am strong. I might need to work on the peaceful. I leaned up to Quinn's ear, putting my hands on his chest to steady myself. "I'm going to ruin your Christmas like you have mine, and then I'm going to walk out that door, and you will never see me again." I stepped back, giving him a tight smile before brushing past him and making my way to the table. "Merry Christmas, everyone! I've so been looking forward to meeting all of you." My voice was syrupy sweet. Quinn caught up with me, clearly in uncharted territory for such a control freak. There was a moment of silence before the woman with chin-length black hair spoke. "Quentin, are you going to introduce us to your guest?" Her voice was soft, friendly, genuine. I liked her already. "Yes, Quinny. Don't be rude," I remarked with my voice a pitch higher than usual. His family exchanged amused glances at each other, his brother mouthing, "Quinny," with a grin. Quinn cleared his throat. Yes, forgive me. This is Addie, or, Adler Brecken. We met in Milwaukee last spring when I was visiting one of my new hotels. Addie, Adler, This is my brother, Chase, my sister, Alexis, her husband, Mitch, their 2 kids, Ethan and Ellen, my mother, Elena, and you've met Olivia." All eyes landed on Olivia. She played her part, although I didn't know what that was, and smiled politely. "Pleasure to see you again." Lying bitch. Everyone, including myself, waited in eager anticipation for Quinn to explain who I was, other than Adler from Milwaukee, and what I was doing there on Christmas, unannounced, with a key to his condo. "I forgot I had told Adler I would be out of town over the holidays, and I offered to let her stay here while I was gone. Then, when we had a last-minute change of plans, I completely forgot to call her." I nodded my head, but it wasn't in agreement. It was an acknowledgement. We were all waiting for more of the story. "What brings you to New York City on Christmas?" Elena asked, brow tense. She had to be confused by the whole unlikely scenario. I sure as hell was. I looked at Quinn, since he was clearly the one directing the show. She's looking to move here, so she has to find a place to rent." "Over Christmas? Don't you have a family that you should be with?" Chase jumped into the conversation. "They're dead," Quinn immediately responded. Everyone except Olivia and his sister gave a look of shock and horror. I had always been blunt too when I told people my parents were dead, but Quinn managed to make it sound even more cold and insensitive than I ever had. "Quentin Lucas Cohen," his mother snapped. "It's fine, my parents are dead, and I'm an only child." He was right about that, but dead wrong about me moving to New York. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound so cold." Quinn looked at me, and I knew he was genuinely sorry, but it didn't matter. "Well, you're here, and it's Christmas, so you might as well stay. Quinn, grab another chair, and I'll get another place setting," Elena suggested graciously. Touched by her kindness, a small lump formed in my throat. I couldn't speak, so I just smiled and nodded. Quinn brought in a chair as his mom arranged another place setting between her seat and Quinn's. Olivia sat idle, seething. The moment could not have been any more awkward. "Turkey?" Elena offered after I was seated. "No, thank you. I'm a vegan." I smiled politely. "Oh." She looked surprised at first. "Well, good for you. It's such a healthy lifestyle, and you look radiant. Maybe I should give it a try." She wasn't the first person to say something like that to me, but she was the first to say it with such sincerity. "Thank you, Elena." Olivia hid her boiling temper well by moving her hand to Quinn's leg in a casual but intimate gesture. His body stiffened, but he didn't push her away. He caught me staring at her hand, and when I looked at him, his eyes were pleading. I wanted to shove her hand away and claim him as my own, but he wasn't, and never would be, mine. His family took turns passing me the dishes on the table that were vegan. I had a colorful mix of veggies on my plate, but no appetite. I picked around and forced a few bites. "So, Adler, what has you looking to move to New York?" Chase asked. "I'm not sure. Maybe a change in profession." "What do you do now?" Chase continued to probe. "I'm a chef, but since I met Quinn, he's helped me recognize some hidden talents I didn't even know I had." Everyone looked at Quinn to elaborate, while he looked at me with uncertainty. I smiled and continued to rearrange my food around my plate. "Hidden talents, huh? Sounds interesting," Mitch added. I stuck a green bean in my mouth and nodded while slowly chewing. "Yes, turns out I have... what did you call it, Quinny? Oh, yes, a naughty schoolgirl charm, so I was thinking of taking Quinny up on his offer to be part of his new business venture." The room fell silent, and there wasn't a closed mouth at the table, including Quinn's. Chase cleared his throat. "And what business might that be?" "Well, an escort service, of course." I smiled and batted my eyelashes at everyone. Elena gasped, while all three men choked on their food. Olivia and Alexis glared at Quinn in contempt. I stayed with my ditzy blonde talk because it elicited the desired reaction. "Oh, it's not what you think. Quinny assured me it would be entirely upscale. You know, high society type service, nothing under $1,500 an hour. It's not like he would be my pimp or anything." Another round of gasping and choking ensued.
"Dude, you're starting an escort service?"
Chase asked, flabbergasted, yet a little intrigued. "Enough," Elena insisted. "I think whatever business your brother and his friend have together is none of our business." I shifted my gaze to a fuming Quinn. Every muscle in his neck twitched, and his veins looked like they were going to rupture. My work was done. "I'm expecting a delivery tomorrow, so I think I'd better go inform the front desk that I'm staying here. I'd hate for them to turn away my package." My bravado had begun to falter, and I needed to get out of there before the shit hit the fan. Quinn grabbed my arm.
"Where are you going?"
he whispered between clenched teeth. "I told you, I'm going down to let the front desk know I'm expecting a package tomorrow," I whispered back with a plastered-on smile since all eyes were on me. I lied, and he knew it. He wasn't going to call me out on it, and I knew that, too. We were at an impasse. He kept hold of my arm, desperation in his eyes. But that was all I saw, and it wasn't enough to make me stay. I tugged my arm away and walked to the door. After pushing my feet down into my boots, I grabbed my jacket, hoping no one would question why I needed it. As soon as my hand grabbed the doorknob, Quinn's voice stopped me.
"Addie. Her friends call her Addie."
Stopped in my tracks, I felt paralyzed. Unable to turn around, I closed my eyes and just listened with my heart lodged in my throat.
"She's an amazing vegan chef. She has her own restaurant, the Sage Leaf Cafe. She's caring and nurturing. She's smarter than everyone in this room combined. I love that some days she smells like rosemary and basil, and other days she's a sweet mix of mango and coconut. The purr of pleasure that escapes her when she's eating chocolate brings me to my knees. When she smiles, it lights up the room. Her eyes are the most mesmerizing depths of blue, and I could spend eternity lost in them. She's beautiful, delightful, elegant, exquisite, charming, divine, captivating, gorgeous, stunning, bewitching, admirable, and a million other inadequate words. Her heart is pure and honest, and I know lying to everyone today is killing her. She's in New York to see me, to be with me, and I don't know why, because I don't deserve her. There's an injured soul inside of that beautiful body, and it rips my fucking heart out to see that I have caused her further pain. And if she walks out that door, I won't be able to breathe."
The silence was deafening. Even Ethan and Ellen were captivated by Quinn. Tears flooded my eyes, and I fought the urge to blink. It was painfully overwhelming. My body's awareness of him had become my sixth sense. I knew he was close, even without warning or confirmation from any of my other senses. His hand ghosted along my waist until he stood in front of me. I stared at his feet, keeping my eyes wide while rapidly trying to blink back the tears. Then, his forehead found mine, and just like that, I was his.
"I hate you," I sobbed. "I know, baby. I hate me right now, too," he whispered.
It was as though everyone else in the room disappeared. Quinn swept me up in his arms, and I hugged him and cried into his chest. He carried me upstairs and into his room. It was the first time I had been in his room. He set me down on the end of his bed, kneeling on the floor at my feet.
"I epically fucked up. Just don't leave, please. I have to go see my family out. Then I'll be back up and I'll do whatever it takes for as long as it takes to make us right."
He kissed away my fallen tears before leaving. I was surprised when Quinn came back upstairs only about 15 minutes later. He was carrying my suitcase and handbag that I had left outside of the door. I hadn't moved from the end of his bed, but he chose to give me space by taking a seat in the chair near the windows. "Is your family gone already?" I asked in a gentle voice.
"Everyone except my mother. She's putting the food away, and then she'll let herself out."
He sounded tired. There was an extended period of silence with neither one of us searching for eye contact. Quinn's willingness in the past to answer my questions, even if it hurt me, was commendable, but I wasn't in the mood to drag information out of him. "I'm not going to ask you anything. I don't have it left in me. So if you think you can make it right, then now's the time. Otherwise, I'm leaving." As much as it hurt, I forced myself to look at him, even though he still didn't look at me. He rubbed his hands over his face.
"I didn't lie to you. I was scheduled to go to Spain for the week, but then I got a call from my attorney at the last minute and had to cancel my trip."
He paused for a moment, maybe trying to piece together his thoughts.
"My father left behind a shitstorm of a mess for his family to clean up. He had some business issues that got him into trouble over the last 10 years, and when he died, they fell into our laps, or more accurately, mine, since I took over most of his business dealings. My attorney needed to question my mother, brother, and sister too, so we changed our plans and they came here for Christmas instead."
He briefly met my eyes before he looked back down at his feet. The elephant in the room had yet to be addressed, and for me, it was the deal-breaker. I heard the sound of his front door closing, and I assumed it was his mom leaving. He must have been waiting for that moment before diving into the subject that could have ultimately sent me running for the hills.
"When plans changed to stay in New York, my sister insisted I invite Olivia to dinner since she wasn't going back home for Christmas. I met Olivia at a fashion show 2 years ago, and she and Alexis became good friends. It was just dinner, so with all the other drama my family has been going through, I didn't want to deal with the Olivia situation too."
I waited to see if he would elaborate, but he didn't. Not good enough. I grabbed my suitcase and handbag and headed to the stairs.
"Stop. I'm not finished."
I dropped my bags but didn't turn around.
"Olivia and I have never been together for longer than 6 weeks, at a time. I omitted that detail on our first date because it's become a defense mechanism for me. Women want to know they will be more than a one-night stand, and I want them to know it will be a short relationship. Olivia isn't a gold digger. She has her own money. She likes to be showered with gifts just because she thinks she deserves it, not because she can't afford them herself."
I thought he was done, but as I started to move, he continued.
"She's convenient for the random date and unattached sex. Her modeling career comes first, so there is never any pressure to give her a long-term commitment, which has made it easy for her to overlook my indiscretions. My sister's relationship with her has kept our on-again, off-again relationship going longer than it would have had they not been friends. But you must know, I don't have to be with her."
What? I wanted to storm out of there so fast it would singe his eyebrows, but I knew he would try to stop me. Exhausted, I didn't have the energy to put up a fight. "I'm going to lie down for a while. Alone." I left my luggage at the top of the stairs and went into the guest bedroom. Quinn didn't follow me. He gave me the space I needed. A few minutes later, I heard the front door shut again. I hopped up and took my bags downstairs. Finding some paper and a pen, I left Quinn with the words I couldn't say, the words he didn't want to hear. "Quinn, I need time to think, and you do too. I believe we may have been the perfect couple in another life. I can't keep asking you to give me more than I can give you. I don't know if I will ever—" The door opened, and I jumped, dropping the pen on the ground. Quinn looked down at my bags by the door, and then at the piece of paper in front of me.
"What are you doing?"
he asked with his eyes fixed on mine. "Nothing." I folded the paper and clenched it in my hand.
"What's that?"
His eyes fell to my hand. I didn't answer. He walked over to me and grabbed my hand, but I tried to pull it away. "Stop!" I yelled, but he ignored me and pried the paper out of my hand, then unfolded it.
"You're leaving?"
Silence.
"What was the rest going to say? You don't know if you'll ever what?"
Silence. He slammed his hand holding the paper down on the counter.
"Tell me."
I flinched. He looked monstrous, and it scared me. It was a side to Quinn I had never seen, and I wondered how far his anger would take him. I eased past him, praying he wouldn't reach me. Quickly grabbing my boots, I nervously fumbled to get them on.
"Fine, Addie. Leave. That's just great. Good riddance. Merry fucking Christmas to you too."
He wadded up the paper and threw it aside, then went upstairs, not once looking back. It was too late to get a flight out, so I got a room for the night and flew back to Milwaukee the next morning. I hadn't shed a single tear since I'd left Quinn's. I cleaned my loft, scrubbed the cafe from top to bottom, walked dogs at the local shelter, and volunteered at the soup kitchen to pass time until Mac and Evan came back 2 days before New Year's. Having texted Mac with the highlights of my one-day trip to New York, she was very worried about me and thought about returning early, but I had insisted she stay. When they returned home from Chicago, we had dinner at their house. As soon as we were done eating, Mac kicked Evan downstairs to watch TV while we discussed my pathetic life. "He hates me, Mac." "I think just the opposite. I think he loves you." Her face wrinkled as if she was afraid of my reaction. "You're crazy," I laughed. I wonder if he's ever told Olivia that hurting her rips his fucking heart out, or that if she left him, he wouldn't be able to breathe, or my personal favorite, that he would lay the fucking world at her feet if she just asked. He's a finance guy, Addie, not a Hollywood actor. You can't just make that shit up on a whim unless it's coming from your heart. Where was his heart when he refused to tell his family about us? Where was his heart when he allowed Olivia to grope him right in front of me? Where was his heart when he said he didn't have to be with her? I don't have to eat chocolate, but I sure do want it. Did you ask him? No. Addie, what? Mac moved to sit with me on the sofa, and she wrapped one arm around me, pulling me closer. Do you want to be with him? Her voice was tender and compassionate. Mac loved me and had endured so much to be my friend. I felt guilty for not finding happiness in my life because she needed it for me almost as much as I did. Yes. My voice broke. But I don't know how, I sobbed. Everything that had built inside me since leaving Quinn's came out. Oh, sweetie, one day at a time. Be with him one day at a time. She rocked me in her arms. When I shed my last tear, she handed me a tissue and I blotted my red, swollen eyes. I'm not who he thinks I am. You're exactly who he thinks you are. Your past is horrific, unimaginable, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but don't let it define you. It was part of your journey, but it's not your future. I can't tell him. He deserves to know, but I just can't. Then don't. It only affects him if you let it affect you. What if he finds out, like what happened with Brent? Brent doesn't know everything. He knew Malcolm. Addie, don't buy trouble. If it comes out, then it comes out. If Quinn cares about you the way I think he does, then it won't matter. God, I hope you're right. You're the best, you know? I gave her one last big hug before leaving. I know, she teased. Chapter 13. We are not rich by what we possess, but by what we can do without. Immanuel Kant. It was an insane idea, but Mac talked me into flying back to New York for New Year's Eve and surprising Quinn. It was a bold move on my part. The last time I tried to surprise Quinn, it didn't end so well. I mentally prepared myself for the possibility that he wouldn't be alone when I arrived. Ready to fight for him, I wasn't opposed to kicking Olivia or any other hussy to the curb. There was also the possibility that he would kick me to the curb. My flight arrived mid-afternoon with light snow, but luckily no delays. I was eager to catch Quinn before he left for any possible New Year's Eve parties. I couldn't imagine him staying home alone on such a night. As luck would have it, the doorman recognized me and let me in the elevator without announcing my arrival. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach as I neared his door. Pausing for a moment, I took a deep breath. Deep breath. I am peaceful. I am strong. I knocked on the door. No answer. Then I tried the key that I hadn't given back before I left. The door unlocked, and his security system beeped. Hurrying to type in the code, my hands shook. After my second attempt and sweat beading along my brow, the light switched to green. The silence haunted me. He wasn't home. The breath of hope deflated from my lungs. I wanted to surprise him, but Plan B was to text or call if he wasn't home. Not ready for Plan B, I freshened up in the bathroom and lounged on his couch, staring out the window. I messed with my phone, checking Facebook, emails, and a missed call from Mac. I even read some of a book I downloaded onto my phone. Before I knew it, it was after 5 o'clock. Doubt crept in, stealing any certainty that I would see Quinn. Swirling emotions threatened to flood my eyes, but I fought them back. It wasn't how I planned it. I didn't want to do this over the phone. I had to look in his eyes. My courage was compromised, and my confidence faded. Could I handle seeing him come through the door in the early morning hours draped in another woman? Having nothing to lose by that point, I texted him. Me. Where are you? I waited. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a half hour. My heart sank. I knew he would have had his phone with him, but the realization hit me that he just didn't want to talk to me. I'd flown to New York and gotten my answer. He was done with me. A silent goodbye. My next step was the daunting task of finding a hotel room on the most crowded night of the year in New York City. I pulled on my boots, and just as I was buttoning my jacket, my phone chimed. Quinn. I'm sitting outside my door. What? I opened the door, and sure enough, there he was, sitting on the ground against the wall in faded blue jeans and a white thermal shirt, with a white ball cap. I hardly recognized him, he looked so young. It felt like someone just breathed life into me again. What are you doing? I hesitantly asked. Waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting to see if the beautiful angel I saw walk into the lobby earlier was really here, or just my imagination. I was afraid to open the door and not have her be there. I squatted in front of him, placing my hands on his, over his bent knees. Well, I don't know if that beautiful angel is here, but I am. He spread his knees, and I knelt between his legs, this time cradling his face in my hands and leaning my forehead against his. I have another proposition for you. Anything. He lifted my hips and extended his legs out flat, then set me back down so I was straddling him. His arms wrapped around my waist, and mine around his neck. You don't even know what I'm going to say yet. Doesn't matter. If you're here, then my answer is yes. My emotions overflowed. Quinn made me feel wanted, needed, desired. And even if he hadn't said the words yet, maybe even loved. Maybe we could discuss this inside, I suggested. First things first. He turned his hat around with the bill to his back and closed the small gap between us. He kissed my top lip, then my bottom lip, before I pulled his head into me, deepening our kiss, our tongues reuniting and exploring familiar territory again. God, I missed you, he mumbled against my lips. Was my response, not wanting to leave his lips. After several minutes of making out like teenagers in the hallway, He lumbered to his feet, holding me in my signature monkey position, and walked us into his condo, his mouth never leaving mine. He collapsed on the couch as his free hands worked the buttons of my coat until he could shrug it off me. I felt his hardness beneath me as his mouth became more urgent, moving down my neck. "Quinn, we should talk first." My voice lacked conviction, but he stopped anyway.
"Make it quick," he said in a ragged breath.
A smirk plastered to his face as he wiggled under me, adjusting himself. I had rehearsed my speech 1,000 times over the previous 24 hours, and it was uncharacteristic, virtually impossible, for me to forget something, but being there with Quinn, my mind went blank. I had to search for new words, and hoped I would piece them together well enough to make sense. "Do you think we can be together without our pasts?"
"You mean Olivia?"
He narrowed his eyes. "Yes. No, I mean, geez, I thought this would be easier. It sounded so good in my head."
"I'm not with Olivia. I told you that nothing you tell me about your past will change the way I feel about you."
He held me closely in a comforting embrace. I rested my head on his shoulder, my nose to his neck, and I breathed him in. "I know. I do. It's not that. I'm not trying to hide anything from you. My past is tragic, and sharing it with you would be like reliving it. I can't do it. Not now. Maybe never." He kissed the top of my head and stroked my hair.
"Baby, if you can let go of your past, then I don't need to know about it. But I hope someday I can look into your beautiful eyes and see past all your pain."
Pressing my lips to his strong jaw, I combed my fingers through the hair at the nape of his neck. "Me too."
"Baby?"
"Mm-hmm." I mumbled as my lips and tongue tasted every inch of his neck.
"You should move to New York."
"Whoa." I bolted up straight, eyes wide. "I can't move to New York."
"Why not? You told my family you were thinking of moving here."
He smirked. "I'm glad you can find the humor in that. What's in New York that I can't have in Milwaukee or even Chicago?" I threw back without thinking.
"Me."
He grinned, and so did I, because his beautiful smile was unavoidably contagious.
"You could open another Sage Leaf Cafe here in Manhattan. Hell, you could open a chain of them."
I didn't open my cafe to make money. I opened it because I wanted to share what I love with others. One cafe is personal. A chain of them is not. It's not that I'm opposed to having more cafes like mine open up. It would be a good thing to have healthy food options more readily available. But Mac handles the business part of our business, and I don't see her rushing to expand anytime soon.
"Then let me help you expand. I don't know if you've noticed, but inside this ruggedly handsome head of mine is a brilliant mind for business. You wouldn't have to deal with banks or worry about startup capital because I would give you all the financial backing you would need."
I don't need your money.
"Need? Or do you just not want my help or money? Your feminist attitude is admirable. I get it, but..."
"Wait, I don't have a feminist attitude. This may be hard for you to wrap your money-driven brain around, but I don't want or need your money. If I wanted to start a chain of cafes, I would, and maybe someday I will. If or when that day comes, I have plenty of financial backing. However, right now, I'm just trying to live in the moment and squeeze every bit of happiness I can out of it. I lost my purpose a long time ago, or at least I thought I did. But maybe it's not about the right time or moment to find a new purpose. Maybe it's about finding purpose in every moment." He squeezed my legs as I sat astride him. The look on his face was complete adoration.
"You fucking amaze me. You know that, right?"
"That's why you love." Quinn raised his eyebrows as I fumbled for a recovery. He'd poured his heart out to me on more than one occasion, but in all his words of admiration, passion, and desperation, never once did he use the word love. That's not what I meant. My gallant knight rescued me by putting us back on the road we were on before I detoured into no man's land.
So then come to New York and get a teaching job at the Culinary Institute, or use your degree, or get a janitor's job at Juilliard and do the Goodwill Hunting thing by leaving anonymous masterpiece compositions on the chalkboard.
I punched him in the gut, laughing at his ridiculous ideas. You're a dork. You know that, right? He didn't even flinch when I hit him.
Your IQ is probably 180 or higher, and dork is the best you've got.
I gave him a slow kiss. What can I say? I'm an idiot. Stupid, dumb, thick, deficient, simple-minded, dopey, witless, stolid, moronic, brainless, and cretinous when I'm around you.
Okay, Merriam-Webster.
He dipped his tongue in my mouth and cupped my breasts, and I knew we were done talking. His erection came back to full attention. I reached between us and rubbed him over his jeans. Pulling away, he removed his shirt in one easy motion. I reciprocated. Then he paused, taking in my new black lace demi-cup bra. He wet his bottom lip, then sucked it into his mouth. One look. The guy gave me one look, and I was gone. I reached both arms around to unhook my bra, but he grabbed my arms and shook his head.
Leave it on.
He traced his fingers over the swells of my breasts, then his eyes lifted to mine with a naughty, boyish grin. Sitting there with his hat on backwards, shirt off, and faded jeans, he looked young and playful. You're right. We should leave it on. I'm not sure you deserve to get past second base tonight. He flipped me on my back and pushed his hips into mine. The hardness straining at his zipper rubbed between my legs. My hips reached to meet his. He'd taken me in almost every way possible, but being with him on the couch, half-dressed and grinding into each other like two teenagers dry-humping, was raw and sensual. We hadn't been intimate for a while, so taking it slow and letting our desire build was intensely gratifying. He kissed his way up my neck, then paused, looking deep into my eyes.
Sin ti, no puedo respirar. Te necesito en mi vida.
Without you, I cannot breathe. I need you in my life. He smoothed back a few errant hairs from my face and kissed both of my cheeks.
Tú eres mi luz en oscuridad. Tú eres la mujer más bella que he visto.
You are my light in the dark. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen.
Te amo.
I love you. My emotions caught in my throat. He seduced me with his words. When they melted off his tongue, it felt like he was serenading me with a song. They were a whisper, a confession, a promise. He eased off the couch and lifted me up, cradling me in his arms. I fought back the tears as he carried me upstairs and laid me on his bed. He pulled off my pants, then stood at the end of his bed looking at me. His eyes shone with adoration, appreciation, and yes, love. He slowly removed his pants and briefs, then looked at his bedside table. Don't, I whispered. You don't need it. He nodded in trust before crawling over me and removing my bra. I thought you wanted it left on.
Quiero hacerte el amor.
He breathed into my bare chest, reverently kissing both of my breasts before sliding off my panties. The moment was beautiful and seductive. He opened up to me, yet hid behind a language he assumed I didn't speak. Fear held our emotions hostage. We both wanted to say the words we'd already physically expressed. They were just words, but saying them somehow nurtured small insecurities in our souls. It was my turn to rescue him. I wanted him to know the feelings were mutual. I needed him to know before a physical connection blurred our emotions. He kissed his way up my legs, pausing at my sex. When his tongue parted my folds, my body melted into his mouth. Quinn. I grabbed his hair and pulled his head, aching for him to be inside me, But I wanted this to be slow and more emotional than physical. He followed my lead and continued to move up my body. He kissed my neck and my earlobe. It was time to let him know. Quiero hacer el amor contigo también, I whispered. He went still, his face resting at my neck, and it was in that moment my instincts were validated. He thought his confessions were hidden in a woven tapestry of language. He lifted his head, searching my eyes, and translated my words as if his mind hadn't yet absorbed their implications.
I want to make love to you too.
I nodded before the tears escaped. Bearing all, I was completely exposed to him. Body, mind, and soul. He kissed away my tears while one hand slid under my knee, pulling my leg up as he eased into me. A soft moan escaped my mouth as he filled me. He kissed me deeply and passionately as his hips found a slow rhythm. We took our time, letting our hands explore each other's body, like we hadn't done it so many times before. It felt familiar and new at the same time. Our bodies iterating our verbal confessions. We made love, and in that moment, I was exclusively Quinn's. Not one part of me was held hostage by my past. I wasn't the pretty girl feeling inferior to the godlike man. Together, we were one, and we were beautiful.
God, I love you so much, Addie.
His voice was urgent as his release approached. He reached between us and massaged my clit.
Let go with me, my beautiful.
God, I love what you do to me, I breathed, orgasming around him as his warm release filled me. Our movements gradually faded, like the ending of a song. He rolled to his side, hugging me in close and kissing my forehead.
Well, well, my beautiful girl speaks Spanish. I suppose it was an insult to your extreme intelligence to think you didn't speak another language.
I laughed in between kisses to his chest. 5, my Latin lover. I speak 5 other languages fluently. He pushed me back so he could look into my eyes.
Are you shitting me?
I shook my head, biting my lips together as I shrugged.
What other languages?
He looked at me wide-eyed with his mouth agape. Spanish, French, Arabic, Mandarin, and Hindi.
Hindi?
He furrowed his brows. Yes, I spent several months in India. He pulled me back into him. Huh. Surprised? I smiled, inhaling his intoxicating scent with my nose nuzzled into his chest.
I guess I assumed someone who could have gone to any college she wanted and yet chose to stay close to home probably didn't even have a passport.
Oh, I'm full of surprises, Mr. Cohen. He scooted down until he was even with my breasts. Then he cupped and kneaded them before flicking his tongue over my nipples.
That you are, and he's so fucking sexy.
He wrapped his arms around me and continued his oral assault on my breasts.
Now that we've established that you are mine, I'm going to claim every inch of your body. There's not going to be any part of you where I haven't left my mark.
We spent the next 2 hours claiming each other in every possible way. We spooned, and Quinn continued to whisper words of love in my ear. I opened my eyes and looked at the clock. It read 12:01 a.m. Happy New Year, I spoke with a trace of excitement in my voice. He lifted his head to see over mine.
Happy New Year to you too, my beautiful.
I turned my head back toward his and we kissed, bringing in our new year together. I woke on New Year's Day in my favorite place, in bed, wrapped in Quinn. The night before replayed in my mind so many times. I wondered if in the light of day everything would change. His grip around my waist tightened, letting me know he was awake. I rolled to face him.
Morning, beautiful.
He nuzzled into my neck. Good morning. I love waking up wrapped in you. I ran my hands down his chest.
How long are you staying?
He asked, as he unabashedly lifted the sheet to gaze at my naked body. I rolled my eyes, trying to ignore his horny teenager antics. Good question. I hadn't thought that far ahead. How long will you have me? He smiled bigger than I had ever seen him smile before.
Not a day past. Forever. I can have all your belongings here tomorrow.
What if I have all your belongings in Milwaukee by tomorrow? I chided back.
Not possible.
And why not? I gave him a single raised eyebrow.
Well, for one, your resources are not as good as mine, and for two, my stuff would not fit in your loft, and for three, I can't leave New York.
I chewed on the inside of my cheek, thinking my response through. I see. Well, for one, I guarantee my resources are just as good as yours, if not better, and two, the reason all your stuff would not fit into my loft is because your overindulgent life has allowed you to acquire way too many unnecessary possessions, and three, you could leave New York. You just don't want to. Quinn pulled me in for a long kiss before resting his forehead on mine.
I'm tempted to say yes just to check out your resources, but I'm not going to because negotiating with your feisty little ass gets me hard.
He palmed my butt and pulled me into his waiting erection. Then his tone went from playful to sober as he met my eyes.
But Addie, at the end of the day and every day forward, you need to know there is nothing I wouldn't give up for you.
I'm free falling off the cliff, and all I can do is trust Quinn to catch me. Please catch me. Oh, I bet you say that to all the girls. I wanted to fall. I really did. But every word felt like my stomach lodging further in my throat. I couldn't breathe. Quinn literally took my breath away.
Don't. I hate that you don't see how incredibly amazing you are. I've never said that to anyone else. The truth is, there is very little I would even consider giving up for any other woman. You're only the fourth woman I've ever loved.
And just like that, he popped my balloon. It ranked up there with, I enjoy beautiful women. I looked away, trying to hide the pain in my eyes, but he pulled my chin forward, forcing our eyes to meet again. Then he smiled.
The first is my mother, the second is my sister, and the third is my niece.
I blinked away the impending tears and shoved him in the chest. You shit. He laughed.
Sorry, baby. I know that was mean. God, I love you.
I bit his lower lip. Hard.
Ouch. What was that for?
Just a reminder to watch your smart mouth if you know what's good for you. He flipped the sheet up over his head and wiggled his body down mine, nestling between my legs with his head positioned at my sacs. Then he grabbed my thighs and spread my legs out wide. His tongue swept through my slit and my hips jerked off the bed.
Baby, I'm pretty sure I know what's good for me.
I once had a conversation with Mac about the male characters in romance novels that had endless stamina. They required virtually no recovery time and defined the images of endurance and vitality. That was Quinn. If I was a musical prodigy, as Mac referred to me, then Quinn was the ultimate sex prodigy. He spent the morning showing me all of his talents.
Since you mentioned insanity, I'm curious about this unprotected sex we've been having. It's been great, but I'm wondering if you're going to be showing me a stick you've peed on?
No. I have a copper IUD now. I don't want to leave it in for years, but right now I like the spontaneity it provides.
Agreed.
He interlaced our fingers.
I'd ask more questions about the copper IUD, but I know I'd be lost in the first few words, so I'll just trust you on the matter.
Yeah, well, as I said, don't get used to it. You're the only foreign body I like in mine, so the IUD won't be staying long. After a quick kiss, he sat up and walked his delicious nakedness to the bathroom.
Listen, beautiful, I'm going to see my mother and brother today before they go back to Spain. Make yourself at home while I'm gone, and we'll go out later and make up for missing the excitement of New Year's Eve in New York City."
I stayed in bed, half covered in tousled sheets, as he showered. Dumbfounded. It wasn't the most eloquent word, but if one word described me in that moment, that was it. Oh, how I fell so quickly from cloud 9. Quinn confessed his feelings for me at Christmas in front of his family, and then just 12 hours earlier, he declared his love to me. So why did I feel like the dirty little secret he was leaving behind? Before Quinn finished his shower, I slipped on one of his t-shirts and went downstairs for some hot tea. I didn't want to overreact after such an amazing night. Unquestionably, the logistics of being together had to be ironed out. But keeping me from his family hurt. A few minutes later, he came downstairs wearing dark jeans and a gray V-neck sweater with his hair a perfect mess, but dry. Did he use a hairdryer? The thought made me smile.
"What are you smiling about?"
he asked as he pulled me away from the counter into a hug. I held my arm out so my tea didn't spill on him. I was picturing you with a hairdryer styling that sexy mop of yours."
"Mop?"
"Sexy mop." I stretched up on my toes to give him a quick kiss. "Can I make you some breakfast?"
As great as that sounds, I can't. I'm meeting my family for an early lunch at Masa. Do you want me to bring you something?"
Deep breath. I am peaceful. I am strong. No, the thought of eating one meal that costs as much as it does to feed a family of 4 for 2 weeks spoils my appetite.
"Jesus, Eddie, not this again."
He released me and grabbed a water from the refrigerator.
"If you had a fraction of the money I do, you wouldn't suffer from such guilt-ridden sentiment indulging once in a while. It's not like I don't make plenty of charitable contributions."
He had no fucking clue, but I wasn't ready to enlighten him on the matter. Yet. After taking a long swig, he set his water on the counter and cradled my face in his hands.
"I don't want to argue with you. If it will make you feel better, we'll feed some homeless people or make some donations later. Whatever you want, okay?"
"Whatever I want?" I asked for clarification.
"Yes, whatever you want. Now, I have to run, babe, okay?"
He pressed his lips to my forehead and headed to the door, grabbing his coat on the way out. My teeth dug into my tongue, but my ego won anyway. "Tell your lovely family hi for me, and maybe next time they're in town we can visit more." Quinn's back was to me, but I could see his whole body flinch. I headed to the stairs, contemplating the gamble that would be my next statement. "Oh, and make sure Olivia knows if she so much as breathes in your direction, I will break her skinny-ass twig of a body. Okay?" Halfway up the stairs, I paused when he spoke.
"Why would you think Olivia will be there?"
His question was slow and cautious, but my answer was quick and forthright. "Because you didn't invite me." He sighed.
"It's complicated, Addie."
I turned to glare at him so he would know my next words were serious and non-negotiable. "Well, you have approximately 3 hours to uncomplicate things." Not waiting for a response, I continued to his bedroom. Rarely do people want to be wrong, but I did. I wanted Quinn to tell me Olivia wasn't going to be at lunch. I wanted him to feel like an ass for not inviting me and extend a last-minute invitation, which I would have declined. But that wasn't the point. I needed him to show me love beyond the bedroom. Alexis was family, and I admired Quinn's loyalty. However, Olivia was quite simply a complete bitch who didn't deserve 1 minute of his time. He told me there wasn't anything he wouldn't give up to be with me. Whether he liked it or not, the time had come for him to ante up. I spent the next 3 hours going through Quinn's stuff to carry out my plan. I didn't pick out the most expensive things. I saved those for later. But I chose the items that were most repulsive to me. Quinn was later than I expected. Sprawled on the couch and armed with my favorite distraction, a good book, I waited for the inevitable. Quinn didn't disappoint. He stormed through the door.
What the hell is going on?
Man, I loved to poke the bear. Why? Just for fun. My eyes glued to my book. My words were soft and steady. I'm not sure yet. I'm just on the second chapter.
I'm not talking about your fucking book. I'm talking about the silent auction in the lobby of my stuff.
Oh, that? I know. PETA would have a field day with that horrific junk.
Junk? My $38,000 Testoni alligator skin shoes are not junk. Neither is my $47,000 Mont Blanc alligator skin briefcase. And the trophy zebra skin rug? Do you have any idea how much of my money is sitting in the lobby being ogled by the other residents?
He looked just seconds from self-combustion. Clenched fists, narrowed eyes, and fire flaring from his nostrils. Almost. I set my book down and strolled into the kitchen to grab a banana. Well, we'll know by 10 o'clock tonight how much your stuff is worth. That's when the silent auction ends. I can't wait to see the warm, fuzzy feeling you're going to have in the morning when we donate all the money to the African Wildlife Foundation. He paced back and forth like a caged animal, but I didn't let it faze me.
Why are you doing this?
His voice was still strained, but he managed to take the volume down a few notches.
Because you said I could,
I mumbled through a mouthful of banana.
And when exactly did I say that?
Both of his hands were on his hips, chest puffed out. Before you left for lunch, you said, we'll feed some homeless people or make some donations. Whatever you want. I said, whatever I want? And you said, yes. What?
I know what I said. I don't need to repeat it back verbatim. That's not what I meant. God, you're so fucking frustrating.
He raked both hands through his hair. Did you get everything straightened out at lunch? It was my turn to glare at him with my hands on my hips.
What? We're not...
He sighed, an exasperated breath.
That's not what we're talking about right now.
It is now. I'm done watching your tantrum over a bunch of overpriced shit that was made from killing innocent animals.
If I didn't buy it, someone else was going to. I don't understand what the big deal is.
The big deal is the simple concept of supply and demand. If there is not a demand for something, then there wouldn't be a need to kill these animals to supply non-existent demand. It's about being part of the solution, not part of the problem. Be the change, Quinn. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Are you familiar with Gandhi? Now, what happened at lunch? He walked away, stopping at his massive windows. His silence answered my question. He didn't have the balls to say to his family what had to be said, and that was the only answer I needed. I marched upstairs and threw my stuff back into my suitcase. My back was to the door, but my Quinn sense detected him looking at me.
What are you doing?
His voice was softer. I'm going home until you're ready to do more than say you love me.
You didn't even let me tell you about lunch.
I turned around, but didn't make any advance toward him. Then tell me.
I texted Olivia and told her not to come to Masa. I had to practically tie my sister to her chair to keep her from storming out when she found out what I did.
I was stupefied, and way beyond speechless. He moved closer to me until he was so close I had to strain my neck to look up at his face. He brushed his knuckles over my cheek.
That's all I'm going to tell you. And I know it's a huge leap of faith I'm asking you to take, but please trust me. I made things right with my family where you are concerned. Okay?
I nodded. He bent down and kissed me, slow at first, but it became more intense and urgent. I dropped the clothes I had clenched in my hands as he pushed me back onto his bed. His hands moved up my shirt, cupping my breasts as his thumbs slipped under my bra, pushing over my nipples. A deep groan escaped his throat. When his length rubbed against my thigh, I broke our kiss. He moved to my neck as I tried unsuccessfully to push him back. Quinn?
Hmm?
He hummed into my neck. I've had a cup of tea and a banana today. You're going to have to feed me before this goes any further. He grabbed my wrist and placed my hands over his erection.
I think I can be accommodating to your hunger cravings.
My hands grabbed his hair and yanked it hard.
Ouch! Okay.
I'm serious. My stomach isn't filled with the parasitic breeding ground of raw fish and caviar like yours. I'm starving, and you're going to take me to dinner and feed me a sensibly priced meal.
Parasitic breeding ground. You'd make one hell of a food critic, Eddie.
I laughed, thinking about how proud Mac would have been of me. Her unfiltered mouth had rubbed off on me over the years. Don't act all offended. You know you love my honesty.
I love you, my beautiful. As for your honesty, that's yet to be determined.
He kissed the tip of my nose before crawling off me. He grabbed my hand and pulled me off the bed.
Let's feed you. I think the Golden Arches might have something in your socially responsible budget.
We went to a quaint little cafe that reminded me of my own. Sitting at a table in the corner, we enjoyed casual conversation over exceptionally good food.
Favorite food? Quinn asked.
Not a fair question.
Okay. Favorite fruit?
Still too hard, but I'd say a tie between figs and avocados. You?
Abakashi.
Yum, pineapple. I love it too.
Now you're just being mean.
He shook his head. What?
When I say abakashi, most normal people would say, what? But not you. You act like people use pineapple and abakashi as interchangeably as sweet potato and yam.
Well, actually,
don't.
He tried to be serious, but a chuckle escaped him.
Don't give me the speech on the botanical differences between sweet potatoes and yams. Do you have a weak subject?
I wrinkled my nose and rolled my eyes to the side. Sports. Well, at least traditional ones. I don't follow baseball, football, basketball, etc. Quinn smiled as if finding my weakness was a small victory for him.
What's your favorite sport? We should play together sometime. I love physical activity.
Oh, don't you worry. We will. I gave him a cheeky grin. Okay, my turn. Favorite book?
The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Waddle.
He smirked.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
Ah, geez.
The original guide to manifesting wealth through the secret law of attraction. No man can rise to his greatest possible height and talent of soul development unless he has plenty of money.
Words to live by, don't you think?
I couldn't control my laughter. My words to live by are not even close to those. I'd love to know the version of Quentin Cohen, blue-collar worker living paycheck to paycheck.
Is my money a turn-off for you?
His question was almost one of shock. No, not your money, your attitude toward it. I stopped short to carefully piece together my next question. Would you give it up? He looked a little nervous.
You mean hypothetically, right? Sure. I made it once. I could make it all again.
That's not what I meant. Would you live on, say, 50 grand or less a year in exchange for being with the one you love? Would you live with little or no health insurance? Would you clip coupons to make ends meet? Would you take public transportation because you couldn't afford a car and the upkeep on it? Would you shop garage sales and discount stores for clothing? Would you plant a garden to save money on food?
This is ridiculous. I don't even know why you're asking me all of this. It's not realistic. Not in this life.
I paused a moment, picking at my food with my fork. I would give it up for you. I would choose you with nothing, then everything without you. My demeanor was cutthroat serious. I meant what I said. I wasn't sure why Quinn had come into my life, but something in some undefinable place within me knew we needed each other. He reached for my hand on the table and squeezed it.
I don't deserve you.
Smiling, I looked up at him. You're probably right. I stayed 2 more weeks in New York with Quinn. We saw more Broadway shows, settling for the cheaper seats. Quinn called it slumming, but his willingness to appease me was endearing. We tried all the vegan-friendly restaurants and shopped Whole Foods for the meals I made at his place. I shared my opinion on grocery prices, and the financial geek in Quinn considered the possibilities both from a business standpoint and an ethical one, which was great progress for our night at the cafe. We ice skated, visited museums, art galleries, and served food at the local homeless shelter. Quinn was like a little kid with money burning a hole in his pocket. He wanted to lavish me with gifts, but I only allowed him to pay for a spa day that we both enjoyed together and a few Bikram yoga classes. Quinn in workout clothes, showcasing his muscles in various yoga poses, had me drooling on my mat. After the first class, we only made it as far as the bathroom, where we locked the door, and he took me from behind at the sink while we watched each other in the mirror. The sex was always incredible. It didn't matter if we slowly made love first thing in the morning or fucked like bunnies in a public restroom. Our mutually insatiable desires just grew stronger. He spent time working out of his home office for several hours each afternoon while I read, caught up on emails, and checked in on Jake. I knew Quinn hadn't achieved his level of success by working a few hours a day. He made time for me, and it meant a lot, but I knew it couldn't last forever. We fell into a comfortable routine, but our time had come to an end. He had meetings and a few business trips that could no longer be delayed, and I needed to get back to my cafe and relieve my hardworking employees and business partner. The drive to the airport was quiet. We hadn't had any further discussion on the future of our relationship, and neither one of us was ready to pack up and move to make it work.
I'm going to be in Chicago on business in a few weeks. Maybe I'll drive up to see you and check in on my hotel.
I gave a forced smile. I'd love that. If I'm lucky, you might get snowed in while you're visiting, and I can keep you a little longer. He leaned over and kissed me while we pulled up to the terminal.
I love my greedy girl.
I love you. My eyes started to tear up, so I quickly opened the door. He grabbed my hand.
Look at me,
he demanded. I shook my head, looking down as I tried to will away my tears. He tilted my chin up with his index finger, and the floodgates broke.
Oh, baby. No, don't cry.
He kissed my trails of tears and wiped my cheeks with his thumbs.
I hate goodbyes,
I sobbed.
Never goodbye, my beautiful. You know that. I'll do whatever it takes to be with you, okay?
I sniffled and nodded as he handed me a handkerchief from the inside pocket of his suit.
See you soon.
He gave me one last deep kiss. You'd better, I smiled back at him as I exited the car. Chapter 14. I want to be your favorite hello and hardest goodbye. Unknown. Mac was ecstatic when she picked me up at the airport. It was a déjà vu moment when she nearly tackled me in the middle of the airport. As much as I loved being with Quinn, I missed Mac so much it often felt like a piece of me was in Milwaukee waiting to be reunited and made whole again. The ride home was nonstop questions. So, you've declared your love for each other, but no plans have been made to be together? Correct. And you're okay with this? I don't have a choice right now. Adler Sage, you know that's not true. You could pack up and move tomorrow, so what's the real reason? So could he, but he's not throwing his stuff in boxes yet either. What is this, some Western movie standoff between you two? You just said you told him you would give up everything to be with him. What are you waiting for? I would, but I have to be certain that I'm not giving up everything to move in with some guy who doesn't share my commitment. If he called me tonight and said he was moving to Milwaukee, I would have my stuff in New York before I hung up the phone. I just want confirmation that what we have is real, no matter where we live or what we have. This sounds like the makings of a tragic love story, except for the sex. Holy cow, I can't see you screwing in a public bathroom. I didn't think you had it in you. You and me both. Quinn brings out a part of me I never knew existed. It's thrilling and intoxicating, yet frightening and reckless, too. We don't have that much in common. We are the cliché of opposites attract. I know he's helped me heal parts of my soul that I thought were permanently damaged, and I love the Quinn that I see when he isn't trying to impress me with all his money. Mac giggled. I take it that's a part of you he doesn't know about yet? I've alluded to it several times, but he hasn't taken the bait, and you know it's not something I flaunt. That's an understatement, she remarked, rolling her eyes. He's coming for a visit in a few weeks since he has some business in Chicago. Maybe by then I'll have a better idea of where we stand or where we're going. I hope so, sweetie, because limbo is miserable. I know. It's where I've been for close to 8 years, though, so what's a few more weeks? I suppose so. I unpacked as soon as I got home and started some laundry. My loft wore a nice glove of dust, so I cranked up the music and dove into cleaning. When I wiped off my computer where my phone was, I noticed 2 missed calls and a text, all from Quinn. Quinn, missing you. Lucky for me, my bed smells like you. If my housekeeper washes my sheets, I'm going to fire her. I'm going to get a blown-up print of that picture you sent me. It will get hung on the ceiling above my bed. Me. Missing you too, but my bed doesn't smell like you. Not fair. Lucky for me, I have a good memory. I plan on replaying them in my head each night while touching myself. Quinn. Holy fuck, Addie. I am so hard. Keep talking. The thoughts of you touching yourself has me halfway there. Me. Good night, babe. Quinn. Not yet. Seriously, you're killing me. New York with Quinn spoiled me. I thought being home would remind me of how much I enjoyed time to myself, but all I felt was alone. Everything was better with Quinn. All my senses were heightened. The world was a brighter place. Even my creativity was inspired. I came up with 5 new menu ideas during my time in New York. I was alive, not just living. He brought me to life, yet he had no idea. It had been weeks since I'd had any flashbacks, which was a record for me. The weather was cold, and the piles of snow were so high, the DOT ran out of places to put it. Jake was glad to have me back, but it wasn't because he needed me. He just liked to bounce ideas off me. At the end of my first week back, we had a late dinner together after the cafe closed. So I wanted to discuss the future of the cafe with you. What do you mean? It was as if he'd been oblivious to my recent time away and what it might mean. Would you be interested in taking over ownership with Mac? His brow furrowed. I don't understand. Are you wanting to sell out? No, that's not what I mean. I'm offering you the business, and Mac will help out until she and Evan move back to Chicago, which will happen if they decide to start a family or if Evan gets offered a position at Richard's law firm. Addie, I'm flattered, but I don't have that kind of money, and I don't know if I can get a loan from the bank right now. I grabbed his hand from across the table. Jake, I don't want to sell you the cafe. I want to give you the cafe. Shaking his head, he narrowed his eyes. Was it just the lighting, or did he truly have tears in his eyes? Seeing this tattooed, muscular man crying would have caused me to lose it too. Why on earth would you just give me the cafe? We have such a great following of loyal customers, and it's been a great addition to the city. I shrugged. I can't imagine closing it. I'm not going to go into all the reasons why I don't need to sell it to you. I just want you to say yes and promise to treat my little cafe with all the love and dignity she deserves. Are you moving? My lips twisted as I focused on a small scratch in the table, not knowing the answer to his question. I'm not sure yet, but maybe. I just want to have all my loose ends taken care of if I decide to leave Milwaukee. Would this have anything to do with a Latin businessman from New York? Unable to hold back the happiness I felt when I thought of Quinn, I smiled. It may. Jake stood and took my hand, pulling me to my feet. Then he embraced me.
You deserve the very best, Addie. I hope Quinn knows what a lucky guy he is. And if he hurts you, I will break him.
I laughed. You're a lot younger than me, but you sure sound like a big brother. He pulled back and slowly wet his lips. The firm look in his eyes made me a little uncomfortable.
Addie, my feelings about you are anything but brotherly.
Not good. Not good at all. Flirting was nothing new with Jake, but he had a girlfriend. I assumed it was just playful and innocent. However, the way he held me and looked at me felt intimate. He was much younger than I was and quite good-looking in his own right, which made our flirtations that much more flattering. I looked away as I pulled back. Thank you. Jake, you're a great friend, and everything you've done for me means so very much.
Anything for you, Addie.
We ironed out the details over the next couple of days while my attorney got the paperwork together to officially sign ownership over to Jake. I made plenty of excuses to spend limited time at the cafe, because the uncomfortable moment I shared with him left me a bit apprehensive. Mac was happy for me, and I think she felt an equal sense of relief knowing the cafe was in good hands. I suspected it might expedite her and Evan's decision to start a family. Quinn and I texted several times a day and talked on the phone at night. I hadn't yet told him about the cafe transition. Since I was not yet 100% sure I was moving to New York, I didn't want him to think it was a foregone conclusion. Quinn told me he would arrive around 8 in the evening on Sunday, so that morning I slept in, knowing we would be up late reacquainting. To my surprise, I woke to the warmth of a large, naked body at my back. I screamed bloody murder until a strong hand covered my mouth. My heart hammered against my chest as I kicked and flailed around trying to escape.
Shh, baby, it's just me,
Quinn whispered in my ear as he removed his hand from my mouth. I whipped around, out of breath. Oh my God, what the hell, Quinn? You scared the crap out of me. What are you doing here? He pulled me into his body and stroked the back of my head.
I wanted to surprise you.
Well, mission accomplished. How did you get in?
The door.
You need my security code to open the door. I pulled away from him, waiting for his explanation.
I watched you enter it while saying the numbers out loud the night we ate at the pier. You'd had a little too much to drink. You really should come up with something a little more secure than 5555.
It's easy to remember. I shrugged.
Do you know how ridiculous that sounds coming from you?
Not for me. It's more for Mac, Evan, and Jake.
Jake? Why does Jake have access to your loft?
He and Mac keep an eye on things while I'm gone, and I grow most of the herbs and edible flowers for the cafe up here. He nodded, keeping a stern look.
I'm not sure how I feel about Jake.
Me neither. Well, if you're not planning on taking him to bed anytime soon, then what does it matter?
Addie, what's that supposed to mean? You think I'm gay?
He pinned me to the bed, his face a breath away from mine. All the sexy guys are, don't you know?
Looks like I may need to remind you how not gay I am.
Lifting my hips, I tried to rub against his naked erection. I think you may. He flipped me on my stomach, pinning both of my hands above my head with one of his. He knelt between my legs, spreading them with his knees.
Lift up that sexy ass of yours, baby.
I pulled my knees under me. His free hand kneaded my breasts, pulling my nipples into hard peaks, then moved down and stroked my sex until it dripped with desire and need for him. He sucked on his wet fingers, which still made me blush from head to toe, but turned me on at the same time.
I miss the taste of you.
He then slipped his fingers into my mouth, and I sucked them, tasting both of us at once. As I sucked his fingers, he lined his cock up at my entrance, then slammed into me.
Oh, Christ, Eddie. I wanted to take it slow, but it's been too long, baby.
He pulled partway out and repeated. Oh my God, I yelled. Relentlessly, He pulled out, then slammed back into me, so hard my body inched up the bed. Every thrust hit deep, eliciting a dizzy sensation. His pace picked up and he kissed my back, leaving a wet trail with his tongue. He let go of my hands, allowing me to brace myself better so I didn't ram into the headboard. With one hand on my breast and the other at my clit, he brought us both to orgasm within seconds of each other, each of us moaning the other's name. Afterward, he laid me on my back and feathered kisses along every inch of my body. Words were not necessary. I felt his love with each touch. We spent the rest of the day in bed, only getting up for food and bathroom breaks. After that first intense time in the morning, everything else was patient, slow, sensual lovemaking. My body belonged to Quinn, and I loved how he worshipped it. He made me feel sexy, beautiful, wanted, needed, and very loved. After showering for the third time that day, we decided to curl up on my couch with a big bowl of popcorn and a movie of my choice. Pitch perfect. Quinn rolled his eyes at my choice, but he hadn't seen it, so I felt confident he would change his attitude by the end. I was right. He laughed throughout the movie, but in stubborn Quinn fashion, he still just called it okay. I think it was his attempt at payback, but I didn't give him the satisfaction of arguing with him. We stayed spooned on the couch, under a blanket, for a while after the movie ended. What type of business do you have in Chicago?
More loose ends with my dad's stuff.
Such as? He sighed.
Legal stuff. My dad got into an unfortunate situation with one of his companies many years ago, and the legal ramifications from it have been ongoing.
How did he die? His body tensed around mine, but I couldn't see his face, so I waited for a response, even if it was not an answer.
Suicide.
Shit. Me and my big mouth. Another sigh.
It wasn't ruled a suicide, but that's what it was. When the legal issue started, my dad took to drinking. A lot. He was never abusive toward anyone else, but he became reckless. He had a driver, but he insisted on driving himself to burn off some steam.
I waited, but Quinn didn't continue. That's the call you received that day in Milwaukee, that he had been in an accident?
No. The accident happened 3 months earlier. He was on life support, and that was the day my mother signed papers to have him taken off it. I couldn't be there to watch. I hated him. He was such a coward.
I rolled over to face him. His eyes were glazed as he absently stroked his fingers down my arms. I wrapped myself around him, and we held each other until sleep took us both.
Morning, beautiful.
Quinn kissed the top of my head. We were still cuddled naked under the blanket on the couch. Don't move. I could stay here forever, I mumbled into his chest.
I leave tomorrow morning, so our forever on your couch is about a day.
You're such a downer, I pouted. He hitched my leg over his hip and eased his hard length into me.
I wouldn't really say I'm a downer, would you?
Ah, good morning, Mr. Cohen. Welcome back. I grinned before kissing the smirk on his face and tilting my hips further into his, encouraging him to start moving against me. We took our time, slowly making love. He knew all the places I liked being touched, and I knew all the ways to make his breath hitch. I loved driving him crazy. He was my drug, and I could have happily died on a Quinn high. By the time we both found our own release, we were sweaty and tangled in the blanket. Mac and Evan invited us over to their house for dinner tonight. We don't have to go, but
I'd love to go.
Quinn pulled me on top of him and ran his fingers through my hair, which flowed down my back.
You would? Of course. You consider them your only family, so I'd like to get to know them. Maybe make nice before I sweep you away from here to live with me.
Mr. Presumptuous today, huh?
Mr. Hopeful is more like it. Every morning I wake up that I'm not buried inside you is another wasted day of my life.
Ah, how romantic. In your own twisted, sex-crazed way.
Twisted? No, really. But yes, completely sex-crazed. If I weren't my own boss, I'd be without a job. I can't focus on work and I have to cut out of my meetings early to whack off in my office because my mind is always on you, which leaves me with a perpetual hard-on.
I busted out in a fit of laughter. Whatever.
I'm serious. If you move to New York, you can come to work with me every day and help relieve my tension so I can be more productive.
Oh, okay. So you think I'm going to go all Monica on you and just camp out under your desk waiting to service you?
No, you'd be too cramped under there all day. I have a nice leather couch in my office. I was thinking about tying you to it naked. Shit, I'm getting hard just thinking about it.
He tried to push into me again, but I rolled off him.
Where are you going?
He pleaded in a strained voice. Food. I love it almost as much as my Latin sex god.
I'll give you 10 minutes to throw something in the microwave for us, then get your sexy ass back here.
Whoa! First of all, I don't even own a cancer wave, and second, you distracted me from having my banana oat pancakes yesterday morning, so I'm having them today.
Oh, you might talk me off the couch after all. I like your pancakes. Maybe not as much as I like distracting you, but they are great.
You know, I could teach you how to make them. Then you could serve me breakfast in bed.
Baby, if you move in with me, I'll make you anything you want, anytime you want.
That's a big promise. Don't forget the last anything you want promise you made.
He narrowed his eyes. Trust me, losing over $100,000 of my personal property to a silent auction that raised half the amount of money is not something I will be forgetting very soon. It may take even longer for me to forgive you.
I snickered. Fine by me, since I'm not sorry anyway.
How would you feel if I sold off your favorite belongings for a charity of my choice?
I shrugged. Proud.
Proud?
He sat his naked ass down on my bar stool and watched me mix the batter. Absolutely. You can never give too much, and in time, it all comes back to you in the most unexpected ways.
You mean to tell me there's nothing you're overly attached to?
I looked back over my shoulder and winked while blowing him a kiss. You. He rolled his eyes, losing the battle to hide his grin. I'm not saying I don't like things, I just don't need most of them, and they don't make me happy.
What planet are you from?
He shook his head. Planet Awesome. I turned toward him, fists on my hips, chest puffed out in superhero fashion. His sexy chuckle reverberated from his chest as he gave me my favorite grin.
That you are, baby. That you are.
We spent the rest of the day laughing, talking, snacking, and, of course, having lots of sex. Quinn spotted my chess set and challenged me to a friendly game. I agreed and gave him a run for his money, but he eventually won. I was a fan of his overinflated ego if I was the one voluntarily feeding it. We got ready to go back to Mac and Evans by 5, even though dinner wasn't until 7. We had to allow plenty of time for shower sex, closet sex, and door sex. We were still piecing our clothes back together as we walked out the back door.
Car sex? Quinn asked, wiggling his brows.
I smiled. You obviously forgot what type of car Karma is. Just as we rounded the corner of the building, Quinn got his first look at Karma. He was speechless, and I couldn't blame him. She was a real beaut. Aside from her flashy cherry red paint, she was tastefully adorned with meaningful bumper stickers, such as the religious symbolized coexist, representing religious freedom, tolerance, and understanding. The earth has music for those who listen. Prius pride. My car sips gas. Yours sucks. Water. More precious than gold. Save the planet. Kill your ego. Save the bees. Mother Nature has been good to you. Return the favor. Practice random acts of greenness. Hug me. I'm a vegan. Eat leaf, not beef. Visualize world peace. And I think, therefore, I'm vegan. She's amazing, isn't she? I beamed with pride. Quinn's eyes were the size of saucers.
She's, wow, I mean, there are no words.
I know, right? I've had her for over 10 years and still get excited about driving her. She's the only possession I have that might tug at my heartstrings to let go. Quinn nodded while biting his top lip. He traced his fingers over her rough spots. Poor thing, huh? She's not exactly a young girl anymore. She's had her share of unfortunate incidents. I shook my head.
Yeah. Dense, definitely being the operative word, he said quietly, almost to himself.
I call them bruises and wrinkles. Anyway, we'd better get going. He walked around to the driver's side, and I followed him. Sorry, babe. I don't let anyone else drive her, not even Mac. I just don't want to see anything happen to her and someone else feel guilty about it. He laughed, but when I didn't join in, he stopped.
Oh, you're serious?
As a heart attack? Just go get in and enjoy the ride. Besides, you don't know where to go. After a moment's pause, Quinn got in on the passenger side, and we buzzed off to Mac and Evan's. He didn't say much on the way, but as we walked up to their door, Quinn grabbed me and pulled me in for a knock-me-off-my-feet kiss.
Wow, what was that for? I asked out of breath. You. Just when I think you can be any more amazing, you are. I've fallen so hard for you, my beautiful girl. You completely take my breath away.
It's Karma. She makes me look better than I am. He swatted me on the butt and guided me up the front steps.
Karma is something else. But trust me, you make the car. The car doesn't make you.
Addie! Mac yelled, opening the door before we even reached it. She pulled me in for a big hug. Quinn, good to see you again. She hugged him too, but I suspected it was to size up the feel of his muscular physique.
Mackenzie, nice to see you again too. Thank you for the dinner invitation.
He could charm the socks off of a rattlesnake, and Mac was no exception to his powerful spell. Come on in, it's freezing outside. She closed the door behind us and took our coats. Did you have to dig Karma out of a snowdrift? She teased. I rolled my eyes. No, she's protected by the carport. You know that. So, Quinn, what do you think of old Karma? Mac asked, giving him a sly wink.
If you know what's good for you, man, you won't answer that.
Evan's voice sounded from the living room as we entered. He walked up to Quinn, shoulders back with big brother confidence, and gave an easy nod while offering his hand.
Hi, I'm Evan. It's nice to meet you.
Quinn accepted his hand.
Quinn, and the feeling's mutual. Have a seat. Dinner's almost done. Can I get you something to drink? Water's fine, thank you,
Quinn replied. Evan looked at me. Water's fine for me too, Evan. Thanks. Oh, come on, Addie. Just one glass of red wine with me. Evan's on his second beer and I shouldn't drink a whole bottle by myself, Matt called from the kitchen. I glanced at Quinn, knowing how much he hated his alcoholic father. I didn't want to make him uncomfortable. He smiled and it was carefree, not at all disapproving. Just one glass, Evan, I conceded.
Great. I'll be right back with the drinks after I see if Mac needs anything in the kitchen. You can drink without my permission,
Quinn whispered when Evan left the room. I don't know why it surprised me that he'd read my body language so accurately. I know. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable.
Addie, I'm not an alcoholic. It's just a choice I've made, okay?
He kissed my temple, pulling me into him. I hugged him back. I love you, Quinny. He grabbed my sides and tickled me until I couldn't hold it in any longer. Mac and Evan walked in just as I was doubled over laughing and squealing. Do you two need a minute? Mac asked, raising her eyebrows. Quinn sat back with one arm on the couch behind me and one ankle resting on the opposite knee, looking all cool Joe. I, on the other hand, felt the heat of my blush burning my cheeks with disheveled hair sticking to my face. As I straightened out my sweater, I looked at Mac and Evan. We're fine. Quinn's just trying to deal out some payback. Good luck with that, Quinn. Don't let Addie fool you, she's very competitive, Mac shared as she sat down next to Evan.
Well, Then she might have a bruised ego from the chess game I beat her at earlier," Quinn quipped with a smirk.
The room fell silent as Evan and Mac gave each other confused looks, and then shared the same expression with me, and then Quinn.
"What?" Quinn questioned.
I avoided eye contact with him and tried to give Mac and Evan my best warning glare without Quinn seeing me. My warning went unnoticed, or most likely unheeded, by both Mac and Evan. Mac cleared her throat. "I hate to be the one to burst your bubble, Quinn, but you didn't beat Addie at chess. She let you win."
"What? No way, we played for almost 2 hours and it was close, but I was simply the better player in the end. I played for years, and I would know if someone was letting me win."
His ego was on the defensive, and I wished they would just let it go, but I knew better. Evan tried to help Quinn understand.
"Have you heard of Bobby Fischer?" "Sure. Why?"
Quinn studied Mac and Evan's tight-smiled expressions, then looked at me. I glanced up at him with a wrinkle-faced, contrite expression.
"What are you? Some sort of chess grandmaster or world champion?"
Quinn's brow knitted together as he tilted his head to the side and scratched his stubbly jaw. "No, nothing like that. It's more like I see the board differently than most people do. That's all." "She's so down playing this, Quinn, but I know Addie hates being the center of attention, so we'll just drop it. Besides, dinner is ready," Mac declared, standing and walking to the kitchen with Evan in tow. As I started to stand, Quinn pulled me back down, his lips next to my ear.
"The only thing I despise worse than being duped is being embarrassed in front of your friends. Don't be surprised if when we get back to your place, I tie you to the bed and don't let you orgasm for hours."
He sounded angry. I looked at him with a questioning grin. "Really? That's the card you want to play? Unless an ex-boyfriend shows up for dinner and fondles me in front of everyone while you have to sit there feeling humiliated, I'm pretty sure I'm not the one who will be bound and tortured later. Okay, pumpkin?" I plastered on a fake smile and strutted my way to the dining room. Quinn soon followed after he scooped his jaw off the floor and sent out a search party to look for his castrated man parts. Dinner went well. Neither Quinn nor I appeared to hold a grudge, and conversation was relaxed and easy. It saddened me to think about living away from Mac and Evan. I wondered if Quinn would ever have considered moving to Chicago, since his sister lived there and he frequented it on business.
"Addie tells me you two would like to move back to Chicago someday,"
Quinn said while taking a bit of cake.
"Yes, we would. I'm hoping to take a position at Mac's father's law firm, and Mac would like to be closer to her family when we decide to start one of our own,"
Evan responded, giving Mac a sexy smile and wink.
"Do you have any siblings?"
Quinn questioned, wiping his mouth with the corner of his napkin while he looked at Mac. Their eyes shot in my direction, but I kept a stoic face. I did. A brother, but he died years ago," Mac said.
"Sorry to hear that. Were you close in age?"
He was 3 years older. The breath in my lungs remained idle as I fought to keep my face indiscernible. But then Quinn placed his hand on my leg, and I knew he felt my tension.
"You okay, baby?"
he mouthed. Letting out a deep sigh, I nodded and laced my fingers with his on my leg. "Well, enough about us. How long are you staying in Milwaukee, Quinn?" Mac diverted.
"Actually, I leave early in the morning. I have to be back in Chicago by 10. "Are you going too, Addie?"
Evan asked, because, honestly, the guy was in the dark when it came to my relationship with Quinn. Quinn looked at me with sanguine eyes, as if I had some good news to share. "No, Evan, I'm not. But maybe we'll create our own Hollywood love story and meet up at the top of the Empire State Building on Valentine's Day." Everyone laughed, except Quinn. The rest of the evening was a little more somber. Quinn did his best to seem engaged in our conversation, but a smile failed to meet his eyes. Mac, Evan, dinner was wonderful and we've had a great time, but I think Quinn could use some sleep before his early morning flight.
"Yes, you're right. And it was lovely. Thank you for your wonderful hospitality, and I hope you both make it out to New York so I can return the favor,"
Quinn offered. We're going to hold you to that, Mac insisted. After hugs all around and bundling up, we walked arm in arm through the snow to Karma. Quinn used my ice scraper and brush to clean her off. Be careful with her, babe. She already has one crack in the windshield. Her windshield is the least of my worries. Have you looked at the street? The driveway was protected from the blowing snow by trees and shrubs on both sides, but the street looked like a whole other beast. I noticed Quinn was on his phone, but only briefly. Who'd you call? He finished brushing off the back window. Elves. Why? I knew why, but I was still offended he didn't have faith in Karma. He tossed the scraper on the floor in the back seat and then jumped in and shut the door. We were in a cloud of breath vapor as she worked hard to warm up. Quinn rubbed his ungloved hands together and blew into them. Just in case Karma proves to be the warm weather diva I suspect her to be. Buckle up. She's fine. The confidence in my words wavered, but the truth was, I rarely took her out in the snow. I put her in reverse and backed down the driveway, but by the time I reached the street, the plowed snow at the end of their drive was a couple feet deep. I stopped before I got stuck. Listen here, Cohen, not one word. Do you understand me? I don't want to get her stuck, so I'll get her tomorrow. Evan will drive us home in his Sequoia. Quinn bit his lips together and covered his mouth with one hand, no doubt hiding his stupid grin. Not necessary. Our ride is here. I looked into the rearview mirror and spotted a familiar white Range Rover parked along the street. With a defeated sigh, I pulled up the driveway closer to their garage. His smug smirk taunted me as we walked to the snow-worthy vehicle, so I tried to push him down in the snow. He didn't so much as budge. Instead, he threw me over his shoulder and carried me to the Range Rover. Opening the back door, he tossed me inside before sliding in next to me. Geez, Tarzan, must you manhandle me all the time? He grinned while reaching out to buckle me in like a child. Evening, Mr. Cohen and Miss Brecken. Eddie, Quinn replied. Hey, Eddie, nice to see you again. You as well. As Eddie drove toward my loft, Quinn nuzzled my neck. The closer we got, the more intense he became. I wasn't up for putting on a show for Eddie, but Quinn didn't seem to care as he moved my hand between his legs and rubbed it over his erection. He let out a soft groan. Quinn, stop, I whispered, pulling my hand away. I can't, baby. He tried to unbutton my coat, but I batted his hand away. Luckily, the drive was short, and before Quinn made it to second base, Eddie stopped. Have a pleasant evening, Eddie called out. Quinn, in his horny rudeness, just hopped out, pulling me behind him. I barely got the words, thanks, and goodbye, out, before the door shut, and I was thrown over his shoulder and hauled up the stairs. He had my complex security code entered in record time, and without even stopping to turn on the lights, he proceeded to my bedroom and tossed me on my bed. How chivalrous of you, I laughed. He already had his coat, shoes, socks, and shirt ripped off, and his jerky hands fought to unfasten his pants. Shut up and take everything off now. His voice was commanding, but his hooded eyes and stone face told me his control teetered on empty. It wasn't going to be gentle. I managed to get my coat and boots off before he was on top of me, unbuttoning my jeans, then pulling them down and tossing them aside while I pulled my sweater over my head. His hands were all over me, rubbing and squeezing, his wet mouth sucking my skin so hard I feared what I'd look like in the morning. He unfastened my bra and just about ripped the strap off, pulling it from my arms. His mouth attacked my breasts, and it was ridiculously intense. He took me to the fine line between pleasure and pain. Oh, God, I moaned. He teethed my nipple so hard I grimaced. Then he soothed his tongue around it. He moved down between my legs and slipped his fingers under the waist of my panties and yanked them down, leaving them in shreds. His hands gripped the inside of my knees and opened me up. His mouth covered my sex and his greedy tongue stroked me. He didn't stay there long. I knew he wouldn't. His need to be buried in me was too great. Every move he made with his mouth was followed by a hungry moan. I couldn't deny him anything. We had sex, but it was no longer just sex. With every need, There was an emotion, and every emotion expressed a need. I was sexy for him. I was sexy because of him. And the love? It became exhilarating, all-consuming, just everything. Collapsed on his chest, we continued to kiss until I slid off him. He spooned me to his strong body. "Why were you so quiet after dinner?" I asked. He brushed a kiss on my shoulder, then rested his chin on it. "I knew you weren't coming back to New York with me tomorrow, but hearing you say it and then joking about meeting on Valentine's Day, which is a month away, well, it bothered me. It took me 34 years to find someone I can't live without, and seeing you a couple of times a month or less isn't going to work for me." "I know," I whispered. "We'll figure this out. I promise." Chapter 15. Wealth consists not in having possessions, but in having few wants. Epictetus. Quinn flew out early the next morning, leaving the memory of his goodbye on my lips. To keep from missing him, I followed my morning routine. Exercise, meditation, shower, breakfast, and finally the cafe. I let Jake decide the menus and order supplies. Mac and I went to the market, but Jake insisted he could take over that responsibility too. He seemed fine around me, but I was still a little uncomfortable after our awkward exchange. A year earlier, I might have jumped at the chance to have a casual relationship with Jake. I liked his bad boy persona that he put on for his fighting. I loved his tattoos, too. He'd caught me staring at them on more than one occasion. Quinn changed everything. All I wanted from Jake was his friendship and his promise to take care of the business I had built. Within days, Quinn brain started to consume me. Every day without him felt empty. I sifted through my belongings, organizing and reorganizing. On Sundays, Mac and I saw almost every movie that came out in the theaters while Evan watched football. I texted, phoned, or FaceTimed Quinn every day. Long work hours consumed his days, which I assumed was to make up for the time he devoted to me when I was in New York. He traveled on a weekly basis and always offered to pick me up in his private jet to go with him. I wanted to say yes, but I knew it would be short-lived and we'd be back to our long-distance relationship. After a full month without him, I cracked. My ego was the only thing keeping me in Milwaukee. Lonely sucked. Misery suffocated. I called Mac. She squealed, we both cried, and my decision was confirmed. The moving company was scheduled to come on Thursday morning. I spent all Tuesday and Wednesday packing. Mac let the movers in because I had Karma packed and ready to go by 4 a.m., and they weren't expected until 10 o'clock that morning. With minimal stops, I anticipated arriving at Quinn's by 8 or so that night. He texted me numerous times that day, so I used my short pit stops to text him back. It was so hard not telling him my plans, but I was over-the-top excited about surprising him. When I arrived at Quinn's, it was almost 8:30 p.m. We usually talked around 9. I parked Karma a block from his building. As I got out of my car, I dialed him up. "Hey, beautiful. How was your day?" His voice soothed me. "Long. I missed you." I can relate. "Are you home or out and about tonight?" I often asked him, so I knew it wouldn't make him suspicious. "Home. I just got back from dinner with Zach." "Ah, yes. I can't wait to meet him. I'm sure your college roomie has some pretty good dirt on you." "Guy code. He'll never talk." I stopped at his door. Adrenaline pumped through my veins. "So, what are you wearing?" I asked in my sexiest voice. "Oh, baby, I like where you're going with this. What do you want me to be wearing?" His voice deepened. Pants, bare feet, no shirt, messy hair. "Already have bare feet? Now I've lost my shirt and, my hair is always messy." "Did you shave this morning?" "No, since yesterday.
Does my baby like her man rugged?
Makes me want to slide my hand between my legs and touch myself. I breathed out.
Fuck, baby. I'm so hard.
His deep voice vibrated from his chest. I had him just where I wanted him, so I knocked at the door, but put my hand over the peephole.
What the?
Quinn threw out a long line of expletives.
Just a minute, baby. Somebody's at my door, and whoever it is going to get their ass beaten.
A few seconds later, he swung open the door, almost sending it through the wall. My eyes grew with appreciation. Quinn was indeed only wearing a pair of pants. I wanted to take in the surprise I knew was all over his face, but I had trouble peeling my eyes from his firm, sculpted chest. Hey, honey, I'm home. Miss me? In a sudden, shocking move, Quinn shut the door on me. What the hell? My phone chimed. It was a text from him.
Sorry, baby. This long-distance phone sex thing isn't working out for me. I'm leaving you for the most beautiful woman in the world, who just showed up at my door.
He opened the door again and swept me into his arms, taking me into his condo and shutting the door behind us. He kissed me with such fervor and passion I saw stars.
You said home. Please tell me there's a moving truck outside.
I shook my head. His smile faded. Not until tomorrow, I chuckled.
Why didn't you tell me? I would have arranged everything,
he murmured into my neck as his tongue traced a path to my ear. And miss your reaction? Not a chance. Besides, I'm more resourceful than you give me credit for.
You should have at least let me pick you up from the airport.
Once again, not a surprise, and I didn't fly. I drove Karma. He halted his sensual quest over my body.
You drove that car here?
Not that car. Karma, and I wasn't going to leave her behind. If I'm going to be living here, you should make sure she has a space in the underground parking garage. I can't leave her parked on the street. Someone might take her.
Take Karma? Are you serious?
He raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'm serious.
What, like a hippie from the hood?
He laughed as he set me on my feet. You did not just say that, I warned. Here. I handed him my keys. She's just a block north. Park her between your Range Rover and your Lamborghini. Bring up the rest of my stuff and don't ding her doors getting in and out. I'll be upstairs making myself comfortable in the guest room until you're ready to apologize to me for your brash attitude toward Karma. After 3 steps up, I turned around to witness Quinn looking at me like I'd just grown another head. Get going. She's not going to park herself. This may be your one chance to drive her, so don't blow it. By the time Quinn got done unloading my stuff, I was in the shower. I felt his hands snake around me, cupping my breasts, his erection pressed to my back. He pulled my hair away from my neck and pressed his lips to my wet skin. Did you make nice with Karma?
Mm-hmm,
he mumbled. I reached behind us and dug my fingers into his glutes. His breath caught as he rubbed his hard length against my back while moving one of his hands down to cup my sacs.
Now I'm ready to make nice with you.
I awoke Friday morning alone in the middle of Quinn's bed. I peeked over at the clock on the nightstand. 8:15 a.m. Next to the clock was a note.
Killed me to leave you naked in our bed this morning. Should be home by 4 o'clock. Call me if you decide to venture out. Dinner reservations at 7. QX.
The moving company was scheduled to arrive around noon. I had a fair amount of my stuff sent to storage. Quinn's condo was huge, but it was also fully furnished. It wasn't my intention to think of us as temporary, but I honestly didn't see myself living in New York forever. However, this wasn't a conversation I was going to jump into right away. I wanted every moment with Quinn to be like the first, but lived like the last. I paused at the bathroom threshold. Everything from my toiletry bag was unpacked and given its own spot. One slow step at a time, I shuffled across the tile to Quinn's gigantic walk-in closet. The last time I saw it, every shelf and every hanger was occupied. Elves, The guy really did have elves. The entire right side of the closet was empty, with the exception of the few clothes I'd brought with me, hanging all by their lonesome. I eased open the white drawers below the hanging area. They were empty too, with the exception of a few yoga outfits and my undergarments sorted out in a divided drawer. After getting dressed in my comfy yoga clothes and separating my hair into pigtails, I headed downstairs for breakfast. 2 missed calls from Mac flashed on the screen when I turned on my phone, followed by texts from Quinn. Quinn. Making yourself at home? If you get bored, I have a break from 1:30 to 2:15. My office sofa would love to meet you. Naked. Me. Looks like the elves already made me at home before I woke. Sofa will have to wait. I'll be busy unpacking after the moving truck arrives. Missed you this morning. How early do you start work? Quinn. Not until 8, but I have to devote a little time to keeping up my Latin god appearance. Me. How much is a little time? Quinn. 2 hours, 5 days a week. However, the naked goddess next to me every morning could change that. Me. I bet I could think of a good morning workout for both of us. Quinn. Meeting with wealthy businessmen from China in 10. Thanks for the boner. Me. Hope it's to discuss fair trade practices. Quinn. Pleading the 5th. The mover showed up on time and had everything unloaded in less than 30 minutes. I spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking and becoming more familiar with our place. True to his word, Quinn arrived home by 4 o'clock while I reorganized some things in the kitchen to my liking. He walked through the door wearing a charcoal gray, pinstriped 3-piece suit. All I could do was stare. Hey, beautiful. Cat got your tongue? He hung up his wool coat and slowly shrugged off his suit jacket, revealing his broad, firm shoulder muscles, barely contained by his crisp white shirt. I gawked. He smirked. My lungs drew in a desperate breath as he strolled into the kitchen with the cocksure confidence that I constantly fed. He grabbed my waist and lifted me onto the counter. How was your day? I tried to sound interested as I worked his tie loose. Boring. He ran his hands up my thighs, gripping my butt and pulling me to the edge of the counter. I wrapped my legs around his waist just as my phone rang. He kissed my neck. Ignore it. It might be Mac. Just give me a minute. Quinn grumbled but lifted me off the counter. Fine. I'll be in my office. I grabbed my phone. Hey, Mac. Hey, yourself. It's been 1 day and you've already forgotten about me? She whined. Not hardly. I've been trying to get my stuff unpacked quickly so Quinn doesn't think he's been invaded upon. He's a bit of a neat freak, and I think piles of boxes could send him over the edge. Well, at least I know Kamra got you there okay. I never doubted her. She's nestled in the secure, temperature-controlled parking garage between Quinn's Lamborghini and Range Rover. She exploded into a fit of laughter. I'd love a picture of that. The caption would say, completely pussy-whipped. Don't be so dramatic. He loves me. That's all. I'm sure he does. But I guarantee you're going to have to put out like you've never done before if Karma so much as brushes his Lamborghini. I'm talking some serious dick-sucking and even swallowing. Ew, Mac. Nice mouth. I'm not going to touch his precious car, and even if a small mishap takes place, I will not suck his cock as an apology. Before I could say more, I received a text from Quinn. Get in here. Now. Mac, I'll call you tomorrow. I'm being beckoned by my sex god. Okay, glad you're in New York safe, even if I miss you like crazy already. Me too. We'll talk soon. Bye. Bye, sweetie. Quinn must have worked himself into a blue-balled emergency. I casually padded down the hall to his office. The first thing I noticed was one of my boxes that I had set on his desk earlier and forgotten to unpack. He held some papers in his hand, and the look on his face was an odd mix of shock and anger. What the hell is this, Addie? What is what? Is that mine? Are you going through my stuff? I moved closer to him.
I was going to put your stuff in some of my empty drawers and file cabinets, but then this caught my eye.
I took the papers from him. They were financial statements from my bank and various investment firms.
So? I shrugged, shoving them back in the box and pushing the lid on. So? Are you fucking kidding me? Addie, according to those papers and some quick figuring in my head, you're worth over $1 billion.
I shrugged again. It's possible. I don't really keep track because it doesn't matter.
Well, it sure as hell matters to me, he yelled.
My eyes narrowed. Why would my financial portfolio matter to someone like Quinn? Quinn, I don't understand.
Well, that makes two of us, because I don't understand why you would lie to me about this.
His anger had its own relentless stamina. I didn't lie, we just never talked about it.
So if I was married, but we just never talked about it, you wouldn't be upset, right?
His voice dripped with sarcasm. Not really the same thing, but are you upset because you think I lied to you or because I have my own money? He released an exasperated sigh as he ran his hands through his hair.
Why didn't you just tell me? It's not like I tried to keep my wealth a secret from you.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Everything about you reeks of wealth. I don't know if you could hide it if you tried. I've never cared about your money, and it's not because I don't need your money, it's because it really doesn't matter to me. You've seen the way I live. The only part of my life that is extravagant is my sailboat, and it sure didn't take you long to sniff that part out of my life. Speaking of that, would you like to tell me why you played 20 questions about it with me when you knew it was mine anyway? He spun his chair around to look out the window so his back was to me.
It wasn't exactly a well-kept secret, and everybody talks for the right price. I just wanted you to open up to me about your past a little more. I wasn't trying to push you, but I thought if I brought it up, you'd trust me enough to share at least that much with me.
Rubbing my hands over my face, I tried to rationally cope with my insecurities. My past would always haunt my future. You know my past is not an open book. I don't know if it will ever be. When I told you about my yacht, I also told you I came from an affluent family. All that money has come into my life from tragic events. The people I've loved most in my life have all died, and now I have more money than any one person should ever have, all because they died. The burning pain seared through my body. I hated thinking about it. I hated talking about it, but I genuinely hated the fucking sympathy that came with my story. Emotions tore through me. Anger, rage, heartache, guilt. The toxic mix boiled over as I yelled out in broken sobs. All you see is the fucking money. The bottom dollar, the yacht, the house, the car, the private jet, the fucking alligator skin crab, the social status. I don't give a shit about any of that. Don't you think I would give it all up and live in a box to have even just one of them back in my life? My voice dropped to a whisper. One. He didn't look at me. How could he not look at me? How could he not feel my pain? How could I be so wrong about him? I turned and walked out of his office with a heavy heart and tears streaming down my face. Before my next breath, Quinn's arms wrapped around my waist. A sob ripped from my chest. The memories. They hurt so bad.
Shh, I'm sorry, baby, he whispered behind my ear. I didn't mean to open old wounds. I hate hurting you. I'm just stupid. The money doesn't matter. I wanted it to matter to you so I wouldn't feel like such a materialistic fuck-up. I don't deserve you. You're a better person than I could ever be in 1,000 lifetimes. The more I love you, the more I think you deserve better.
He turned me around and kissed away my tears. This man had taken a piece of me that I couldn't live without. Our love felt beautiful, vital, and sometimes toxic. I looked up at Quinn through my tear-drenched lashes. There is no one better. I know you don't see it, but you are the one. If given 1,000 lifetimes, I would choose you every time.
Mrs. Townsend, you are our most important client, and if there is anything you need or changes you'd like to make with your financial portfolio, please let us know.
Miss Brecken.
Excuse me, ma'am?
Miss Brecken. My name is Miss Adler Sage Brecken.
Okay, yes, of course. As I was saying, let us know if you need anything. I'm sure you're aware you will never want for anything, and you have my personal guarantee that everything that belonged to your parents will be taken care of according to their wishes.
I don't want it. Any of it.
Ms. Brecken, I understand all of this is a lot to take in, and you are probably still grieving. Just know that I'll be here if or when you need anything. Addie? Hello? Calling Adler Brecken?
Quinn called from the other side of the table. I had been in New York living with Quinn for 2 weeks. The cold weather discouraged me from doing much exploring, so I spent most of my time cooking, reading, and looking for my New York calling. Just because I didn't have to work for money didn't mean I could hang around all day by myself waiting for Quinn to come home, even if he was completely worth the wait. I was finally getting to meet Quinn's best friend Zach and his girlfriend. Quinn's schedule had been crazy, but we managed to find a night that we were all available to meet for dinner. Sorry, babe, what were you saying?
I said, Zach and his girlfriend should be here soon. I think you're going to like them a lot.
I laughed. I'm sure I will, but I'm curious as to why you think so.
Zach's like me, a venture capitalist and adrenaline junkie. Just not as ruggedly handsome, but Eden is a lawyer, and she works under the clinical professor of environmental law at Columbia University. Another smart tree hugger.
Quinn grinned as he sipped his water. It would be advantageous of you to recognize the words smart and tree hugger as synonymous. I gave him a wink and a cheeky smile.
Here they come.
Quinn stood as his friends approached, then pulled my chair out to help me up as well. Zach was tall, with short ash-blonde hair that was spiked in the front. His build resembled Quinn's. The tail of a serpent tattoo met the nape of his neck. Ice blue eyes accompanied a bright smile. If I hadn't already been sitting there with the sexiest man alive, Zach would have easily caught my eye. Eden looked like a model. Quinn's type. Tall, extremely thin, long, straight black hair with blunt-cut bangs, full glossy lips, and dark brown eyes framed in even darker eyeliner and thick mascara. Her skin was flawless and sun-kissed. Quinn greeted Zach with a quick man-hug ritual, consisting of a complicated handshake with a one-handed pat on the back and a shoulder chest bump.
Hey, man. Good to see you. You too. It's been a couple of weeks. I assume this lovely lady is the reason.
Quinn's smile overtook his face when he looked at me. He then placed his hand in the middle of Eden's back and gave her a chaste kiss on the cheek.
Eden, looking lovely as always.
Thank you. She blushed. This beautiful woman is very shy. Or is it just the presence of my Latin sex god? Quinn wrapped his arm around me, placing his hand almost indecently low on my back. It was a very possessive gesture, but given the non-threatening company whose presence we were in, I felt flattered.
This is Adler Brecken, love of my life.
I glanced up at him in shock. Friend, girlfriend, significant other, sex partner, but love of his life? He beamed with something more than pride. Happiness? In that moment, I gave him yet another piece of myself I couldn't live without.
Addie, this is my crazy but awesome best friend, Zach, who had better remember all the rules of Guy Code tonight if he doesn't want his ass kicked later.
They exchanged playful but challenging looks.
And this is his girlfriend, Eden.
Zach gave me a friendly but awkward hug since Quinn refused to release me.
Addie, nice to meet you. Quinn has been singing your praises like a sappy, lovesick schmuck for months.
I laughed, the thought so endearing. I offered my hand to Eden. Nice to meet you, Eden. She smiled and nodded, averting her gaze to the ground. The girl was stunning, and yet I don't know if she knew it. I guessed her age to be mid-20s. We ordered hors d'oeuvres, and I indulged in a glass of wine when Zach and Eden ordered a beer and a martini.
So, Addie, Quinn tells me you have, and I quote, the brains of Einstein and the wealth of Oprah.
Zach grinned, ignoring Quinn's dagger-shooting glare. Did he? Glancing at Quinn, I laughed. So much for guy code. Well, I wouldn't say Einstein. I'd prefer someone more intelligent but not as recognizable, such as Nikola Tesla. Zach caught my humor and raised his glass at me.
You're good, Addie. Quinn needs a quick wit like you. That is, if he can get over the fact that you're worth more than he is.
Quinn cleared his throat, shifting in his chair. I don't know why it hadn't occurred to me that Quinn could feel intimidated or maybe inferior at the thought of me having more money than him. I wasn't sure how much money Quinn had, and I didn't care. He knew that. Eden, Quinn tells me you have a degree in environmental law. What's your focus going to be? I refused to go down the make Quinn uncomfortable road with Zach any longer. Eden sipped her martini. Well, I'm not sure yet, but I'm leaning toward renewable energy practice. Great area. The renewable energy policy development is consistently changing with regard to the expanding field of clean technologies, I offered back. Well, my current boss thinks I'd be well suited for that type of work, and the job opportunities are vast. She smiled like her whole personality ignited. All she needed was an opportunity to shine.
Smart girls are fucking hot.
Zach raised his fist, and Quinn gave him knuckles. They wore shit-eating grins. I excused myself to the ladies' room. It wasn't an original idea because there was a line backed up to the edge of the bar. I tried to look casual as I stood with my back to two guys sitting at the bar. The more casual restaurant was my suggestion. My growing need to relieve my bladder made me regret it. There was never a line for the restrooms at the fancy places Quinn liked to go to. A lady coming out bumped me, causing me to step back into one of the guys at the bar. Oh, excuse me, I'm very sorry. I blushed, embarrassed to have almost landed in his lap. He grabbed my waist to steady me, but then didn't let go.
Well, what do we have here? If you wanted my attention, all you had to do was ask.
A putrid mix of beer and cigarettes wafted from the man's mouth, turning my stomach. Everything about him was repulsive. A large protruding gut, dirty brown hair pulled back into a ponytail, and a greasy face riddled with acne scars. He moved one of his hands lower and grabbed my ass as his friend laughed. I jumped, struggling to get away. "Let go of me, asshole!" I said with a raised voice just short of a yell. It was enough to get the bartender's attention.
"Hands off or you're out of here," the bartender warned in a deep voice.
His large tattooed body, shaved head, and pierced lip were enough to intimidate anyone. He removed his hands and held them in the air.
"Hey, sorry, she was the one coming on to me."
I stepped away as he dragged his eyes up and down my body. A creepy shiver raced through me. I opted to hold my bladder and just head back to the table. When I arrived, Quinn gave me a questioning look.
"What's wrong? What happened?"
I forced a smile just as Zach and Eden turned in shared concern. Nothing. Just a couple of drunks at the bar trying to razz the ladies waiting in the bathroom line. The bartender took care of them. No need to worry. Quinn's jaw clenched, and I could see his muscles twitching.
"Are you sure?"
"I'm sure." I stared at the veggie penne that the waiter placed in front of me.
"Is there anything else I can get anyone?"
the waiter asked. Quinn looked around, then answered, "We're fine, thank you." We all fell into a more relaxed mood over the next hour. Quinn and Zach talked business for a while, but then started in on stories of snowboarding, climbing, skydiving, race cars, and other extreme sports. Eden asked me about my past, college, jobs, and my vegan lifestyle. I had developed a routine response over the years to those questions, and nobody had ever thought much of my vague answers. Deception had started to feel like reality some days, as I made my past sound as normal as most people my age. I went to college, worked, enjoyed various hobbies, and had certain things I was very passionate about. I never freely offered information about my family, but if asked, I went right for the immediate silencer, which was, I'm an only child and my parents are dead. It was the guaranteed end to any conversation. Are we ready to go? I was ready to get the hell out of there the moment the check was paid. Quinn held my coat as I slipped my arms into it. Eden and I waited on the sidewalk while our men retrieved the cars. Zach arrived first, and I said my goodbyes to them. As they drove off, I hugged my arms around myself to keep warm. Stealing my breath, a set of arms pulled me backward.
Hey, you little tease. Want a ride?
It was the drunk from the bar. I twisted, struggling to get free of him. Let me go, I yelled, this time attracting attention. But oddly enough, no one jumped to my rescue. What was wrong with people? Panic set in, my stomach in my throat. I yelled again. Before I could make sense of what happened, his hold on me vanished. The drunk asshole was lying flat on the ground with a bloody face and his body curled into a ball. Quinn stood over him, hands fisted, chest heaving. He spoke with an unrecognizable, menacing voice.
You're lucky we have an audience, because if we didn't, I'd beat you within a breath of your miserable fucking life.
Quinn pulled me to him and ushered me into the Range Rover. He cupped my face in his hands.
Are you okay?
His voice was still strained with anger. Still shaking, I nodded. I'm fine. He shut my door. I couldn't tear my eyes from the group of people gawking between me and the drunk on the ground. We didn't say much on the way home. Quinn's white knuckles clenched around the steering wheel and stone-set jaw said it all. What frightened me the most was my reaction to the situation. After fate stepped in years ago and shattered my heart, soul, and whole existence, I stopped fearing death. Hell, I all but begged for it to come get me. But when that asshole grabbed me outside the restaurant, I was frightened because, for the first time in a long time, I wanted to live. I wanted to live for Quinn. The quiet ride home lulled me to sleep. The next thing I knew, I was enveloped in Quinn's arms. He carried me to the bedroom, laid me down on the bed, and eased his body next to mine. I turned to face him and ran my palms over his beautiful, stubbled chin and cheeks. My hero. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath.
It hurts to love you so fucking much. If I would have shown up a few seconds later...
Shh. I pressed my lips to his. He didn't kiss me back at first. Then I bit his lower lip and sucked it into my mouth. He moaned and opened up to me. Our tongues explored each other until I pulled back. Taking my time, I unbuttoned his white shirt. After the last button was released, I nudged him, and he rolled to his back. His eyes followed me, dark and hungry. I brushed my lips all over his chest, tracing every detailed muscle with my tongue. His shallow breath hitched as I dipped my tongue under the waistband of his jeans. I grinned as his abs quivered from my fingers unbuttoning his jeans. Many unspoken emotions passed between us. Desire, need, gratitude, and love. Always love. Quinn loved me with a look. I felt everything that words couldn't say as I removed his clothes and then mine. I love you, I whispered. He sat up and pulled me to him, straddling his legs. My hands pressed to his cheeks. I do. I love you. Now I understand why my heart is still beating. His brows tensed. I didn't want his sympathy. That's not why I said it. They were just thoughts. The truth. Until I heard my own voice, I didn't realize I'd said them aloud. His love was all I wanted. Rising to my knees again, I kissed him like my salvation. As he entered me, I thanked God for him. It had been many years since I'd consciously acknowledged a higher power with an actual name. I wanted to live. I wanted to live for Quinn. Our hips started to move as we looked deep into each other's eyes. closing them only for slow, heavy blinks. We made love, and it was intimate and emotional. It was personal. It was everything. Our mouths connected and moved in perfect harmony with our hips. I loved the sensuality of his body melding to mine. He found his release first, but continued to move inside of me while he moved his hand to massage my swollen clit, pulling me over the edge to meet him. Our foreheads connected. We shared matching smiles.
"You were made just for me," he declared between ragged breaths.
My response was immediate, simple, and certain. Yes. Chapter 16. One should always be drunk. That's all that matters. But with what? With wine, with poetry, or with virtue, as you choose. But get drunk. Charles Baudelaire. The next few months defined bliss. I volunteered at several animal shelters, at the culinary school, local soup kitchens, and my favorite, Quinn's office. His personal assistant requested a short leave of absence to deal with some family matters, so he asked me to assist him. I assisted him on that leather sofa in his office in more ways than seemed possible. I assisted him on his desk, his chair, the door to his office, his private bathroom counter, the large windows overlooking the city, and the elevator in his building. In my free time, I did take some calls and schedule a few appointments. I even accompanied him on several business trips, which added the Mile High Club to my resume. We made 3 weekend getaways with Zach and Eden snowboarding and skiing. Quinn and Zach were content staying on the slopes from sunrise to sunset. However, by early afternoon, Eden and I found drinking wine by the roaring fire in the lodge was the best way to warm our chilled bodies. Massages, manicures, and pedicures also helped pass time while the boys played. In mid-March, we went to Chicago for a meeting. Quinn suggested we stay with his sister, but I wasn't thrilled about that idea. Alexis was still close friends with Olivia, and although she swore to Quinn that she was fine with our relationship, I always sensed otherwise when we were with her. A position for Evan opened up at Richard's law firm in late February. My best friend and her husband wasted no time packing up and moving back to Chicago. They bought a beautiful house about a mile from the marina where my parents had surprised me with the Sage. When Mac and Evan decided to move back to Chicago, I had the Sage transported back as well. Maybe we could stay with Mac and Evan, I suggested on the short flight to Chicago.
"Alexis thinks we're staying with her, and it's just for one night, so what's the big deal?"
I pinched my lips together and lifted my shoulders. I don't think Alexis likes me, and I'm a little uncomfortable around her.
"Nonsense. You know she's fine with us being together."
I nodded slowly. Maybe I could stay with Mac and you could stay with your sister.
"What? That's ridiculous. Why would we not stay together? It would look like we're fighting or something. And besides, I've been spoiled having you with me."
You said it yourself, it's just one night. I haven't seen Mac's place since I helped them move.
"Well, you can go see them during the day. Then you can get your ass back to my sister's for dinner and—"
Sitting opposite of me, he leaned forward and moved his hand up my leg, eyes hooded. "We're not screwing around at your sister's house." I pushed him away.
"Why not?"
He jerked his head back. "Because her guest room is right next to the kids' room, and neither one of us is very quiet. However, Mac and Evan don't have kids yet, and their guest room is on the other side of the house from the master bedroom." I raised my eyebrows, hoping he would be persuaded.
"You drive a hard bargain, Miss Brecken."
"If we stay at Mac's, I'll be driving your hard bargain." I slipped my shoe off and moved my foot between his legs, curling my toes around his bulge. He glanced at his watch.
"Call her and tell her we'll be there within the hour."
"Thank you, babe." I went to remove my foot, but he grabbed it and held it next to his firm erection.
"We don't start our descent for about 20 minutes, and I think you know actions speak louder than words, baby. So, just how much do you really thank me?
Quinn got a thorough thanking before we landed. So much that he was in need of a shower, but he opted for a quick wash-up in the bathroom and a change of clothes before Eddie took us to Mac and Evan's.
I love the way you negotiate.
He smiled while texting his sister about our change of plans. I learned from the master. I leaned in and kissed his neck. What time is your meeting this afternoon?
3. I should be done by 5, so check with Mac and Evan and decide where you want to go for dinner.
Actually, Mac and Evan already made plans to go to Richard and Gwen's for dinner. I told them not to cancel on our behalf, so it will just be the two of us. Besides, there's something I want to discuss with you. He narrowed his eyes.
Is something wrong?
Nope. I just have an idea I want to run by you.
What is it?
Not here. We'll be there soon, and I don't want to be interrupted. He still held his concerned look, but finally nodded and went back to messing with his phone. When we arrived at Mac and Evan's, Mac gave us a quick tour before Quinn had to head off to his meeting. Evan was still at work, so we had some girl time on her 3-season porch with hot tea. Have you talked to Quinn about moving yet? Mac sipped her tea. Not yet. That's what my plan is tonight. I thought being in the city might make it more imaginable and hopefully realistic. What are you going to do if he flat out says no? I shrugged. He won't. Even if he doesn't want to, he won't close the door on the subject. He's told me too many times he'd do anything for me. I set my tea on the coffee table and curled my legs under my butt. I hope you're right. Have you decided what you're going to do with your... I cut her off. No, not yet. I won't sell it until I see it one more time, but I'm not ready to see it. Maybe if Quinn agrees to my suggestion, it will prompt me to deal with it sooner versus later. Quinn arrived back at the house a few minutes before Evan returned home. We all talked for about an hour before Mac and Evan left for dinner at Richard and Gwen's.
I'm surprised Richard and Gwen didn't invite us to dinner too. If they're like family to you, I assumed they'd want to meet your guy.
He questioned while we changed clothes for dinner. I'm sure they want to meet you, but I think they invited other people from the firm. You'll meet them eventually, I answered casually while brushing my hair and putting on my makeup. What I didn't share was the fact that they didn't know we were in town because Mac and Evan were not supposed to share that information either. I postponed the inevitable with several important matters, and that little introduction was one of them.
I have another meeting here next month, so maybe we can plan ahead and have dinner with them.
Maybe, I answered from the bedroom as I slipped on my dress. Quinn picked the restaurant. It was quiet and intimate, but not too over-the-top expensive. I even ordered a glass of wine, which I hadn't had in months, but I thought a little liquid courage was necessary.
Well, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
He asked between bites of his salad. I tapped the rim of my wine glass with my fingernails. About Chicago?
You're going to have to be more specific than that.
Quinn laughed. I'd like to move back to Chicago sometime in the near future. His eyes shot to mine as he swallowed hard.
Are you leaving me?
What? No, I'm not leaving you. I want us to move to Chicago. I tried to keep my voice at an acceptable level.
Addie, you know I can't just pick up and leave my business behind.
You could move your offices to Chicago. Other than some business meetings, your offices just serve to house your employees during the workday while everyone attends to business, not only in New York, but throughout the world. Does the location really matter? He leaned forward to stress his point without drawing attention.
It does to my employees who live in New York with their families. They have lives there and kids in school. Money aside, they might not be too anxious to uproot and move to Chicago because the boss is, whatever you are, doesn't want to live in New York.
Whatever I am? I gritted my teeth.
You know what I mean, Addie. We're more than friends, but you're not my wife, and girlfriend sounds too juvenile. That's not the point anyway.
He sighed as he sat back, his voice calmer as he grabbed my hand on the table.
Addie, I'm not saying never. I'm just saying not now. If this happens, things will have to be planned out, okay?
I nodded.
Are you that miserable in New York?
No, of course not. I love being with you. But you work a lot of hours and travel regularly, which I understand. I grew up in Chicago, and while it holds a lot of sad memories, it will always be home to me. I laughed a little. I spent most of my childhood dreaming or counting down the days until I would leave the Midwest. I wanted mountains and oceans. I wanted to be where the action was. I wanted to be part of the trendsetters. New York would not have been my first choice, but at the time it undoubtedly made the top 5. My mom downplayed the excitement of living near the coast. It felt like she was trying to squash my dreams. She told me to bloom where I was planted. That's why, after she died, this flower didn't move out of her hardiness zone. I miss Mac, and I know she and Evan are going to start a family soon, and their kids will feel like my family. It's comforting knowing my friend is a short drive away. His forehead wrinkled as he squinted his eyes.
I thought you and Eden had become friends. You do yoga together, you go out to lunch, shopping.
We are friends, and you introducing us was a lifesaver for me. I love having a girlfriend to hang out with. I'm going to miss seeing her as often, if or when we move. But this is my home, and Mac is my family. Every word was true. Eden was young and full of contagious energy. We could talk for hours about anything. She didn't make me feel unworthy of Quinn, like Olivia and Alexis, and I didn't have to picture her in bed with him or playing the spoiled little sister card. However, she didn't know me like Mac, and she never would. A sad smile pulled at his mouth.
I understand, Addie. I do. Now is just not the right time, okay?
I felt dismissed and even a little angry. At the time, I also felt ashamed that I hadn't given much thought to Quinn's employees and the logistics that went along with him moving to Chicago. Maybe I sounded selfish, but the truth was, I felt like I deserved to be a little selfish. Giving was better than receiving. I had been a giver for so long, doing what other people expected of me, but it felt like my time to receive, even if just a little. By the time we returned to Mac and Evans, they were already there. They must have made up an excuse to leave early. "So, how was dinner?" Mac asked. But that wasn't her real question. I could tell by the way she phrased it and by the look on her face, she was waiting for some big announcement about us moving to Chicago. I gave her an indiscreet shake of my head. Dinner was fine. How about yours? The disappointment in her eyes was evident, but she didn't let on any further. It was good, blah, 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 about Mom's social schedule and the same with Dad and Evan's shop talk. Quinn hung up our coats, then pressed his hand to the small of my back.
I have about an hour or so worth of work on my laptop that I need to get done. So, if you will all excuse me, I'm going to head to the guest room and get started.
He leaned in and kissed my cheek before making his way down the hallway. "Tea? Wine? Both?" Mac offered. My brain said tea, and then off to bed, but after my evening with Quinn, the one word that came out of my mouth was wine. It wasn't long before Evan headed off to bed, too. Mac and I once again found ourselves on the porch wrapped in throw blankets with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. I confessed my frustrations to her, and she did her best to play the impartial party, but she couldn't hide the fact that she wanted me in Chicago as much as I wanted to be there. The first bottle of wine went down easy. Too easy. I couldn't say no when Mac offered to open another bottle. We talked about everything, often falling into fits of laughter that were exacerbated by the alcohol. Before we knew it, the clock read 1:15 midnight. I felt warm, numb, and tingly. Another side effect was a bad case of the giggles. Mac turned off the light and stumbled in the opposite direction to her bedroom. The guest bedroom door creaked a bit as I eased it open, peeking inside. Quinn was asleep, and the room was pitch black. I needed to brush my teeth, remove my makeup, and put on my pajamas. but the only thing I could think of was stripping down naked and having my way with Quinn. I fumbled with the zipper to my dress and bumped into the armoire. "Shit," I whispered, then followed it with a giggle. He stirred during my clumsy attempt to quietly undress. After finally winning the battle, I managed to remove my dress and bra, but forgot about my panties as I crawled over the covers on top of Quinn.
"What are you doing?"
he whispered, voice groggy. "I'm seducing you," I giggled, as I fought to pull the covers off him. "Remember, this is why we're here?" I ran my nails down his chest.
"What?"
He shook his head like his brain was foggy. I giggled again. "You know, if we would have stayed at your sister's, no fun for my Quinny. But since we're here, we can fuck like bunnies." My hand slipped under his boxer briefs, and his partial erection hardened to 100%. He must have thought it was a traitor because the rest of his body said no.
"Eddie, stop."
He pulled my hand out of his briefs. I giggled again. "Oh, come on." I scooted up so I straddled him, then rubbed and circled my pelvis over his erection beneath the sheet. He grabbed my hips to stop me.
"I said, stop it."
His voice was still a whisper, but it had a very serious edge to it. I leaned forward and smashed my mouth to his, trying to force my tongue inside his mouth, but he grabbed my arms and pulled me off him, tossing me to the side of the bed.
"Damn it, Eddie. You're fucking drunk and I'm not doing this with you. Just go to sleep."
He pulled the covers over himself and shifted so his back was to me. "Fine then," I pouted. "I'll just have to please myself." I slipped my hand inside the front of my panties and let out a soft moan. He sat up, grabbed his pillow and phone off the dresser, and left the room. It was hard to remember much after that. The next thing I did remember was Quinn's stern voice.
"Get up. We are leaving in an hour."
I squinted my eyes. My head thumped in time with my heart. "Brilliant, Addie. Nice hangover." Through my blurred morning vision, I looked over at the clock. 6:30 a.m. Then I looked down at myself, sprawled on top of the covers in nothing but my underwear. Quinn was in the ensuite bathroom brushing his teeth. When he finished, he grabbed his suit coat and packed suitcase.
"I'll be in the kitchen."
He didn't even look at me before he walked out, shutting the door behind him. I showered and packed my stuff before making my own personal walk of shame down the hall to the kitchen. Quinn was seated at the table, sipping his coffee and looking at the newspaper. Evan had already left for work, but Mac was blending something. She looked better than me. I chalked it up to her having wine daily and me having it, as of lately, rarely. "Detox smoothie," she announced, setting a tall glass in front of me. "Thanks, Mac," I whispered, rubbing my temples. Quinn ignored us and refused to even sneak a peek in my direction. "Quinn, can I get you some toast?" Mac asked in her cheerful and most hospitable voice. "We don't have any eggs or bacon, sorry, although I'm sure Evan has packets of beef jerky hidden somewhere." He didn't look up from the paper when he answered,
"That'd be wonderful."
"Anything on it?"
"Peanut butter, if you have it. Thanks."
"You got it. Addie, toast?" Tipping my chin to slurp my drink, I shook my head. It hurt. That's what I deserved. After a silent breakfast, I hugged Mac goodbye as Quinn and Eddie waited in the car for me. "What was this morning all about?" Mac asked. "Last night, my thinking was impaired and I somehow pissed him off." "I'd say so. I came out to the kitchen around 3 this morning to get a drink of water and he was curled up on the couch in nothing but his underwear." Mac flashed me an appreciative smile. "Oh, God," I groaned, as memories of the night before resurfaced. "What?" I scrunched my face in embarrassment. "When he turned me down for sex, I think I may have attempted to pleasure myself." She screeched in laughter. "Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, Addie!" "Oh, it's not. I'm so humiliated and he's so pissed. This is not going to be a fun flight home." "Good luck, sweetie." She waved to me as I headed to the car. Eddie waited with the door open to the back.
Miss Brecken?
Eddie, was all I said. I scooted in beside Quinn. He was, as always, checking his emails and messages on his phone. I'm sorry, I whispered. He didn't pause what he was doing for even a moment. He just nodded his head in acknowledgement. I chose to leave it at that, knowing eventually he would have a more in-depth discussion when he was ready. The flight back to New York was excruciating for me. Quinn stayed busy with his computer and business calls while I read every magazine on the plane from cover to cover. When we arrived at the condo, he put our luggage upstairs, then headed straight for his office without a word. I followed him because I wasn't about to let the silence go on between us any longer. Out with it, I demanded as he sat at his desk, flipping through some papers.
Out with what?
I still wasn't worthy of so much as a glance. Out with the crap, Quinn. You're pissed. I understand that. I said I'm sorry, but you still insist on giving me the silent treatment. I'm sorry I asked you to move to Chicago. I'm sorry I drank too much. I'm sorry I propositioned you for sex. I'm sorry I couldn't finish. The words, I'm sorry I tried to masturbate in front of you, stayed lodged in my throat. He finally made eye contact with me and relinquished the first smile I'd seen on his face in almost 24 hours.
Go on. Finish.
The longer he looked at me, the more his smile looked like a cocky smirk. I'm finished. Crossing my arms over my chest, I stood my ground, refusing to let him drag any more out of me just to watch me squirm with embarrassment. He pushed away from his desk and leaned back in his chair.
I don't think you are. I think you just stopped short of apologizing for touching yourself when I refused to fuck your drunk ass.
Whatever, you smug bastard. I turned, grabbed my purse, and stomped out the door. By the time the elevator reached the parking garage, Quinn was a step behind me coming down from the stairs.
Addie, wait.
I turned and pushed my finger into his chest. No. I apologized, but you weren't going to be satisfied until you brought me to my knees. That's not what people who love each other do. I got into Karma and fastened my seatbelt before jerking the gear shift into reverse and stomping on the gas. In my anger and frustrated state, I turned the wheel a fraction of a second too early and caught the rear fender of Quinn's Lamborghini. My heart and stomach fought for space in my throat as I slammed on the brakes. Jumping out of Karma, I looked at Quinn. He was frozen and utterly speechless. He looked like someone just punched him in the stomach and he was going to double over at any moment. Oh, shit. Quinn, I'm... He didn't move, and the wise words of Mac took over my body. I dropped to my knees in front of him and made haste with his pants, jerking them down to his knees. He looked down at me in complete confusion, but his body and mouth were paralyzed. His length was soft, but I wasn't surprised to find out that crashing the backside of his precious car wasn't arousing him. I wrapped my mouth around him anyway and sucked him like I'd imagined he'd never been sucked before. It took a few moments, but his smaller brain kicked in and he expanded in my mouth. I stroked, licked, and sucked him relentlessly, grabbing his ass and pulling him into me. Don't gag, don't gag. By the time he found his voice, it was strained and raspy. He had to lean to the side just enough to rest his hand on his car to balance himself. He first let out an agonizing moan as his other hand grabbed my hair and started to pull me back. But as I sucked him deeper, he let go and squeezed his butt, gently thrusting into me.
Addie. Jesus.
His breathing was labored, and I knew he was close. The recent fight-or-flight reaction continued to dominate my instincts, which allowed me to take him all the way.
Fuck!
He yelled, grabbing my hair again as he flooded my mouth with his warm, salty release. All I could hear in my head was Mac's words of warning as I dug deep down and swallowed. Without further ado, I left him standing in the parking garage with his pants at his ankles while I jumped in Karma and sped away. My heart raced. My hands trembled. I parked in front of a local coffee shop just down the street. Bursting through the door, as if someone was chasing me, I ordered a soy chai tea latte and a bottled water. I chugged down the water before the barista had a chance to give me my change. Then I found a table in the corner and texted Mac. Me. I hit Quinn's car. A few minutes later, she responded. Mac. On purpose? Me. No, it was an accident. I was upset, and in my rush of trying to leave, I caught the back of it. Mac. And? Me. He was speechless. Mac. And? Me. I took your advice. Mac. NFW! Exclamation point. Me. Yes fucking way. It was like some other force took over my body. Mac. And? Me. And it will never happen again. Mac. LOL. Not a fan of the spunk? Me. No, but now I'm afraid to go back. Mac. Where are you? Me. Coffee shop down the street. I didn't even wait for him to pull his pants up before I bolted. Mac. OMG! That's hilarious. You have to go back. I have to know how this ends. Text me later. Me. We'll see. Hiding out at the coffee shop for over an hour, I finally received a text from Quinn. Quinn. Where are you? Me. Coffee shop down the street. Quinn. Come home. Me. Come here. Neutral ground. He didn't respond, but 10 minutes later, he walked through the door and made his way to my table in the corner. This seat taken? He smiled. I returned a half grin and shook my head. Interesting afternoon, wouldn't you say? He was calm, eerily calm. That's one word for it, I mumbled, looking out the window to my side. I have to know, is that your usual MO for dealing with fender benders? I couldn't believe he asked me that. I wanted to be pissed at him, but I couldn't because it was quite funny. It's actually a sliding scale based on the value of the car. Most of my other mishaps only required a hand job, but Lamborghini owners require more. I laughed as I met his eyes. He tried to hold in his amusement to my comment, but failed. We both laughed until the tension completely faded between us. I'm sorry, Quinn. Hell, I'm not. In fact, I plan on parking much closer to Karma next time. He smirked and reached for my hand. Not funny. I smacked his hand away. It's a little funny. He reached for my hand again and interlaced our fingers. I can't believe you weren't concerned that someone would drive by us or come down the elevator. That's just it. I wasn't thinking. I would have been horrified if someone would have seen us. He grinned like the devil. What? I questioned. He shook his head. Nothing. Don't try and feed me that. What are you grinning about? I demanded. Let's just say you'll likely be getting an extra enthusiastic greeting from Tom the next time you meet him. Tom? Tom at the front desk? He nodded. Why would that be? Tom is the one who reviews the security tapes from the parking garage. He bit his lip and waited for my reaction. Oh my God, are you serious? I shrieked. There are security cameras in the parking garage? He laughed. Yes, hence the title, Secured Parking Garage. I am such a ditz sometimes. I can't believe that never even occurred to me. God, I am mortified. There's no way I'll enter or exit through the lobby ever again. Oh, it's not that bad. You don't have to avoid Tom. I'm sure he's seen a lot of interesting stuff on the security tapes. It's his job to be professional and discreet. Easy for you to say. I surely just fulfilled a fantasy off your bucket list. You think being given head was on my bucket list? No, I think being sucked off in public while being taped is on your bucket list. Quinn rolled his eyes to the side and puckered his lips. It wasn't on my bucket list, but it probably should have been. I have never, and I mean ever, had a blowjob as good as you gave me. Enough. Let's go home. I stood, and he followed. I made us an early dinner. Then we hung out on the couch together and watched a movie. When the movie was over, Quinn grabbed my foot and started massaging it. It had become a regular ritual with us. I can't say for sure when, but
I'm going to do my best to get us moved to Chicago.
My heart skipped a beat at his words. The unavoidable smile on my face felt amazing. I looked into the eyes of the man I loved. I know you will, and I'm truly sorry for not considering everything that will entail. One of the many things I love about you is your concern for your employees.
Coming from such a philanthropist, I will take that as a compliment.
He winked at me. My smile faded. I'm sincerely sorry for getting drunk and coming at you in bed. I know drinking is a sensitive issue. He laughed.
Coming at me in bed?
I pushed the foot that he was rubbing into his gut. You know what I mean.
I know, I'm sorry. I was just frustrated after dinner, and then I waited up for you but you didn't come to bed. I acted like an immature adolescent pouting when he didn't get what he wanted when he wanted it. Then when you came in drunk, it just pissed me off even more.
I can't believe I acted that way with you. I didn't even remember you leaving to sleep on the couch until Mac told me in the morning that she saw you when she went out to get some water. He grinned.
Well, there was no way I was going to just lie next to you in bed while you touched yourself.
I grimaced. Not one of my finer moments.
Not one of my finer moments when I detoured to the bathroom and jacked off before hitting the couch. You had me so fucking worked up there was no way I was going to get sleep, thinking about you down the hall touching yourself.
You didn't, I gasped.
Did.
He nodded. We're quite the stubborn pair, aren't we? He adjusted himself.
Yes, we are. Now, all this talk has me thinking we should go upstairs and make up properly.
I think you may be right. Chapter 17. When your mother asks, "Do you want a piece of advice?" it's a mere formality. It doesn't matter if you answer yes or no. You're going to get it anyway. Irma Bombeck. Quinn's birthday was in April. We had unofficially been together for almost a year. By some miracle, we successfully managed to live in the present and grow new roots together, without digging up the past and all its dirty mess. I wanted to do something grand for Quinn's birthday. I was very content living a simple life, but Quinn loved grand gestures, so grand he got. We left the day before his birthday for 3 weeks in Spain. I paid for everything, and to my surprise, he didn't argue. Much. Our first stop was Valencia, to visit his family. After the awkward first encounter with them at Christmas, we made an effort to video chat with them every couple of weeks, so by April, they felt like my own family. Since this trip was all about Quinn, we took his private jet, the one exception to my footing the bill for the trip. We planned to fly out early in the morning, so with the time difference, we would at least be at his mom's in time for a late dinner. I nestled into my large captain's chair and unfastened my seatbelt after we were safely in the air. Quinn messed with his phone. His life. I hope your mom doesn't go to too much trouble for dinner. In fact, we should just pick something up on the way. He grinned but didn't take his eyes off his phone.
My mother will no doubt be knocking herself out. I'm certain she spent the last week researching and planning vegan meals to impress you.
I was flattered. The thought of Quinn's mom trying to impress me was crazy, but it warmed my heart. It made me think of my own mother. I wondered what she would think of the path my life had taken. Would she be proud of me? What would she think of Quinn? Undoubtedly, she and my dad would be proud of Quinn's financial accomplishments, but he was Malcolm's polar opposite in so many other ways, and they had adored Malcolm. He'd kept me focused, which my parents loved. He'd pushed me through college, and was such a cheerleader for my accomplishments, just like Mac. I hated comparing Malcolm to Quinn. Not only were they two completely different men, it felt like two completely different lifetimes. Still, I couldn't look at Quinn and not have flashes of Malcolm in my head. Like the slow tick of a film projector, my past ran on an endless reel in my head. Malcolm had short, wavy, copper blonde hair and green eyes, opposite of my Latin sex god. He had a nice smile with cute dimples. His body was lean, but not overly muscular, and his stomach was flat, but not toned, not even close to Quinn's. Malcolm was my first love, and everyone thought of him as a cute, nice guy. He had all the sexual temptations of a young man in his early 20s, but his strict religious upbringing was a halo of guilt over his head whenever we were together. In the early stages of our relationship, our sex life was quick. Like, if we hurried, God might have his head turned and not see us sinning. I longed for sensual, erotic intimacy, the kind I read about in my romance novels, the kind of passion I had with Quinn. I loved Malcolm, but I didn't crave him. At the time, I had no idea that sort of desire existed. He gave me the greatest love ever, and for that, I would always love him. He also took it from me the day our house burned down, and for that, there would always be a sharp pain of resentment.
Penny for your thoughts?
Quinn's voice brought me back from memory lane. Rich guy owns his own private jet. I think my thoughts should be worth more than a penny to him. He sat opposite me, so I slipped off my wedges and moved my foot in between his legs, biting the corner of my bottom lip and looking up at him from beneath my long eyelashes. He tossed his phone aside and scooted forward in his chair, pushing my foot harder into his bulge. My toes, with French pedicured nails, curled over at the top of his erection, and he hissed as he sucked in a breath through his teeth. The cabin door clicked open behind me, and I tried to pull my foot back, but Quinn held it soundly in place as he looked at the flight attendant and shook his head. The door closed again. He was used to getting what he wanted and having his way with me, anytime and anywhere. He had his way with me 3 times over our more than 7-hour-long flight. By the time we landed in Valencia, his brother Chase was waiting for us. The 28-year-old, shorter and slightly stockier version of Quinn, with a bad boy smile, embraced my man. It wasn't a man hug, but a genuine embrace. It was my turn next, and Chase lifted me off my feet and twirled me around. I gasped, with a huge grin plastered to my face.
Easy there, killer. She's mine.
Quinn cleared his throat. Chase set me down and grabbed my left hand, zeroing in on my ring finger.
Not yet, big bro. She'll be mine within a week once she realizes it's the younger Cohen who has the stamina to keep a sexy goddess like herself thoroughly satisfied.
Quinn collared Chase's neck from behind and led him to the car.
Get in and drive before I bust your cocky young ass.
Chase laughed and winked at me. Quinn opened the back door to the white Audi A6, and we both got in.
Mom's car, huh?
Quinn asked.
Yep. Addie would have had to ride in your lap if I'd have brought mine.
Quinn squeezed my upper thigh.
Probably would not have been safe.
Then he leaned in and whispered in my ear.
However, I'd love nothing more than you riding on me.
Chase faked a cough.
I heard that.
Quinn grinned.
Good. Then you'll know by Addie's shade of red that she's a very satisfied lady.
I went from pink to bright red. Enough! Geez, what is this, Embarrass Addie Day? You two are acting like a couple of horny, competitive teenagers. Chase winked at me through the rearview mirror. He was such a flirt.
How long are you two staying in Valencia?
Quinn shifted his eyes to me. Our itinerary was on a need-to-know basis, and he didn't need to know. Just a few days, I answered.
Oh, really? Where are you off to next?
Quinn narrowed his eyes a bit like he could break me with a lock.
Addie won't tell me. This trip is all her planning. She wants to surprise me. Let me get this straight. Addie's in control?
Chase glanced in the rearview mirror. His expression said Quinn just told him the earth wasn't round.
I never thought I'd see the day.
Quinn leaned in and kissed my neck.
Me neither,
he mumbled into me. The heat of his touch elicited a whole body response. I crossed my legs to ease the pressure But I couldn't do anything to hide my hardened nipples straining against the thin cotton fabric of my white and hot pink floral sundress. The low-cut back and halter tie didn't allow for a bra, which was regrettable and embarrassing at that moment. As if he sensed my thoughts, Quinn's focus dropped to my perky peaks, and his eyes widened as his smile met his eyes. I hated how responsive my body was to his every touch. It made for some very uncomfortable situations. Chase pulled into a gated community. The shadows of the night hid the detail of the houses, but they looked modest and well-kept. We pulled into the drive, which belonged to Elena's sister. She, too, was widowed, and Elena had been staying with her since Quinn's dad died. Chase stopped next to a silver Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren. I assumed the two-seated sports car was his. Quinn offered his hand to help me out as Chase retrieved our luggage.
You wearing that damn piece of material you call a dress is not the distraction I need when we're about to see my mother, he whispered in my ear as he adjusted himself.
Well, as long as you keep your hands to yourself, it shouldn't be a problem. Chase headed to the door with his arms loaded as Quinn grabbed the rest.
We'll give my mother a quick hello, then take our luggage to our room and correrse.
I gave Quinn a funny look.
Ah, got you on that one. Think more vulgar definition. To get off, or orgasm.
You really should write for Hallmark, babe. The words that flow from those sexy lips are so romantic, I quipped. Addy! Elena smiled as we approached the door. She wrapped me in her arms and squeezed me so tight my lungs begged for air. Elena, so lovely to see you in person again. I dropped my purse and hugged her back.
Nice to see you too, mother.
Quinn feigned hurt that she acknowledged me first.
Sí, mi hijo mejor.
Elena released me, and Quinn pulled her in under his arm for a hug, while he still held a suitcase in his other. ¿Cuándo vas a casar con ella? Elena asked Quinn with abundant enthusiasm. When are you going to marry her? I pretended not to hear her comment, and instead looked around the foyer, attempting to appear fascinated with the decor.
What the hell, mother? You know she speaks Spanish.
Quinn shook his head. I risked a glance at Quinn with a meek smile on my face.
We're going to take our luggage to our rooms and, freshen up before dinner. Okay, mother?
Elena kissed Quinn on the cheek.
Fine, but don't be too long. I don't want the first meal I make for Addie to be cold.
As I followed Quinn toward the stairs, I grabbed Elena's hand and gave it a warm squeeze. I'm sure it will be wonderful. We'll be back down in a few minutes.
Need help with anything up there, bro?
Chase called with a devilish smile.
Nope, nothing I need your help with.
Quinn threw over his shoulder without looking back. Our room was the last one down the long ceramic tiled hallway. I leisurely made my way down the hall, stopping occasionally to take in the beautiful framed art that so elegantly adorned both walls.
Adi,
Quinn called from the bedroom door, his look impatient. I knitted my brows. What? I mouthed. He jerked his head toward the bedroom. I sighed and picked up my pace, making a mental note to ask Elena about the black and white sketch of Don Quixote. As soon as I reached the threshold to the bedroom, Quinn grabbed me and closed the door behind us. His mouth eagerly captured mine as his hands tangled through my hair momentarily before untying my halter straps. I moved my face just enough to throw out a few quick words. Quinn, what are you doing? Your mother and Chase are waiting on us. His mouth moved to my then naked breasts as he lifted me up and moved us to the bed.
I know. That's why we have to be quick.
He glided my dress up over my legs and hooked his thumb under my panties just under my hip bone. I tilted my pelvis to allow him to slide them down. I wanted to put up more of a fight on the matter, but Quinn was my drug, and in that moment, I couldn't think past him being inside me. I worked the button on his jeans as he sucked and nibbled my hard nipples. He used one hand to push his pants down just far enough to free his erection. Then, he hooked the same arm under my knee, hiking my leg up as he slid into me. His other hand massaged my breast, and his mouth overtook mine. We kissed hard and deep, swallowing each other's moans, and we rocked our hips together in a frantic rhythm. Quinn found his release first and started to pull out while I was still teetering on the edge. I grabbed his ass and dug my nails into his firm flesh. "Not yet," I whimpered. He gave me his damn cocky grin, but obliged me by thrusting his hips into me a couple more times as he thumbed my swollen clit, sending me toward the island of euphoria. I bit his shoulder to suppress the scream that wanted to escape my throat. He pulled out and stood to pull up his pants and straighten out his shirt. "Damn, baby, you're insatiable." I glared at him as I slipped my panties back on. "Wouldn't be a problem if you weren't so incorrigible." The sass in my words failed to trump the satisfied grin on my face. He stretched his V-neck t-shirt to the side, exposing deep bite marks on his shoulder. "You marked me, baby. You'll pay for that later." My jaw dropped, eyes wide. I couldn't believe I did that to him, and I also couldn't imagine what he meant by paying for it later. Was he going to bite me? He tied my dress around my neck as I lifted my hair. When he finished, he kissed my exposed shoulder, then nipped at it with his teeth, releasing an iniquitous growl. Elena was setting the food on the table just as we entered the kitchen. "This looks amazing, Elena." My words were genuine. "Oh my, I hope you like it. There are 3 different kinds of homemade vegan cheese with flax crackers and sliced apples. Then, the large bowl is creamy cashew kale with chickpeas, olives, and julienne bell peppers and carrots." Quinn pulled out a chair for me, then sat at the end of the table to my right. Chase sat across from Quinn, and Elena was opposite me.
"Well, did you two get all freshened up?"
Chase asked, giving a quick wink.
"Yes, we did, but Addie was quite hungry."
Quinn rubbed his shoulders, smirking at me.
"So we didn't take too long."
Smartass. "What are your plans while you're here in Valencia?" Elena asked. Quinn shrugged his shoulders while chewing a big bite of food. "It's a surprise. I have some travel plans for us over the next 3 weeks, and apparently, much to everyone's amazement, Quinn is being a good sport and patiently waiting for the next reveal." "Amazing indeed," Elena grinned. "I've never known Quentin to patiently wait for anything. He always found his hidden birthday and Christmas presents within a day of my purchasing them." Quinn wiped his mouth, then squeezed my leg.
"Everything about Addie is worth waiting for."
Elena's eyes shifted to mine. She was a blink away from tears. I looked at Quinn before she pulled me into a big ball fest. He winked at me as I squeezed the hand he had placed on my leg. We finished dinner with casual, easy conversation. "Dinner was amazing, Elena. You have a gift." "It was nothing. My gift is being able to follow directions. I'm not at your caliber of effortlessly and confidently creating my own recipes, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, dear." The bond I had with Quinn's mother was true and special. I fell for her with the same effortless ease I fell for her son.
"It was wonderful, Mother. But it's been a long day, so if you don't mind, I think we're going to head off to bed."
Quinn stood, then pulled out my chair for me. "Are you sure I can't offer you some tea, Addie?" Elena added. As anxious as I was to have Quinn all to myself again, I wanted to spend more time with his mom, and it was the perfect setup to my first birthday surprise for Quinn. I didn't get up. "That would be lovely, Elena." Quinn narrowed his eyes a bit. "Go on up to bed, babe. I'll be up in a little while." I smiled and batted my eyelashes at him. His shoulders sagged inward. Had we not been in the presence of his family, Quinn would have thrown me over his shoulder and hauled me off to bed because no was not an answer Quinn accepted without an argument.
"Fine, but don't be too long."
He pinned me with a look that demanded a yes sir response. I returned a tight-lipped smile.
"It's time for me to head home too."
Jace kissed Elena, then me, before leaving us alone. I didn't want to keep Quinn waiting too long. The memory of that night at Mac and Evans was still fresh in my mind. I did, however, want a little alone time with Elena.
Blueberry pomegranate tea sound good?
Elena called from behind the counter. Perfect. She brought back a beautiful glass teapot with a bamboo handle and 2 double-layered glass teacups.
I'm glad we have a few moments alone,
she said while pouring the tea into our cups.
How much has Quinn told you about Lucas, his father?
I wasn't expecting our conversation to go in that direction. Just that he died from injuries sustained in a car accident, and,
did he tell you about his drinking?
Yes, and that's the reason why he doesn't drink. Elena nodded, tension drawing her brow tight as she focused on the cup of tea in her hand.
Lucas was the love of my life. He worked hard to provide for our family, and once we moved to the United States, he had a lot of opportunities to make money. Years back, he had some legal issues with one of his businesses, and after years of litigation, he lost, well, let's just say a lot. It was hard on our marriage because he wouldn't open up to me, and then he started drinking. The drinking led to infidelity. Our children suffered too much, but Quinn had the most to deal with. He never wanted to be in business with Lucas, but when his father wasn't sober enough to run his companies, Quinn had to step in and help. After Lucas died, it was Quinn who dealt with the lawyers. He's still dealing with the mess his father left behind.
She wiped a stray tear away.
He did it for me, Chase, and Alexis. He takes care of all of us, and
several more tears fell to her cheeks.
Quinn thought his father walked on water for so many years. He wanted to be a brilliant businessman just like him. But the women and the alcohol severed their relationship. Quinn doesn't drink, and for that I am grateful, but the women...
She reached over the table and took my hand.
He swore he would never settle down, never marry, and never have a family because he feared he was too much like his father. But Addie, he loves you, and I hope he doesn't get scared and run. But I want you to know that Quinn is a good man. He is not his father, and I hope if he tries to push you away, you will fight for him.
I blinked away the tears that pooled in my eyes. My past is rocky too, but I love your son. I can't promise more than one day at a time, but I won't go down without a fight. Okay? She gave me a beautiful smile. It was the same as Quinn's. I honestly couldn't promise her forever with Quinn, but he was waiting for me upstairs, and in that moment, he was my whole world. The clock read 5 minutes past midnight. It was officially Quinn's birthday, and I was ready to give him his first of many presents. I hugged Elena and told her good night. Quinn was passed out on the bed by the time I made it upstairs. Part of me regretted staying downstairs with Elena for so long, but it was a conversation we needed to have. It was Quinn's birthday, but it seemed more like mine when I took in his naked body covered by the sheet at his midsection. He was the most delicious eye candy. I still had to pinch myself. It was ridiculous that such a perfect body was for my pleasure and mine alone. Even in a relaxed, sleeping state, his muscles looked flexed and sculpted. I itched to run my hands over his day's worth of stubble, or to feel it between my legs. His full, cherry-red lips were slightly parted, and his high cheekbones and thick, dark eyebrows framed his sleepy eyes and long, full eyelashes. Quinn didn't mention his mother's faux pas about getting married, and I was glad because there was a part of me that wondered where Quinn imagined us in the future. I, like Quinn, had sworn off marriage years ago, but was he a game changer for me? Was I for him? I removed my shoes and tiptoed into the bathroom. I fixed my hair, added a little lip gloss, and rubbed jasmine oil over my body before I slipped into black satin and lace thong panties and a fitted nightie that had see-through lace over the breasts and just below my navel, with hot pink satin flower embellishments bordering the lace. The elegant four-poster bed was perfect for my plan. I had 2 long pieces of black satin that I used to tie Quinn's arms to the posts. Quinn was a heavy sleeper, which played in my favor. I crawled up between his legs and pulled the sheet off of his midsection, exposing all of him. I dug my fingernails into his firm inner thighs, and as soon as he started to stir, I wrapped my lips over the head of his length. I didn't want to get his hopes up. This wasn't going to end like it did in the parking garage. His groggy eyes opened in confusion as he tugged, to no avail, to free his hands.
What the hell?
Even his voice was heavy with sleep. I sucked hard on his cock, stroking it at the base with one hand as he hardened in my mouth. I popped off, licking my lips. Happy birthday, babe. I sat up and straddled him, allowing his eyes to take in my scantily clad body. Does my Quinny like? I ran my hands up his chest, then brought them back down, raking my nails over his skin just enough to elicit a heavy moan, but not hard enough to leave marks. He nodded, then tugged at his bound wrists.
Fuck, baby. What are you doing to me?
Anything I want. I crawled up his body. I'd better make sure these ties are secure. I straddled his head, leaning forward to check the knots. His lips reached for me, but my sex was just out of reach. He took a slow inhale. I played it cool, like the slow breath of air he drew in didn't melt my panties, but it did. For his torture, or maybe mine, I lowered just enough to let his nose graze the thin patch of silk and lace at the front of my thong. He sucked in another breath and flicked out his tongue, swiping my sensitive flesh on one side of my string.
Again,
he hummed. The shots were mine to call, but he was the master of my body, and it followed his command on instinct. I dipped my hips back down, lowering my center to his face again, lingering a little longer, allowing his tongue to dip under the material just enough to brush past my clit. Under heavy lids, my eyes rolled back in my head. He robbed my ability to focus. I scooted down his body again to straddle his legs just below his erection.
Oh, baby, come back up here.
He licked his lips.
You know you want to, and I fucking love the taste of you.
I smiled as I reached for a container I set on the bedside table. Removing the lid, I dipped my finger in it, then sucked it off, drawing my finger out an inch at a time. His breath caught, then another moan escaped from deep in his throat.
What is that?
He asked as his butt flexed, lifting his hips a little. Edible body chocolate, organic and vegan, of course. I dipped my finger in it again and brought it to Quinn's lips. He opened his mouth, but I smeared it on his lips instead. I leaned into him and licked his top lip as his tongue traced his bottom. I continued to suck and lick his lips before I dipped my tongue into his mouth to taste him. The chocolate was good, but it was Quinn that I craved. I smeared more chocolate around his nipples and over his abs. My tongue seduced and savored every inch of his chest. Quinn squirmed and jerked at his restraints as I hummed with each stroke of my tongue. His erection twitched. Looks like someone's feeling a little left out, I cooed. His eyes were dark and heated. His arms, tense with veins, pulled against the restraints, his hands fisted. I covered his hard cock with chocolate. My 2 favorite aphrodisiacs together was a heady combination. I wanted to play this out, slow and sensual, but my body screamed, "Fuck the birthday boy." Literally. I'm not sure who was more turned on at that moment. I wrapped my mouth around him and sucked him like a popsicle, over and over again, lapping up the warm chocolate.
Fuck. Addy, stop.
Quinn's breathing was labored, his voice ragged.
Take these goddamn things off my wrists or I'm going to rip this fucking bed frame to pieces.
Flashing him a wicked smile, I slipped the straps off my nightie, exposing my breasts, then rubbed chocolate on my nipples. Not yet, babe, but soon. I scooted up just enough to graze my sex over his erection. His hips jerked up to me. Hooking my finger under the thin strap of material, I pulled my thong to the side and eased down onto him. The bed creaked as Quinn tensed, pulling down on his arms.
God, untie me, baby.
I moved up and down his length while circling my chocolate-smeared nipple with my finger. Then I sucked it off my finger with an appreciative moan.
For the love of Christ, Addy, I swear to God, if you don't untie me now, my mother will be knocking on the door because I'm going to fucking lose it.
I eased off him. As you wish, birthday boy. Leaning forward, I stopped with my nipple over his mouth. He licked it several times, then sucked it into his mouth. I untied one arm, then the other, expecting him to attack me or even tie me up, but he didn't. He didn't move his arms at all as I sat up. I took one of his hands and kissed his wrist before resting it on my hip. I did the same to the other arm. I don't like tying you up. His eyes narrowed.
Why?
I need your touch almost as much as my next breath. His hands tightened around my waist.
I love that you need me.
Then he clasped his hands around my wrists and kissed my palms. I know. I smiled. I slid my straps back over my shoulders.
I don't think so.
He pulled them back down.
My birthday, my wishes.
His grin was playful, and I loved playful Quinn.
So let me just get this straight. You don't like tying me up, and I've confessed I'm a dominant, not a submissive, yet you've tied me up anyway?
I nodded.
Why?
He questioned. I wanted to use the chocolate on you, but the last time we mixed food with sex, you ate it all. He laughed and pinched my sides, causing me to squeal and wiggle off him. He pinned me to the mattress, hovering just inches from my face.
As I recall, you begged for more of me, not more ice cream.
You might be right. I lifted my head just enough to bite his bottom lip, and I sucked it into my mouth. He melted into me and took his time caressing and kissing every inch of my body as we made love until the sun started to peek over the horizon. Then, we held each other in silence, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 18. As usual, there is a great woman behind every idiot. John Lennon.
Good morning, my handsome son and his beautiful love of my life, mother. She's the love of my life.
Quinn stood at the counter in nothing but his running shorts, pouring himself a cup of coffee. Elena's grin spread all the way across her face as she looked at me. My whole body heated from his words. Would I ever get used to Quinn calling me the love of his life? My parents had been married for over 30 years before they died, and I couldn't remember my dad ever referring to my mother as the love of his life. The realization that Malcolm had never used that endearment for me was bittersweet as well. Elena hugged me and whispered in my ear, "No one has ever called me the love of their life." I returned her embrace, wishing I could share his sentiment, but I couldn't. Quinn wasn't the love of my life. At least, not this life.
So, what's on the agenda for my birthday boy today?
Quinn sat at the table and peeled a banana, handing it to me before getting one for himself.
Addie wants me to take her to my favorite places in Valencia, minus bullfighting. Something about systematic torture and eventual killing of innocent animals, blah blah blah. Ouch!
He yelped after I smacked the back of his head. The love of your life just so happens to love all life, but at this moment, I might not hesitate to throw your ass into the ring and I'd root for the bull. Elena choked on her tea, stifling a laugh.
That's a little harsh, baby. Spanish bullfighting is an art form.
So is castration in Wisconsin. Quinn moved a hand to cover his man parts.
Feisty little thing you've got there.
Jay smiled as he walked in the door. Quinn thumbed through the local paper.
You have no idea.
I'm going to shower. I stood and kissed Quinn on the head. He tossed the newspaper aside and scooted his chair back.
I'm right behind you.
Quentin, give the girl a few minutes alone. Sit and finish your coffee, Elena demanded.
I would, but trust me, she doesn't want to be alone.
He made his way to the stairs. Guilty as charged, I hollered from the top of the stairs. We took an extra long shower, and I had to work hard to clear my mind of the fact that Elena and Chase were downstairs, fully aware of what Quinn and I were doing. Quinn, however, wasn't fazed by it in the least. After the dirtiest attempt to get clean on record, I finished messing with my hair as Quinn put on his shoes.
My mother loves you.
Why do you say that? I knew, but I was curious why Quinn thought so.
She told me if I weren't her son, she'd think you were too good for me.
I shrugged. She doesn't know that much about me, and I'm sure she's thought the same thing about other women you've been with.
Not even close. She's tolerated them, and some just barely. You, she loves.
I slipped on my sandals, then moved in front of him. Well, I love your mother. In fact, if we don't work out, I think I'll ask her to adopt me. He laughed.
If we don't work out, I'll be looking for someone to adopt me because my mother will disown me.
He wrapped me in his arms and kissed the top of my head. We spent most of the day in the City of Arts and Sciences, a cultural and architectural marvel that housed, among other things, a planetarium, science museum, aquarium, and botanical gardens. The stunning futuristic buildings and landscape were nothing short of awe-inspiring. However, we enjoyed the moments that would seem mundane to others, such as walking hand in hand, occasionally taking snapshots of the great architecture, and grabbing lunch to eat in the sunken park that had been created in a former riverbed that Mother Nature drained during a catastrophic flood. Good birthday so far? I asked between bites of salad.
I'm not going to lie. You set the bar pretty high early this morning, but I'm having a wonderful day. Every day with you is perfect.
Every day? I questioned.
Every day. Yes, even the days when you ram into my car.
He smiled as he took a bite of his sandwich. Can you believe it's almost been a year since you nearly ran me over with your careless driving? Quinn choked a bit.
Excuse me? I hate to insult your memory of all things, but I remember very clearly you were twirling around in the middle of the street with no regard for your own safety or anyone else's, for that matter.
The speed limit was 35 through there, and you're supposed to yield to pedestrians.
I'm quite certain the fact that you're sitting here alive, with me, is proof that I did yield to the pedestrian.
Do you jump out of your vehicle and throw a tantrum for all the pedestrians to whom you yield? He laughed, then leaned in and kissed me.
Just the sexy ones. Had I ran you over, you wouldn't be here to serve your purpose, and that would be a real tragedy.
I raised my eyebrows in curiosity. What are you calling my purpose?
Well, to please me, of course.
I shoved him back on the grass and lay on top of him. That reminds me of another thing I love about you. He rubbed his nose against mine.
What's that?
Your vivid imagination. We met Elena and Chase for a late dinner at Quinn's favorite restaurant. After we finished eating, close to midnight, I excused myself to use the ladies' room. On the way, I stopped by the hostess station to pick up the garment bag Elena dropped off when they arrived before us. I changed into a strapless purple and black sequined cocktail dress with black open-toed chunky high heels. Smoky eyeshadow, black mascara, and a thick layer of tinted lip gloss completed my sex kitten look. The question of whether Quinn would like my dress was a no-brainer. The real question was if he would like other people admiring it on me. He would either love it or hate it. I turned the corner. Quinn's back was to me, but Chase and Elena caught sight of me and smiled. Quinn turned, his eyes dropping to my feet and slowly making their ascent up my body. The desire in his eyes made my knees a little unsteady. He didn't smile, he didn't speak, he didn't move. I steadied my shaky legs and walked to him, stopping just shy of his chest. tilting my head to meet his gaze. It was dark, with an intensity that sent a fiery heat straight to my core. Addie, you look beautiful. Elena broke the awkward silence. Chase came up beside me and kissed my cheek, placing his hand on my lower back.
You're sexy as hell is what you are.
Quinn grunted, or maybe it was a growl. Chase stepped back with his hands up.
Hey man, she is. Are you blind?
I'm not blind,
More like blindsided. Why are you dressed like this?
His attempt to control his tone was weak at best. It's for your surprise, I murmured, ending with a timid smile.
Come on, bro. Wait until you see where we're going.
Chase patted Quinn on the shoulder as he and Elena headed out the door. I entwined my fingers with Quinn's and let him out as well. His grip tightened, expressing his unspoken displeasure. My skimpy attire had him wound tighter than a monkey's nuts. I could relate. My Latin sex god looked utterly consumable in his dark, frayed-at-the-bottom jeans and fitted black t-shirt that accentuated his sculpted chest. I was excited for him to see a surprise, but his caveman attitude left me buzzing with sexual electricity. We arrived at our destination in silence. It was an exclusive nightclub, which I had rented out for the night. The starving children in the world crossed my mind more than once when I let go of the large sum of cash required for our private party. Quinn pulled me into him as the security guy opened the door for us. As soon as we entered, a crowd of people yelled out, "Happy birthday!" His extended family, aunts, uncles, and cousins, from Spain, as well as his sister Alexis and her husband Mitch, flew in from Chicago. Standing next to Chase were Zach and Eden. I'd invited them not only to the surprise party, but also to stay an extra week with us for some more surprise adventures I had planned. Toward the back of the crowd, we saw Mackenzie and Evan with huge grins plastered on their faces. After Quinn scanned the familiar crowd with wide eyes, lips parted, he looked down at me.
I'm speechless, baby. No one has ever surprised me like this.
His lips found mine just seconds before friends and family surrounded us, pulling us in opposite directions. The money didn't matter at that moment. Quinn was surprised and very, very happy. Even my dress had managed to fall off his radar for a while. "Addie!" Max screamed as she pulled me in for a big hug. "You're the best girlfriend ever for doing this for Quinn, but you're an even better BFF for flying me and Evan here for the party. And would you look at you? I'm talking grade A hottie. He must have flipped when he saw you wear this." Mac held me at arm's length as she checked out my dress. He was speechless. I left it at that. Evan hugged me.
"Hey, gorgeous. We've missed seeing you."
"Thanks. I've missed seeing you guys, too. It's so easy to get caught up in Quinland, I sometimes forget the rest of the world exists." "He's exactly what you need, sweetie," Mac added. "I hope so." I scanned the room, looking for my hot guy in the crowd, but before I found him, Zach and Eden grabbed my attention.
"This is the bomb, Addie!"
Zach yelled over the music that had been kicked up to dangerous decibels. "Thanks. I'm so glad everything worked out." Eden moved closer to my ear so she didn't have to shout so loud. "Does he know about the rest?" "Not yet. He's been uncharacteristically easygoing about letting me take charge of everything." "Even that dress?" Eden added. I smiled, fidgeting with it, struggling to find the perfect balance between pulling it up to keep my nipples contained versus tugging the hem down to keep my ass covered. "The dress? Not so much." I rolled my eyes. Hanging out with Zach and Eden had become a regular part of our routine since our first dinner together. Eden and I texted on a daily basis, usually just to vent about our men who acted like horny boys most of the time. She knew all about Quinn's list of quirks, which at the top of the list was his obsession with my body being properly covered in public. I jumped as a large hand suddenly snaked around me from behind.
"You've outdone yourself with this lavish party, baby, but don't think I've forgotten about this."
One of Quinn's hands traced the swell of my cleavage while the other skimmed my bare thighs just below the hem of my dress. I turned in his arms and grasped his hair in my hands, pulling his lips to mine. He slipped his tongue past my teeth and explored every inch of my mouth. We were boredly crossing the acceptable PDA line, but when I felt his erection rub against me, the rest of the world faded away. The deep clearing of a man's throat startled me.
I hear the restaurant lounge areas are quite posh and dimly lit if you two have something you need to do or, work out. Otherwise, I'd keep in mind that you have a very intimate audience, including our mother, watching your every move. Birthday boy.
Chase wore a cocksure grin on his face. I wiped the smeared lip gloss from my lips as Quinn used the back of his hand to do the same.
Now, it's time I take this beautiful lady out on the dance floor while our guest of honor mingles some more.
Chase offered his arm to me, and I took it, smiling at Quinn.
Watch your hands or you'll be leaving without them,
Quinn warned with a daring smile. Chase just winked at him and led the way to the disco-lit dance floor. After 2 dances with Chase and a handful of fast-paced dances with Mac, Eden, and several of Quinn's cousins, I beelined to the bar for a cold drink. I leaned against the bar, letting the cool liquid extinguish some of the heat I'd built up from all of the dancing. As my breath started to even out again, I searched the crowd for Quinn, but he was nowhere to be found.
Great party, Eddie.
Hey, Mitch, thanks. I gave him a big hug. Alexis was not a huge fan of mine, but Mitch and their kids had always accepted me with open arms. He never said so, but from reading between the lines, I had the impression Mitch was not a big Olivia fan. Quinn had casually alluded to the fact that Mitch questioned Olivia's influence on Alexis. Mitch wanted Alexis to be a homemaker and hands-on mother with their 2 kids. However, when Olivia was around, Alexis wanted to pretend she was carefree, without anything to do other than to go to fashion shows and exclusive clubs. I was just wondering where the birthday boy was. Have you seen him?
Not for a while. Maybe he's using the restroom, Mitch offered.
You're probably right. I think I'd better do the same. Talk with you later, okay?
You bet.
I swayed down the dark hall to the lounge area with my shoes scuffing against the floor and my hands held out for balance. I hadn't been drinking, but all the dancing mixed with my toe-crushing shoes made my legs wobbly. When I rounded the corner outside of the lounge area, my feet came to an abrupt halt. My eyes tried to make sense of what I saw. Quinn was sitting on the bench with his back to me, and his head was hunched over Olivia's bare shoulder. His hand was resting comfortably on her knee. One of hers was on his thigh, while her other hand was on the back of his head, pulling him close while she whispered in his ear. Her eyes met mine, and a smug smile graced her face as she pulled away, leaving her hand planted on his leg. Quinn must have seen her gaze fall behind him, because he slowly turned, his eyes trailing up to meet mine. He quickly stood and closed the distance between us.
Hey, baby, I was just getting ready to come find you.
Olivia slithered into the ladies' lounge like the evil serpent she was, leaving us alone in the hallway. Livid. What was she doing there? Who the hell invited her to travel halfway around the globe to a party I was giving Quinn? Moreover, what were they doing hidden in the back corner, huddled together with their hands on each other in such a cozy and familiar fashion? I'd better get back to our guests. I turned on my heel, not wanting to get into an argument at a party filled with our family and friends. He grabbed my arm. Get your fucking hands off me. The words came before a second of thought. He jerked his head back like my words physically smacked him in the face.
Eddie.
His eyes moved past me, and then I was the one following his gaze. Elena stood a few feet behind me, all the blood drained from her face. My heart skipped a beat. The last thing I wanted was to embarrass or hurt her. In that moment, I was more concerned for her feelings than either mine or Quinn's.
Eddie, what's wrong?
She whispered. Nothing. I just was, or I saw, was I supposed to tell her the truth? I didn't want to lie to her, but it wasn't the time nor the place to get into it. I'm sorry, Elena. I can't talk about this right now. Please, let's just get back to the party. We can talk about it later, okay? I pleaded as much with my eyes as I did with my words. She looked past me to Quinn. And if looks could kill, then I should have heard the sound of his body hitting the ground. Instead, I kept my gaze on her as she grabbed my hand and pulled me back down the hall to the party. Neither one of us looked back at Quinn. I spent the rest of the party planted at Elena's side. She was like a mama bird watching out for me. Quinn kept his distance, as if he feared the wrath of his mother. I put on my best face so nobody would think much of us navigating the party separately. Mac knew something was up, but I shook off her attempts to approach me about it. Elena told Chase to bring Quinn home because she was taking me back first and wanted some time alone with me. I knew Quinn was not privy to that bit of information because he would never have allowed it, even if it meant being at odds with his mother. We arrived back at Elena's around 4 a.m. I was exhausted, physically and emotionally, but she insisted we have a quick chat before Chase arrived with Quinn. I don't want all the details, Addie. I saw Olivia there, and I know something must have happened to set you off. You have to know I'm on your side. I love my son, but as we discussed before, Quinn is oblivious to his actions around women. She held my hands, squeezing them and bringing her head closer to mine, eliciting my gaze. I brought my teary eyes to meet hers. But, my dear Addie, I know with every cell in my body that he loves you. You are the love of his life. I'm not asking you to turn a blind eye to his stupid actions. You should talk to him. He will listen. He's not like his father. He loves you and he wants to please you. Okay? I pulled my hands from hers to wipe my tears. The lump in my throat thickened. All I could do was nod. She hugged me tight and kissed my head. I released a tight sob. Now get some sleep, my dear. Things will look better after you give your body and mind a chance to rest. My stupid, stupid boy won't be bothering you until I've had a long heart-to-heart with him. It felt like I'd slept forever. Squinting open one eye, I glanced at the clock on the nightstand. It read 1:45. The room was dimly lit from the light that filtered through the long, sheer curtains. I rolled toward the middle of the bed and froze. Quinn was facing me, on his side, with his head propped up on several pillows. Hey, beautiful. I blinked. My swollen eyes hurt. It was the nasty side effect of crying myself to sleep. Addie, I think there was a huge misunderstanding last night, and I feel really bad about it. I want to make it up to you, but I don't know how. All I know is my mother reamed me out for over an hour for being an insensitive jerk, along with a whole list of other names I never imagined my mother would call me. But in the end, I guess the insensitive jerk part of me still didn't understand what exactly I did that was so awful. So, I'm sure the only thing worse than doing whatever it was I did is not knowing what that is. He scrunched his nose, like I could go ballistic on him. He was right to think I might lose it. Quinn literally had big balls, but I was shocked to find out that figuratively, his balls were just as big. Most men would throw out random apologies until something stuck. Not Quinn. He didn't understand what he did that was so wrong, and he had no qualms admitting it. Deep breath. I am peaceful. I am strong. I sat up and turned my back to him, with my legs dangling off the side of the bed. I didn't invite Olivia to your party. I didn't figure you did. He wasn't helping the situation. Then who invited her? She said she was in Madrid for a photo shoot and my sister insisted she come to the party. I nodded my head, but it quickly changed direction into a side-to-side shake. Why would Alexis invite her? I've told you they're friends, and I've known Olivia for quite a while, too. He sounded so casual, as if I was the one who was crazy to even be surprised that she was there. My pulse thundered in my ears as I fisted the sheets. "Quinn, she's your ex-girlfriend, lover, fuck buddy, whatever."
"Yeah, ex. But I'm with you, Addie. I love you."
"Jesus, Quinn." I jolted up and turned with my hands still balled at my sides. "She basically called me a whore the same day you broke my heart for the, what, I don't know, second, third, fourth time? She's the spark that ignites most of our fights. You still have faint white scars on your back from what I've always assumed were her fingernails from when you were touching, kissing, fucking her the same way you fuck me. And the first I saw of her at the club was with you." My voice caught as heartbreak and agony tackled my anger and took over. Tears flooded my already swollen eyes, and I hated myself for breaking down in front of him. He scooted to the edge of the bed and started to stand. "Don't!" I held out my hand. "Just don't." He stopped, sitting where I had been a few moments earlier. I regained my composure and talked slower to make it through what I needed to say before my weaker emotions took over again. "The first I saw of her at the club was with you, alone, in the hall by the lounge. She was whispering something in your ear, her hand was on your leg, and—" I swallowed through the lump in my throat and wiped more tears away as my bottom lip quivered. "Your hand was on hers." I released a sob, and Quinn tried to move toward me again, but I shook my head and retreated a few more steps until he stopped. "I know you don't understand. The gesture was intimate and familiar and comfortable." His shoulders curled inward, eyes cast downward. I had to fight for courage to stand my ground and not be made to feel like a jealous fool for making a big deal out of nothing. We both were silent as my breathing evened back out again. "I mean, you gave your brother a verbal and nonverbal warning more than once about keeping his hands to himself, and I've never fucked him. So it's okay for you to go all caveman with your own brother, but I'm supposed to just sit back and watch you and Olivia have a private moment with your hands on each other? Really, Quinn? Is that how it's going to be?" He eased toward me, the predator testing its prey. I no longer had the energy to stop him or even back away another step. He folded me in his arms. I was too tired to sob anymore, but a few residual tears made their way down my face and onto his shirt. One of the qualities I both loved and hated about Quinn was his brutal honesty when directly confronted. He didn't sugarcoat things to ease the pain. In fact, his honesty about Olivia usually cut my heart like a knife.
"You're right. My history with Olivia makes being in close proximity to her familiar and comfortable. But it wasn't. It's not intimate. Not for me. I was an asshole. I am an asshole. She should not have been at the party, and I should not have been with her the way we were. Although it really didn't mean anything to me at the time, I know it looked bad to you and possibly anyone else who saw us together. It was embarrassing and hurtful to you, and I will never be able to take back what happened, but I will make sure it never, ever happens again."
He sat on the bed and pulled me onto his lap so I was straddling him. He leaned his forehead against mine. "I feel you when you see the scars on my back. I feel you tense up a little and it breaks me inside. I hate that they're there. But Addie, you're the only woman I've ever made love to. I've never kissed anyone the way I kiss you, the way I touch you, the way my body connects to yours, the way my soul longs for yours. My heart beats with yours, for you, because of you." I watched tears drip down between us, but they weren't mine. That man, his love for me was so real, it had its own breath, its very own heartbeat. Chapter 19. Love is composed of a single soul inhabiting two bodies. Aristotle. Our last day with Elena was not what I had planned. Quinn spent most of the day either arguing with Alexis about the Olivia catastrophe or settling fights between his mom and Alexis, also about Olivia. I disappeared with Chase for part of the day to have lunch with Mac and Evan before they headed home. Quinn was disappointed he couldn't join us, but I understood he had things to settle with his sister. Later that afternoon, we said our goodbyes to his family and boarded his private jet with Zach and Eden, off to the next surprise destination. Scuba diving in the Canary Islands had Quinn all smiles again. He had lots of scuba diving experience, and so did his sidekick, Zach. Eden and I were both certified to dive, but neither of us had very much actual experience. What made our foursome work so well was the combination of two cocky guys who had done just about everything, coupled with two adventurous girls who were willing to try just about anything. The Canary Islands were nothing short of breathtaking. Being volcanic in nature, they were beautiful both above and below the water. Picturesque views of the crystal-clear waters of the Atlantic, mixed with the turquoise sea and rich marine life, gave the islands a dreamy paradise atmosphere. It was a diver's dream, with arches, tunnels, caves, caverns, coral fish, game fish, pelagic species, a rainbow of flora, and scattered shipwrecks. We stayed for 5 days in 3 different locations, each on a private beach, surrounded by warm, salty ocean air and an infinity of blue waves. Our last night, we enjoyed dinner outside on the patio, illuminated by a combination of the full moon and the flickering flames of golden garden torches. Quinn raised his glass.
A toast to the most amazing time in paradise with my best friend, his lovely and adventurous girl, and to the love of my life for making this all possible. But mostly, for making us possible. You dropped everything and took a blind leap of faith to be with me. I will never be worthy of you, but I will live every day in abundant gratitude that you haven't figured out yet what a monumental ass I really am.
Everyone laughed and raised their glasses in unison. Cheers! Quinn took a sip, then leaned over and pressed his lips to mine.
I love you, baby.
I ran my palm over his cheek and smiled. I love you too.
Any progress on Mission Destination Chicago?
Zach raised his brow at Quinn. I looked at Quinn, too.
I haven't had that much time to figure it all out, but when we get back, I'm going to investigate some possible solutions.
He answered very matter-of-factly. We're going to miss both of you, you know? Eden said with a sad smile. We're going to miss you too, but with Quinn traveling so much, I'm sure we'll still be in New York quite often. I smiled back. When I glanced at Quinn, he had a tense look of contemplation on his face, and I wondered what had him distracted. After another hour of talking, laughing, and drinking, Zach and Eden decided to call it a night. Quinn suggested we take a farewell walk along the beach before heading out in the morning for our next surprise destination. I was still in my bikini, with a long sheer wrap around my waist. Quinn wore nothing but board shorts that hung low on his waist. His perfect olive skin had taken on a deeper shade, which intensified his sex appeal. We walked hand in hand in silence for a while, as the waves rocked back and forth over our feet. When we were a ways out from the house, he stopped and turned to face me. The ocean breeze whipped my hair in my face. He grinned, pushing the unruly strands behind my ears before feathering the tips of his fingers down my neck and over the swell of my breasts. Despite the warm breeze, my skin erupted in goosebumps under his touch. Wetting my lips with my tongue, I looked up into his dark, seductive eyes. He bent down and kissed my bottom lip, then my top, and finally his tongue slid past my lips, flicking just the tip of mine. Our mouths eased together as our tongues slow danced. His hands skimmed down my arms and then to my back, gradually untying my bikini top until the strings fell to my sides. With an equally patient descent, his hands cupped my face ever so slightly, deepening our kiss before sliding them under my hair to the back of my neck, undoing the final tie to my top. The two triangles and their connecting strings fell to the sand. Quinn continued his leisurely journey to my breasts, where he cupped his fingers under them while he delicately rubbed the pads of his thumbs over my erect nipples, sending a flood of heat to my sex. "Oh God, Quinn," I breathed out, arching into his touch. His tongue trailed along my jaw to my ear. "Beautiful. You're just so damn beautiful." He drew my earlobe into his mouth. My hands rested on his firm chest to steady my weak knees. He sucked and nibbled along my neck as his hands pressed down on the concave part of my figure, stopping at the top of my wrap. One hand loosened the knot until it opened and glided down to my feet. My hands feathered around his torso to his back, then dipped under the waist of his board shorts until both of my hands reached his strong glutes, with my fingers splayed across them. His fingers dug into my hips as he bit his lower lip and released a moan, briefly closing his eyes. "Oh, Addie." Then his fingers simultaneously tugged at the hip ties to my bottoms, releasing them to the growing pile at my feet. He pulled back and looked down at my feet. I stood naked, exposed, and vulnerable to him. He thoughtfully moved his eyes up my body, as if he was committing every inch to memory, until his eyes met mine. He stripped me to the essence of my soul with just his eyes. I felt his words before he spoke them. But then he did. He said them. 2 words. They weren't a question or a demand. They weren't planned or rehearsed. They were just the natural unfolding of time, the perfect moment, the now. They were as essential and instinctive as our next breath. "Marry me." I paused for a moment before I slid his shorts down, keeping my eyes locked to his. He fell to his knees as the waves crashed along the shoreline, enveloping us in their warmth and pull. His hand supported my body as I lowered to him, stopping to capture his mouth with mine. I closed my eyes and let the white noise of the sea, the smell of the ocean air, and the warmth of Quinn take over my senses. He wrapped one arm around my back and guided my legs around his waist with the other. He gradually lowered me onto him, filling every inch. In that moment, I gave myself to him completely. He held me tight as our bodies melted into the sand and water. Every move was in perfect harmony and rhythm with the ebb and flow of the sea, with our hearts, with our souls. Every cell in my body yearned for Quinn. He couldn't get close enough to me. I wanted every part of him, so badly it was all-consuming. "Harder, Quinn. Please, I need more." My legs wrapped around his and my arms hooked under his, while my hands gripped his shoulders for dear life. I arched my whole body into his. "I know, baby." He held me just as tightly with each deep thrust. "It'll never be enough. God, I'll always need more of you," he whispered through strained breaths. And in that perfect moment, our bodies let go. Quinn pushed our hands over my head and intertwined our fingers, both of us squeezing so hard our knuckles turned white. His mouth crashed to mine. Our bodies moved together, grasping for every last sensation. The slow fading of ecstasy was almost physically painful. I woke on my stomach in a tangle of white sheets and sand. My hand fanned along the sheets in search of Quinn. I craved the reassurance that last night wasn't just a dream. No Quinn. With a sigh of disappointment, I peeled my eyes open, squinting against the morning sun's rays that filtered through the window. A kaleidoscope of purples and blues reflected on the sheets, ceiling, and walls. I stretched out my left arm and spread my fingers. Planted on my ring finger was a stunning tanzanite ring. 2 halos of smaller gems surrounded a larger cushion-cut tanzanite gemstone that must have weighed at least 6 or more carats. "Good morning, my beautiful." Quinn stood in the doorway with a white towel wrapped around his waist and rivulets of water dripping from his hair to his chest. Saliva pooled in my mouth as my vision hazed, fixed on my Latin sex god. He messed with his towel, and I drew in a quick breath, anticipating its fall to the ground, but he just readjusted and tightened it. He chuckled.
I'm glad you like it.
My eyes shifted to his. I nodded and sucked in my bottom lip, then worked it with my teeth. I liked him. I liked him a lot.
The ring. I'm glad you like the ring. It's all ethically sourced from my socially responsible bride-to-be.
What? I shook my head. Oh, yeah. It's stunning. Too much, really. I looked back down at it and twisted the band back and forth.
Too much was what I wanted to buy you, but strangely enough, my billionaire beauty has frugal taste.
He sat down on the edge of the bed. I ran my finger down his chest, chasing a drop of water. Not with you. I have to stay grounded in every other part of my life because you, Mr. Cohen, are as elaborate as they come. In that department, I picked the top of the line. I undoubtedly splurged with you. You are my guilty pleasure. I traced his tight abs at the edge of his towel, dripping a finger under to tug it loose. He grabbed my hand.
Sorry, baby. My fiancé has us on a strict schedule, and we leave in less than an hour to a destination unbeknown to me.
I stuck my bottom lip out. She sounds like a real spoil sport.
She's actually quite a little ogling minx.
He leaned down and sucked my nipple into his mouth, then bit it with a tug before releasing it.
Now get going, baby. I can't wait to see where you're taking us next.
After a quick shower, I threw on a sundress and wedges, then braided my hair into Quinn's favorite pigtails. My suitcases were in need of some reorganization, but that would wait until our next stop. Anal retentive Quinn wanted to keep our stuff segregated when we packed for our trip. He said it would be easier, but I'm pretty sure the idea of mixing his pressed shirts and pants with my wash and wear wadded sundresses and capris sent his OCD into overdrive. When I moved to New York, I insisted his housekeeper/cook go part-time since I wasn't working full-time. After a month of wrinkles, mismatched socks, and thousands of dollars worth of shrunken clothes, I relinquished all of Quinn's laundry to Helen, his housekeeper. I stayed in the kitchen, which was perfect for Quinn. Before Zach and Eden saw the rock on my finger, I wanted to share the news with 2 other people. I grabbed my phone off the dresser and snapped a picture of my left hand held up by my face with a big grin. I texted it without subject, caption, or comment to Mac and Elena. Then I silenced my phone, knowing I would get an instant call from Mac and possibly Elena, too. They would have to wait for details, but I felt better knowing they knew before the rest of the world. Zach and Eden piled their suitcases by the door as Quinn checked his phone while popping grapes into his mouth. His face lit up when I walked in the room, as did mine. He grabbed a banana and peeled it back before handing it to me. I'm starting to think I'm your pet monkey. He hugged my waist and lifted me off the ground. I wrapped my legs around him and took a bite of my banana.
You kind of are.
He kissed my neck, then stole a bite of my banana before setting me back on my feet. Holy crap! Eden yelled, grabbing my hand. Quinn proposed? I grinned, looking at him. Sort of. He gave me a sexy wink. Eden embraced me while squealing and bouncing us both up and down. Zach shared a man hug with Quinn.
Dude, that's awesome. I take it she said yes.
Quinn laughed.
Sort of, I think.
You two don't make any sense. Sort of, I think? What's that supposed to mean? Eden planted her fists on her hips. Quinn looked at me, but I didn't say anything.
Addie and I have a unique way of communicating.
Words are overrated, I added.
Nice body language. I totally get you too. That's fucking hot.
Zach spoke without thought, just like Mac. Eden's eyes doubled in size. Oh, I see. Well, congratulations anyway. Sort of. Everyone laughed, just as the driver pulled up. Chapter 20. Speak when you are angry, and you will make the best speech you will ever regret. Ambrose Bierce. Our next stop via Air Cohen was Sevilla. Quinn, being the world traveler, knew where we were before either I or the pilot had a chance to announce it.
Sevilla, right?
Quinn asked with a confident smile. I nodded.
How long are we staying here?
Just 2 days.
2 days to do what?
He looked at Zach and Eden. Zach had a good poker face, but Eden struggled. She didn't look at Quinn. Instead, she focused on fidgety hands in her lap. Quinn stayed focused on her because she was the weak link at the moment.
Eden?
She answered, still not making eye contact with him.
Are you nervous? I know you too well. You can't hide your nerves.
She tried to steady her hands as she shook her head.
Are you pregnant?
Quinn smirked. What? No, you idiot, I'm not pregnant. I'm scared shitless about jumping out of a plane.
Eden,
Zach hollered. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Addie, he's just so... She blew out a breath of air. He's a nosy little bastard. I know. I squeezed his leg, and then he laid his hand over mine and laced our fingers together. His finger absent-mindedly traced the contours of my ring.
Sevilla, Spain, baby. One of the top 10 places in the world to skydive,
Quinn declared as he gave Zach a high five. I know you two wild hares have already taken the 15,000-foot plunge here, but this time...
We'll have hot chicks attached to us,
Zach finished. You'll be tandem jumping with 2 beautiful novice divers, I corrected Zach.
That's what I said.
He feigned innocence as Eden gave him a stiff elbow to the ribs. Quinn's knee, that our hands rested on, started to rapidly bounce. I looked at him, and then his knee. He stopped.
Sorry, the adrenaline is already taking over.
We're not jumping until tomorrow. He raised his eyebrows.
Who said it was about skydiving?
He shifted our hands just enough to let me feel his growing erection. I wasn't as flattered. Extreme sports turned him on almost as much as sex. Maybe we should just skip the jump and stay in bed all day tomorrow. I flashed him a challenging smile. He knitted his brows.
We could, but that wouldn't be fair to you and Eden. And since we've come all this way...
Oh, just admit it. You're like a kid on Christmas Eve. You won't be able to sleep tonight.
Not if my fiancé is lucky.
We were transported to the Gran Melia Colón, a 5-star luxury hotel in the historic old quarter of the city. After lunch, we explored the city, including a tour on a double-decker bus. Quinn and Zach turned up their noses to the idea.
This isn't how people with means tour the city,
Quinn protested. I'm sure you're right, so good thing we're not a bunch of snobby, pretentious rich people. I leaned in and kissed his cheek. I took a slew of pictures, just like every other tourist on the bus, in complete awe of the Islamic monuments and gardens. Our bus stopped at the Tower of Gold, Bridge of San Telmo, and Casino Exhibition Hall. We made it back to our hotel in time for dinner, but we agreed to call it a night and order room service instead of going out. I was anxious for a little alone time with Quinn. As soon as we got to our room, I plopped down on the plush bed and glanced through the menu. Quinn sat beside me with his back against the headboard. He grabbed one of my feet and took off my sandal to massage my foot. Ah, that feels so amazing. I moaned in pleasure. His strong hands moved slowly over my arch, applying firm pressure with his thumbs to all the right spots. He could have sent me to the spa for a massage, which I always enjoyed, but I loved his hands massaging me more than anyone's. It was such a tender, nurturing, and loving gesture, not just quick foreplay before sex. However, it was just our nature that after enough physical contact, we both craved more and weren't satisfied until we had sweat beating down our bodies and our lungs begging for air. Did you enjoy slumming on the layman's tour? I'm guessing that was your first time on a bus like that? He smirked.
It was basically a party bus, and I'm not going to lie, I've been on a few, mostly during college. As for the tour itself, the best view in the city is sitting next to me. I watched you, not the tour. Other foot. He clapped his hands, and I lifted my other foot to his lap. You've ruined me for every other guy, you know? I hope so. Caveman. He fisted his hands and pounded his chest. I giggled. You goof. So, how about veggie enchiladas? I'll call down and see if they can veganize something for me. Ask how long it will be too. We need a shower. Oh, do we? He pulled off his t-shirt, then stood and removed his shorts, leaving him in nothing but his sexy white boxer briefs that contrasted his tan skin in the most mouth-watering way. Well, I do. He strutted off toward the bathroom. Two can play this game, buddy, I yelled in his direction. He didn't answer, but I heard the shower turn on. Wasting no time, I ordered dinner and slipped into the bathroom to play my hand at the striptease he started. I retrieved my lavender shaving gel and razor from my toiletries bag, then untied my sundress, letting it drop to the floor. My sudsed-up man wiped a small area of the glass shower door so he could see me. I was in a red lace demi-bra with matching panties. I lifted my foot and rested it on the edge of the sink. The toilet seat would have been a more practical choice, but I was going for a more dramatic effect. Slowly, I massaged the gel over my leg, but not like I normally would, more like I was auditioning for a commercial. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Quinn watching me. I glided the razor up my leg, over and over, removing all the gel before switching to the other leg. When I was almost done, I stole a quick glance at Quinn again. Holy shit! He pinned me with a dark look. But that's not what stole my breath. It was his hands. One rested against the glass wall, but the other was fisted around his enormous erection, stroking it. The erotic show sent my body into nuclear meltdown. I bit my bottom lip for a moment while I watched him stroke himself. Could I play his game? My inner sex goddess declared, "Game on." I reached behind and unclasped my bra, letting it slip from my breasts. With the same steady ease, I followed with my panties, keeping my eyes on his as he picked up the pace at which he stroked himself. Cupping my breasts and taking my sweet time, I massaged them. Even over the noise of the water, I heard a deep moan escape him. I closed my eyes for a brief second, then opened them again to his dark, heated stare. Inching my right hand down over my abdomen, I slid my finger over my clit. His eyes followed my hand. Then his hand against the glass wall, fisted. He pulled open the door in the shower and grabbed my waist, jerking me inside. He positioned me so I stood next to the shower seat before he lowered to his knees. He lifted my leg and set my foot on the seat. Then he buried his face between my legs. "Oh, my God," I cried. I wasn't expecting him to attack my sex with such intensity. His lips and eager tongue ripped through my frayed nerves. There wasn't a gradual workup. He quickly brought me to an intense orgasm as I screamed out his name. My knees buckled under me, and he held me in place with one hand under my leg while he stroked himself with the other. His lapping tongue between my legs matched the intensity and rhythm with which he gave himself. The same thought that usually crossed my mind during such intense moments with Quinn danced through my mind again. Would we ever get enough of each other? Hungry. It was just a theory that I could live off Quinn and sex. Wrong. I needed food. A knock at the door sounded just as Quinn slipped on his shorts, and I tied the sash to my robe. We took our food and beached out at opposite ends of the couch, while our legs tangled in the middle and our plates on our laps. "What you thinking about, beautiful?" That's not the question I wanted him to ask me. I could feel my skin turning red. No answer was necessary. Quinn knew. He smiled a sexy, all-knowing grin. "It was hot, baby. You're such a naughty temptress. You had me so fucking hard." It wasn't fair for anyone to be so comfortable in their skin and with their sexuality.
I always tried to hide my inexperience, but there was no way for Quinn to hide just how much experience he had. It wasn't a thought I relished, but it often crossed my mind. I knew he had women falling at his feet, willing to fulfill every sexual fantasy he'd ever imagined, and probably some he hadn't yet thought about. It's easy for you. I paused to rethink how I wanted to approach the subject.
Getting turned on by you? Hell yes, it's easy for me.
He casually took another bite as if we were discussing the weather. No, I mean the sex or the things like what we just did. You're so comfortable and confident about it. I stared at my food.
You mean masturbating? You can't honestly tell me you've never masturbated before.
He laughed with hesitation. No, I'm not. I mean, yes, of course I've done that before. I've just never done it in front of anyone else before you.
Well, beautiful. You should know that I would never have guessed that. You're sexy as hell when you touch yourself. I'm flattered and a little aroused at the thought of being your first audience.
I glanced up at him as he continued to eat without skipping a beat. Was the topic of sex considered normal conversation with Quinn and other women? Lucky him. I was speechless.
Anything else?
He asked between bites. What do you mean?
Well, I'm the first person you've masturbated with. Am I your first anything else?
Jeez, is your ego hungry or what? I rolled my eyes.
I'm serious, and I'm not asking you to feed my ego. By the time most people reach their 30s, their lists of firsts starts to dwindle. I promise if you tell me, I'll make sure your ego goes to bed more inflated than mine tonight.
He licked some sauce off his thumb while giving me the, so what do you say, look.
Deal?
I let out an exaggerated exhale. Fine, but we never speak of this again. Deal? He turnkey gestured his lips. Sucking in a deep breath, I let it all go at once. You were my first. Sex someplace other than in a bed, position other than missionary, oral sex, multiple orgasms, nipple stimulation orgasm, bondage, food with sex, and you're the first person to rip an undergarment off me. There was a deafening silence while Quinn looked certifiably shocked. I gave him a sheepish smile and shrugged. You wanted to know, so say something. Don't simply look at me like I just told you I'm only 16 or something. He set his plate to the side.
Addie, how many guys have you been with?
Shit, double shit. 2, I whispered.
What?
He sat up and leaned closer to me. I said 2. My voice was still soft, but no longer a whisper.
2? Are you serious? You've only been with 2 other guys before me?
My face contorted in anguish. Not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly?
I nervously worked the corner of my bottom lip between my teeth. Well, you're,
I'm what?
You're number 2. I grimaced, then covered my face with my hands. He dropped to his knees in front of me, laughing with equal parts humor and sympathy, as he pulled my hands away from my face.
Baby, don't. Look at me. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just amazed that you're 32 years old, with the body of a 20-year-old, and you've only been with one other guy. How is that possible?
My eyes met his. The moment felt right and safe, so I let another piece of myself go. Number 1 died, and it took me a while, years, to give myself to someone again, physically or emotionally.
Oh, Addie, he whispered as he cradled my face in his hands. I love you, and I want to be your only.
You are. I smiled and leaned into his lips. I needed his touch to ground me again. He didn't ask me any other questions, and I loved him for trusting me to share my past in my own time. He had no idea what an emotional milestone I reached by sharing that with him and not shedding tears. I was healing. With Quinn, I was healing. All right, buddy, your turn. You promised to boost my ego, so let's hear it. He looked at me for a moment, eyes narrowed a bit. Then he wrapped his arms around me and whispered in my ear, "You're the first person who has made me need something money can't buy. You're the first person I've made love to. You're the first person I've held in my arms until morning. And you're the first person I knew I couldn't live without. And I want you to be my only, my very last." We tightened our embrace and kissed. It was long, passionate, tender, and loving. We did this for what seemed like an eternity. Most people think of sex or making love as the ultimate form of intimacy, but for me, it was the kiss. It was my infinity of love. Relationships often started and ended with a kiss, but when Quinn kissed me, I couldn't remember when we started, and I never wanted it to end. Quinn was my infinity. Another great morning wrapped in Quinn. I felt extra special that morning, knowing I was the one privileged person who had experienced waking in his strong arms. Actually, it was his legs and half of his body, too. Quinn hugged me like a body pillow. Sometimes the weight of his body felt suffocating, but I breathed through it because once I made it past the crushing sensation, it was pure bliss. Butterflies fluttered through my stomach as I thought about jumping out of a plane 15,000 feet up in the air. Quinn and Zach spent 2 summers during college as instructors. Plus, they both had extensive experience in all areas of skydiving. Unequivocally, we were in good hands. But that didn't completely calm my nerves. I was certain Eden was much worse off that morning, while on the flip side, it was just another day in the life of Quinn and Zach. I wiggled my butt against Quinn's morning wood as a wake-up call. Does my wanton fiancé request servicing this morning?" he mumbled into my neck as he tilted his pelvis into me. Tempting, but we'd better get up. Done. He rubbed into me again. We'd better get out of bed and check on Eden. I'm guessing she's already wrapped around the toilet, dry heaving. Then we'd better give her some time. Zach will figure out a way to calm her nerves. He splayed his palm over my stomach, then slid it down until 2 of his fingers grazed over my clit. How's my baby? Can I help relieve some tension? Quinn, we don't have time, I insisted. He lifted my leg and slid into me. But I can be quick. His hips started a slow rhythm, and his fingers circled my swollen bod. Well, I panted, my eyes rolling back into my head. I suppose if you're quick. He kissed my back and shoulders, then moved his free hand to my breast. My nipples hardened beneath his touch. Better hurry, babe. I'm going to beat you to the finish, I said between strained breaths. His thrusts became unyielding as he tugged harder at my nipple. Ah! I cried out. That's what I want to hear. Let go, my beautiful, he demanded, while his fingers worked the most sensitive part of my clit even faster. I gave it up to him while I reached around and dug my fingers into his hard ass, bringing him to his release. He fell back against the bed. I'm so glad you waited for me before you let go of your sexual inhibitions. Your body is so responsive and it fucking drives me crazy. I rolled toward him. It's responsive to you, and I'm sure you're real unfamiliar with women being responsive to you. I rolled my eyes. Not like you, not like us. I never understood the concept of chemistry between 2 people until you. I've never felt addicted to a person. Sex, maybe, but not a specific person. You bring out an insatiable desire in me. Addiction. Like an actual chemical reaction. Everything about you is an aphrodisiac to me, and it doesn't matter how many times we have sex or how much time we spend together. It never seems like enough. I propped my head up on my arm. I'm going to geek out on you, but just for about 30 seconds. They're called pheromones, naturally occurring odorless substances excreted by the fertile body, triggering a response from the opposite sex. Dr. Winifred Cutler of the Athena Institute for Women's Wellness conducted the first controlled study documenting pheromones' existence in humans. Basically, we have very compatible pheromones. We crave each other. It's the same concept in animals, but scientists have known about that for years. Studies in humans are a relatively newer discovery. You can experience sexual pleasure or gratification without chemical or pheromone attraction, but it's the craving of that specific person that you're experiencing with me. Very, very, very lucky me. I leaned into him and kissed his nipple before rolling my tongue around it. Glad to know you experience the same attraction. Here I thought it was just me ogling you all the time like a bitch in heat. A sound of amusement escaped him. A bitch in heat, huh? God, I love the way you talk a mile over my head 1 minute, then explain it to me like you would a 5-year-old the next. I laughed. I probably wouldn't talk to a 5-year-old about a bitch in heat, but I'm glad you understand. An instant later, he hopped out of bed, then pulled me up behind him. Let's go jump out of a plane. Then we'll come back here, and I'll fuck you to the wall until my euphoria starts to wear off. I smacked him on his bare ass as I cut him off on the way to the bathroom. Wow, so relieved to know you're already working on your wedding vows. Nothing says forever quite like, I'll fuck you to the wall. It took about 15 minutes for Quinn and Zach to give us our instructions on the ground before we geared up and took off in our little plane. I was nervous excited, but Eden was a complete basket case. As we approached our drop zone, Quinn and Zach made all of the final preparations. We won't be able to verbally communicate during the freefall, only hand gestures. Just enjoy the ride. I know you're going to love it. And remember, Quinn added while looking at Eden, it doesn't feel like falling, it feels like flying. She returned a forced, nervous smile as we made our way to the door. Zach and Eden went first, and we followed them. I held my breath for a few seconds, then screamed. The guys told us to scream to force us to breathe. Incredible. The second we left the plane, I knew I would do it again. It wasn't a roller coaster sensation. We were like Lois Lane and Superman. I felt weightless, flying through the beautifully unobstructed sky over Sevilla. My one complaint was it was over too soon. We were in free fall for only about a minute before Quinn deployed the parachute, which floated us back to Earth in a little over 5 minutes. We all landed without a hitch. Holy shit! I yelled. That was the most extraordinary rush ever! My heart slammed against my chest. Quinn released our equipment, and I jumped into his arms, wrapping my legs around him as we kissed with crazy intensity. I was euphoric, sharing his adrenaline rush. I knew you'd love it. He pulled back with a huge grin on his face. Eden was a little shaky still, but her smile masked any residual nervousness. I would totally do that again, she declared. We headed back to the hotel for showers and brunch. I didn't eat before we left that morning, and neither had Eden, but inevitably, once my body settled back down, I felt famished. Quinn held true on his promise, but it was technically the shower wall he fucked me against. It was quick and hard, and I wanted it just as much as he needed it. He made a few business calls while I dried my hair in just my bra and panties. I ran my fingers through my long, wet tangles as he sauntered up behind me. His faded jeans were made to hang from his sculpted hips. They were also made to be worn without a shirt. My man wore the hell out of that look. I turned toward him and flipped my hair out of my face before I aimed the dryer at his hair, reaching up to run my fingers through it. Quinn smirked as I fisted and tugged at it, while the warm air blew in every direction. After shutting it off and pulling the plug, I dropped it to the floor. Quinn stepped closer until the backs of my legs hit the edge of the vanity. I rested my hands on his chest as he pushed my hair back off my shoulders. Leaning down, he kissed my neck, letting his tongue wet a trail to my jaw. He wrapped his hands under my legs and lifted me onto the vanity. Quinn, they're waiting on us. My weak protest was followed by a moan as his hands squeezed my legs and his thumbs grazed my inner thighs just below my panties.
So?
he murmured, as his lips found mine. His tongue casually explored my mouth as the minty flavor from our toothpaste mixed between us. Keeping his mouth soundlessly pressed to mine, he worked the buttons of his jeans. The word no wasn't in his mentality of understanding at the moment, which was fine because I wanted him. I always wanted him. We were 40 minutes late for brunch. Zach and Eden were nearly finished eating by the time we walked up to the table.
Sorry we couldn't wait,
Zach said as he took his last bite.
Neither could we.
Quinn winked at me as he pulled out my chair. I blushed when Zach gave me a knowing eye. Eden cleared her throat. I was thinking we could use some shopping therapy, or at least I could, and I know Addie will be better company than someone else. She glared at Zach.
What? I'll go shopping with you.
No, you'll pick up necessary items. You won't let me shop. You'll expect me to find what I'm looking for, but I like to let it find me. We laughed, and I patted Eden on the hand. I'm your girl. She smiled in appreciation, knowing I wasn't much of a shopper. We had a lot in common, but designer clothing, shoes, and handbags were her weaknesses, not mine.
That settles it. You lovely ladies enjoy your afternoon, and we guys will do guy things,
Zach declared with a mischievous grin. Quinn shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. We ate our fill while Zach helped Eden enter all the best shopping locations into her phone. She noticed my empty plate, then jumped out of her chair. Let's do this, Addie. Zach retrieved a credit card out of his wallet and handed it to her.
Go wild, sexy.
She leaned in for a kiss. Quinn stood and pulled my hair out while I got up. He wrapped me in his arms, moving his hand down over my butt.
I'd rather drag you back upstairs, he grumbled in my ear.
Later. I pulled away and grabbed my purse. Aren't you going to offer me your credit card? The humor wasn't lost on Quinn alone, as I heard Zach and Eden trying to stifle their snickering.
Funny, baby. We'll see who has the last laugh later when you're tied naked to the bed.
Eden's gaze met mine, eyes wide, cheeks flushed. I didn't dare glance at Zach, although I imagined him giving Quinn knuckles, a high five, or some other sort of childish frat boy approval. Eden and I spent the next 4 hours shopping. I purchased t-shirts, shorts, shoes, socks, toiletries, food, and water. Then I handed it all out to various homeless people we encountered. In the car on our way back to the hotel, Eden was unusually quiet, even for her. It's been a great day, don't you think? I asked, trying to gauge her mood. Yeah, she said with a small voice. Are you okay? Yes. Well, no. I mean, I feel like such a pathetic loser around you. What? My head jerked backward. It's just that I'm heading back to the hotel with all of this stuff, and everything you purchased you gave away. You make me feel so materialistic sometimes. Oh, Eden, that's not my intention at all. Everybody has their own unique journey, and mine has led me to this point in my life. I haven't always been so willing to just give everything away. There's so much about me and my past that you don't understand. But I don't ever want you to think that I'm judging you for your choices. You're a very caring and giving person, okay? She gave me a half smile. Okay. Okay then, put on your happy face before we get back to our guys. You're the best, Addie. Quinn was right to choose you.
What?
My eyes narrowed a fraction. What do you mean, choose me? Just that we all wanted to be the one that captured Quentin Cohen's heart. Nobody ever thought it would happen. You know, with him having been such a player for so many years. I shook my head, uncertain if I heard her correctly. We? Are you implying you— Oh, shit, Addie. I thought you knew. She covered her mouth as her face contorted in a horrified grimace. You've been intimate with Quinn? She stared at me, holding her breath, then slowly nodded. And Zach knows this? My words were louder than I intended them to be. Of course. Quinn introduced us. The car pulled up outside our hotel, but I couldn't wait for the driver to open the door before I jumped out, leaving Eden behind, buried in her bags of designer crap. "Addie, wait!" she yelled, as her impractical heels clicked the ground behind me. I breezed through the door into the hotel lobby, and the party kicked up another notch. Quinn and Zach were standing off to my right talking to some older couple I didn't recognize. Quinn caught sight of me and smiled briefly before both he and Zach were distracted by Eden's voice echoing through the door. Quinn looked back at Eden with a confused look. "Quinn, I'm so sorry. I thought she knew." He didn't require further explanation before he immediately chased me to the elevator.
"Addie, wait."
He lunged for the doors a moment too late. I closed my eyes, releasing a sigh. I needed the 30 seconds alone in the elevator to gather my thoughts before facing Quinn, who I knew was sprinting up the stairs to greet me when I reached our floor. The anger and hurt inside of me was boiling over. I felt like such a fool. Eden was my friend too, and I knew the way I looked at her would never be the same. It wasn't her fault, but the image of Quinn with her was too much. The doors opened.
"Addie, don't be upset,"
Quinn pleaded through labored breaths as he tried to pin me in the elevator. I brushed past him to our room. He was right on my heels. As soon as the door shut behind him, I turned, took off both of my shoes, and hurled them at him, one right after the other. The first missed his head only by a few inches, but the other bullseyed to the middle of his face, the right side of his upper lip taking the brunt of it.
"What the hell are you doing?"
he yelled as he touched his hand to his lip, smearing the blood with his fingers. He lifted the hem of his shirt and pressed it against his lip. "What does it look like? I'm lashing out because I received yet another reminder that I'm engaged to a man whore. Tell me, Quinn, would it just be easier to make a list of women who you haven't screwed?" He removed his bloodied shirt and walked into the bathroom, returning a few minutes later with a wet washcloth pressed to his lip. His next words dripped with contempt in a slow, angry voice.
"You know I've been with a lot of women. Just because I'm the only man still alive that's been inside you doesn't give you the right to act all fucking noble."
My hand contacted with his face so hard, I thought my whole arm was going to fall off. "Go to hell, you fucking asshole," I growled between clenched teeth. He had blood smeared all the way across his face because my hand reopened the cut on his lip that had just started to clot. I looked down at my left hand, and my ring covered in blood. It must have been slightly turned when I hit him. There was too much blood on his face to assess how much damage my ring did to his already injured lip. Unlucky for Quinn, I was ambidextrous, so using my left hand to smack him was as likely as using my right. I glared at him, blood dripping down his face, his whole mouth bloodied like a boxer's after a fight. He didn't move. He still had the washcloth in his hand, but both of his arms hung limp to his sides and feet. An apology dangled on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't. I had trusted Quinn with a painful piece of my past, and he threw it back in my face in the ugliest fashion. Without question, I provoked him, but I had to know that I could trust him with the broken pieces of my heart without fear of him crushing them further. He needed to know it too. Silence. There weren't any more words to be shared. I took the washcloth from his hand and pressed it to his lip. He didn't jump, but the corners of his eyes creased a little. After a few minutes, I folded the washcloth over and gingerly wiped the blood off his face. He never took his eyes off me. It angered me and broke my heart at the same time. I reached for his hand and pulled him to the bathroom, and he willingly followed and sat on the toilet seat. After rinsing the blood from the washcloth, I finished wiping his face off. His lip was swollen, but the bleeding had stopped again. I soaped up my hands and scrubbed them clean, working my fingers over the gemstones set in my ring. Closing my eyes for a moment after drying my hands, I took a deep breath and swallowed my emotions. Stepping between his legs, I peered into his sorrowful eyes, then focused on the mangled corner of his lip. Cupping his face in my hands, I leaned in and whispered a kiss over his lip before I rested my forehead to his. A few moments later, He wrapped his arms around me and rested his head against my chest while I ran my hands through his hair and held him tight. Chapter 21. Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. Helen Keller. We never spoke of that incident again. I apologized to Eden for how I treated her, and she tried to apologize for mentioning it, but I assured her it wasn't her fault and no apology was necessary. Zach insisted they had to bail on the rest of the trip because he had something with work come up. I didn't press him on it, but I suspected he and Eden wanted to step back from the hurricane that was Quinn and Addie. Things felt a little uneasy after that day, and time was what we all needed to heal our wounds. I considered suggesting to Quinn that we head home early too, but that would have meant admitting there was still something between us that wasn't quite right. We felt the need to forget and forgive in the silence of each other's arms, so that's what we did. When we made love, there was a desperate intensity that hadn't been there before. It was our unspoken apologies to each other and our way of soothing the emotional scars. Our last stop was Rodillar in northern Spain for sport climbing. Quinn loved to rock climb, and I did too. He and Zach had been climbing for years all over the world. I wasn't nearly as experienced, but it didn't matter. We had to finish making amends before we headed back to New York, and burning off energy on an amazing crag was our remedy. Fall was the best time to climb in Rodillar, but we were fortunate enough to find plenty of crisp, dry routes. We beat the summer crowd, so it felt as though we were alone with just the vast wildlife and breathtaking views. Rodillar, a little town atop a limestone gorge with a lovely green river running below, was a climber's haven. I was surprised and equally excited to find out that Quinn had never climbed there. We were sharing a first for both of us, and it felt even more perfect that we ended up there alone, like a pre-wedding honeymoon. We flew into Zaragoza, rented a black Mercedes-Benz SUV, and stocked up on food before we headed to the little village of Rodillar. Our mansion was not a 5-star hotel, but a small 2-bedroom cottage with 1 bath and a small kitchen. I was in my element, simple, cheap, and uber casual. Everything I packed for our stay either had a rip or a hole in it. To my complete shock and awe, Quinn's attire was much the same. I hardly recognized him when we changed clothes after arriving our first day. Well, for the love of all things scruffy, where did my permanent pressed anal retentive GQ fiancé go? I mused, when Quinn came out of the bedroom in cargos and a t-shirt that must have dated back to his college days or before. It was paper thin and wrinkled, like it had been wadded in the corner of his suitcase, or, more likely, mine. He was already scruffy in the face before we arrived. I loved that look on him. Glancing down at his clothes, he smiled.
I know, I look like you.
Then he poked me in the side, making me jump before he bear-hugged me and threw us both onto the couch as I squealed in delight. You've never looked better. He rubbed his scratchy face over my neck and cheeks. Stop! I yelled. Seriously, where did you get these clothes? I cannot believe they came from our condo.
I keep them in a special spot, for occasions such as this.
I laughed. Occasions such as what? When you want to fit in with the townfolk? Do you have a secret chest labeled incognito that you keep these clothes in?
Something like that.
His hands went to work on my khaki capris that had a pink and green checkered patch on the back pocket, covering a rip I had in them. I thought we were going to check things out, I managed to say between kisses. He grabbed the hem of my shirt and pulled it over my head before tossing it behind the sofa. He nuzzled his face into the exposed part of my breasts.
What do you think I'm doing?
I grabbed his hair and pulled until he was forced to look up at me. Checking me out? I raised my eyebrows. He wiggled his. My eyes fell to his lips. It was no longer swollen, but the cut hadn't completely healed, and the skin around it was still tinged with hues of purple and yellow. I brushed the pad of my thumb over it. He moved his head enough to suck my thumb into his mouth and playfully bit at it with his sexy grin, enticing me. One look was all it took. Each time we made love, the line between Addie and Quinn blurred into an us that had no beginning and no end. My need for him was unmistakable, but his need for me was just unimaginable and beautiful. But in a part of my heart that didn't know why, it was also heartbreaking. We lay sated, wrapped in each other's arms, drifting in and out of sleep.
"Why are you marrying me?"
he asked in a soft voice. "Because you asked me."
"So you'll do anything I want? All I have to do is ask?"
"Sure. In your dreams." I smiled. "The real question is, why do you want to marry me?"
"You're it for me. You're my forever. I want us to belong to only each other."
"Well, I hate to shatter your fairy tale dreams, but marriage doesn't mean forever." I chuckled.
"Would you stay with me forever if we never married?"
I thought for a moment about his question, and I knew the answer, but it wasn't so simple. I'm going to be with you for however long I'm going to be with you, regardless of whether or not we're married. I don't want to belong to you. I want to belong with you. I don't need a paper certificate that makes it hard to leave. I need a love that makes it easy to stay. He laughed, but it sounded more like choking.
"Wow. What planet are you from again?"
"Planet Awesome, babe. Planet Awesome."
"You don't have dreams of a big wedding, the dress, bridal showers, flower girls, a first dance, a honeymoon, babies, birthday parties, teaching a kid to ride a bike, or watching them score their first goal?"
Deep breath. I am peaceful. I am strong. Is that your dream? I deflected.
"I'm not sure. I never took time to dream about anything other than money and success until I met you."
I rolled over to face him. "And now?"
"And now, I want you."
He kissed me, and I couldn't imagine ever being in the arms of another man. "Well, then it's your lucky day, because at the moment, you have me." I gestured to my naked body. "All of me." He twisted the ring on my finger back and forth.
"You don't want to be my wife?"
"Well, honestly, it seems like a step down from the love of your life." My face distorted into a dramatic cringe. "Seriously, synonyms to wife can be things like old lady and the old ball and chain."
"True, but so is significant other, better half, soulmate, and love of my life."
He had such a gift for saying the right thing at the right time. "I'll marry you, Quentin Lucas Cohen. Just tell me when and where. Look for me. I'll be the one in the white gown and veil."
"Cheeky little thing, aren't you?"
"Cheeky? Is my Latin lover turning into a British bloke? I'm good with either accent."
"You like my accent, huh?"
"Mm-hmm." I nuzzled his neck. "Now, let's get you incognito again and check out the town folk and breathtaking scenery. Then we'll come back and throw together some grub."
"I'd tell you to lead the way, but I'm pretty sure I'll be the one leading the way."
I fastened my bra and grabbed my pants. "How so?" He stared at my capris as I zipped and buttoned them.
"The thought of you sans panties under those is going to have me looking like a blind man with my long stick leading the way through the village."
His goofy comment caught me off guard, so my laugh came out as a snort, eliciting a chuckle from him. "Would you prefer I wear granny panties and a muumuu dress?"
"In public? Yes,"
he deadpanned. There was great climbing on both sides of the gorge. We planned on staying 4 days, so we opted to sleep in and climb in the afternoons. I had never climbed anywhere that even came close to Rodayar. It had everything: slabs, pinnacles, arches, and overhanging caves. It was all stamina climbing, and Quinn was in climber's paradise. He knew in advance about the climbing. I had to confess that much ahead so he would pack his gear, and boy did he have a lot of gear. His gift to me, and all other female climbers we met, was his simple climbing attire: shorts and climbing shoes. I opted for my prana climbing knickers and a yoga top with crisscross razorback straps. I hadn't worn my climbing shoes in a while, and as I clipped them to my backpack, my feet started to hurt just thinking about being shoved into them. We finished gearing up and got ready to start our approach. "Where's your helmet?" I asked him.
"At home. I didn't figure we were ice climbing."
"Helmets aren't just for ice climbing, you fool." I shook my head at him.
"I've never worn a helmet for sport climbing, and look, I'm still here," he mocked.
Whatever. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and started trekking up the trail to our first climb.
"You're not upset that I'm not wearing a helmet, are you?" he asked.
His look was a little condescending, as if it would have been ridiculous to be concerned with his safety. "Nope. It's your choice. Not everyone has a brain like mine to protect." I giggled.
"Ha ha. I'm sure you're right. If you sustained a head injury, it could knock your IQ down to mine. Then what would we be?"
"Two idiots in love," I quipped, grabbing his hand to stop him before stretching up to plant a kiss on his full red lips. A while later, we finished our approach, which was a feat all on its own.
"Looks like a nice one for you."
Gwyn squinted his eyes, looking up the massive limestone crag. "You think? I don't know, but I'll give it a go." Quinn climbed first, leading the route by attaching quick draws to the bolted anchors up the face of the rock. After securing one quick draw, he clipped the rope through and climbed to the next. After he made it to the top, I lowered him down and took my turn. I followed on the rope that he had secured all the way up the crag to a double anchor at the top. On my descent, I cleaned up the route, essentially removing all our equipment one clip at a time while I rappelled down. When my feet hit the ground, he grabbed me and pulled me into him, kissing me so hard it felt like my teeth were cutting into my lips. "Whoa, what was that for?" I managed between breaths.
"For bringing me here, for being so adventurous, and for looking like sex on a rope up there."
I laughed at his enthusiasm. "Down, killer. You need to keep your head in the game. This isn't exactly child's play we're doing up here."
"No worries. I'd never let anything happen to you,"
he oozed with confidence. We navigated our way to a nice patch Quinn eyed after our first climb. "Am I your first?" I questioned.
"First what?"
"Am I the first girl you've taken climbing?"
"Well, technically you're taking me climbing, but yes, you are the first girl I've climbed with."
He grabbed his water, taking a long gulp, then wiped his mouth on his arm.
"Most girls I've been with haven't had much interest in anything but—"
"Sex," I interrupted.
I was going to say shopping and partying, but sex too, I suppose.
He stopped and dropped his backpack.
"This one."
He scanned the huge arch over us.
"It looks like a good project." "Project? $1,000 says I flush it."
He checked his gear and tied in. $1,000 for making it to the top without coming off? A little steep, don't you think?
"You'd better be talking about what I'm about to climb and not the wager, my billionaire beauty."
He slapped me on the butt. I checked his knot and he looked over my belay setup. I loved watching Quinn climb, and it wasn't just about his body. Although a video of him climbing without his shirt and sweat dripping off his taut muscles was my type of porn. It was his skill and ease of movement that mesmerized me the most. It was his happy, carefree attitude as he made every move look so effortless. That was the Quinn I said yes to when he proposed.
"Belay?"
Quinn asked as he chalked up. "Belay on. Climb on, my hot, sweaty Latin lover." He gave me a slight sideways glance, but I could see the smile on his face. Once he secured his first clip, he started his small talk, which I noticed was his norm until he made it to the crux.
"How long has it been since you've climbed?"
he hollered down. "Maybe a year or so since I've climbed outdoors. Since then, I've occasionally gone to the climbing gym in Milwaukee with Mac and Evan." Evan was a great climber, and Mac never wanted to climb with me. But when Evan suggested it, she acted like it was the best idea ever. She had yet to try anything outdoors, but I knew Evan would have her halfway up a mountain someday. Quinn made the difficult route look easy. He had one more vertical clip before he reached the horizontal traverse across the top of the arch.
"Am I the first guy you've climbed with, other than Evan?" he yelled.
Nope.
"Guy number one?" he questioned.
I don't know why I didn't just tell him Malcolm's name. Guy number one sounded weird. I gave Quinn more slack in the rope as he prepared to clip again. Yes, we climbed a lot before we got married. I about swallowed my tongue. I couldn't believe I let even a part of the word slip out of my mouth. That fraction of a moment in time changed everything, like lightning striking or pulling the trigger of a gun. There was no turning back and no time to react. The next thing I remembered was my whole body jerking off the ground as I braked the rope. A split second later, an agonizingly painful cry escaped Quinn. My pulse raced from the flood of adrenaline through my veins. When a lead climber falls, the belayer pulls the rope into brake position, preventing any more rope from being fed to the climber. The climber falls until all the slack in the rope is gone. The force of the fall pulls the belayer off the ground a few feet when the climber's descent is stopped. Both the climber and belayer are supposed to keep their feet on the ground in front of them to keep their bodies from hitting the rock. I braked the rope, and I kept my feet in front of me as my body lifted from the ground. Having followed protocol for belaying a lead climber, I was fine. Quinn was not. He was an experienced climber. He knew how to fall properly. What happened? I released some of the tension on the rope until my feet reached the ground. The piercing anxiety strangled my heart. With each inch of movement, Quinn moaned in agony. "Quinn?" My shaky voice broke as I called to him. He didn't answer. "Quinn, can you hear me? Are you okay?" He still didn't answer. I could see one of his arms was wrapped over his stomach as the other held the rope. Tears blurred my vision. "No, no, no. I'm going to slowly bring you down," I yelled. With trembling hands, I fed the rope an inch at a time. I had to dig deep to stay focused. He was injured, but I had no idea to what extent. His inability to say anything left me feeling helpless and vulnerable. Deep breath. I am peaceful. I am strong. A few soft taps sounded next to me. Blood. Quinn's blood. "Quinn!" I screamed, as I fought to keep my nervous hands from releasing the rope too quickly. "Oh my God, Quinn!" I sobbed in aching desperation as I eased his limp body onto the ground. My body shook as I tried to assess his injuries. His weak eyes found mine. The pain in them was unbearable.
"Addie,"
he strained. His left arm and complete left side of his body was bloodied.
"No, Quinn, you're going to be fine."
I grabbed a t-shirt out of my bag and my emergency kit. I dumped cayenne pepper all over his wounded areas. Cayenne pepper had a stabilizing effect on bleeding and aided in clotting. I had used it numerous times on my own cuts, including some that would have required stitches, and each time the bleeding slowed or stopped within minutes. Quinn's injuries were far worse than anything I had ever experienced, but I had to buy him some time. After I finished applying it externally, I added it to his water and made him drink a few swallows. He was weak, and it was difficult to get it down, but he managed.
I love you so much."
Cradling his face in my hands, I sobbed. Using a towel and all extra pieces of clothing we had in our packs, I covered him as best I could. 2 other climbers made their way to us.
"Help! We need help right away!"
I cried as they approached.
"Quinn, don't you dare close your eyes. Stay with me, babe, please."
"We'll get help. There's no cell signal here, but down near our camp area we have it,"
one of them explained. Both guys looked to be in their 20s, and I assumed they were experienced climbers. So when I saw the grave looks on their faces after looking over Quinn, I knew we didn't have much time. I grabbed my phone out of my pack and searched for a signal, even though I knew it was unlikely.
"Addie,"
Turning back around, I knelt beside him. Shh, they're going to get help. You're going to be fine, okay? Just stay awake, I begged through chattering teeth. Please, God, I'll do anything. He reached for my arm.
I love.
Don't say it. You're not leaving me. Do you understand? I sobbed uncontrollably, clasping his hand and bringing it to my lips. I wasn't ready to say goodbye. Never goodbye, remember? Never goodbye. He gave me a slow nod as he winced in pain. Every minute that passed felt like an eternity. I looked up at the massive rock formation and saw the spot where he hid. There was blood on the jagged edge of granite. Quinn was a skilled climber. I was certain he knew how to properly take a fall, so why did he not get his arms and legs in front of him? In a place I wasn't ready to acknowledge, I knew why. He lost all concentration when I slipped up about my past. I was the reason he didn't get clipped in. I was the reason he fell. I was the reason he was lying on the ground fighting for his life. The tears wouldn't stop. Quinn, I'm so sorry. I love you so much. Please, hold on. As I wiped my eyes and nose with the back of my hand, I tried to clear my throat. It was sore from my desperate pleas. He moaned in such pain, it tore me up inside. I hated the sound of it, but I hated the silence that surrounded us even more. I was desperate to hear sirens from rescue vehicles or a helicopter nearing us, but we were enveloped in an eerie quietude of agony. He kept one hand clutched to his stomach and reached for my arm with his other hand. An indecipherable whisper squeezed through his throat. I can't understand you, but don't try and talk, babe. Help will be here soon. I held his hand and leaned into him as he insistently tried to say something again.
Why?
He finally managed. Why what? My mind raced, grasping for an ounce of comprehension. I didn't know for sure what the question was, but I knew the answer had everything to do with me. I'd spent so much time protecting myself from my past, I never considered the possibility that Quinn needed protection too. He had hurt me more than once, but I always had the option to walk away. Within a matter of seconds, I broke him emotionally and physically. I wondered if he would ever forgive me. I wondered if his family would forgive me. It really didn't matter. I knew I would never forgive myself. All time was lost to my thoughts and concern for Quinn. I had no idea how long it took, but eventually, the hum of a helicopter could be heard in the distance. Quinn? I held his face in my hands. It was still contorted into the most painful grimace, and his moans turned to screams when he tried to move. Quinn, open your eyes. They're coming. Do you hear that? He was leaving me, and I was slipping away too. Quinn didn't respond, and then everything for me became a blurred line between my past and the present. Malcolm, the fire alarm. Oh my God, the house is on fire. I've got to go get...
No, Addie, you get out. I mean it. Get out of the house right now. Ma'am, can you tell us what happened? Did he fall all the way to the ground?
I'm coming with you, Malcolm.
Addie, I said get out of the house. I'll go. You just get out. Ma'am, are you hurt? Is the blood on you yours or his? You need to come with us.
Malcolm! Oh God, Malcolm, can you hear me? Hurry! You have to hurry!
His blood pressure's dropping. Start an IV.
I'm coming back in. Malcolm, where are you? I can't see anything.
Cough.
I can't breathe.
Cough.
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 Come.
Cough, cough, cough. We need to transit to the nearest hospital, or he's not going to make it.
I'm sorry, sweetie. They're... Sniffle, sniffle. They didn't make it. They're gone.
Thump, thump, thump.
This is the end of Holding You, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more contemporary romance, Check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Holding You, Book 1 of Holding You. Produced by Hannah Grenfell. Written by Jewel E. Ann. Performed by Vanessa Moyen, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2013 by Jewel E. Ann. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.